Good morning, good morning, good morning. Hello, hello, hello. How's everyone doing today? Welcome back to Ninja Pulls. I don't actually have my chat open just yet, so I'm vamping to thin air. Who knows how many people are even watching? There might be nobody out there. Let's find out. Those who are here, morning. I hope you're well. Hope you've had a lovely start to the weekend. We are here. We are ready. Somewhat. Oh, some of you are here. I see. Guns and Raiders. Yo. Balorda, good morning. Guns and Raiders. 1 minute away from hearing a sexy voice saying hello. Zenora, good morning. Zdenya, good morning, morning, morning. Thank you for streaming. It's a pleasure. It's my pleasure, sir. I don't know if you can tell. I'm sure you can. Slightly chaotic start today. With about 6 minutes to go on the timer. I'd already started the countdown. I get a message from Maya saying, I'm not going to swear like 2 minutes into the stream. That just doesn't seem right. But, you know, bleep, 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 bleep. I left my smoothie at home, so no breakfast. Neither of us felt particularly hungry this morning, I think because of the heat. It's just so warm. All day yesterday, so warm, so oppressive. Inescapable temperature. And then overnight as well. Pretty warm. So you wake up with like a really suppressed appetite. So anyway, no breakfast. Decided to have a smoothie. It was all made, ready, bottled, in the fridge. And then we forgot it. So I just had to whiz around in the car, throw it at her out the car window, then like zoom back here, run up the stairs with 8 seconds to go on the timer before the stream started. So I think I did pretty well. Guns N' Raiders so humid and annoying, then you guys make things even hotter. Like, what the actual fuck? My apologies. You should try being here in the study with us when my gaming rig is running. The other PC, the Mac, which I'm using to look at chat, is running. It's old, so that runs pretty hot. And Maya's massive setup. She's got this whole secret lab desk, all kitted out with multiple monitors on various arms. And we've got all of that stuff all pumping out heat all at once. I mean, it's not a lot of heat. But still, give me a break. Balorda, finally, temperature dropped last night. More than 10 degrees drop. Wow. YKB, it is 9:14. Yeah, just as Guns N' Raiders are saying. It's 18 already. Yesterday it was 22 at this time. Yeah, well, I don't think it's that warm here. Not yet. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. That's about 20 degrees. At 9 a.m. There's some bullshit. It's hotter in Prague. It's cooler in Denmark. Damn it, where my family lives. 17 degrees in Kolding. 25 degrees in Prague, where Maya's family is. Damn. Anyway, enough about that. That is the most British beginning to a stream ever, isn't it? Let's talk about the weather for 5 minutes, shall we? Excellent. Excellent. Right, let's make sure I'm seeing YouTube chat as well. Donnie Darko. You are the worst of the people that give input on this game. Straight trash. I was going to compliment you on an excellent username, but damn, that is cold. Someone just wrote that to us in YouTube. I'm guessing that's a bot. No one could possibly be that miserable that they feel the need to just... I'm going to go on the internet and just try my damnedest to make someone feel bad. Well, if you're hearing this, Donnie Darko, my commiserations. I hope you can find a little bit more peace and quiet in your daily life. And that the rest of us won't have to listen to you anymore, because you are all kinds of wrong, my friend. So there we go. Zdenya, warm and humid in Sweden yesterday, and later on, thunderstorm and rain like crazy. Oh man, you don't want that. Although sometimes the thunderstorm was a thunderstorm. Just a bunch of status effects raining down. I slept on the balcony like I usually do summertime, but the temperature dropped to 11 degrees. So today I imagine I have a prostate the size of a watermelon. Oh no. Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? You've got to be careful with that. I totally know what you mean. Sorry, flipping back to the game. All good, can't sweet enough. In the US, it's 4 a.m. Well, YKB, thank you so much for joining us. It's such a crazy hour. Have you ever heard of the school of 4 o'clock in the morning? This is a thing. This is the theory proposed by... It was a TED Talk. But it's based on the fact that... It's actually a really amazing TED Talk. I highly recommend it. Called The Church of 4 o'clock in the morning. One of those things that like, oh man, I'm glad the internet exists. Otherwise, I would never have come across this story. Just a little personal thing. But it picks up on the fact that throughout popular culture in music, books, especially film and TV, 4 o'clock in the morning is like shorthand for utterly ridiculous. What are you doing up at this hour? You know, if someone's like complaining that they were woken up at a ridiculous time, it's always 4 a.m. 5 a.m. is like, well, you could just be up very early. 3 a.m., well, you could just be staying up late. 4 is like the sweet spot where, no, you should not be up. And I say that as someone who loves to stay up super late. I'm a bit of a night owl. I'm fine, I'm a morning person as well, but, I don't know, there's something about the wee hours. Which is awesome. But Lorda, I feel alive again. Got really sick last night. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. 5 days of heat, various migraine attacks and nausea. My neighbors consumed a lot of weed last night, and the smell causes me to get migraines. Oh no, what? I'll tell you what, I don't do a lot of weed, not anymore. I don't really do any, to be honest. But every now and again, there's a football pitch just over the road from where we live, and there's like a seating area and a park where kids can play, and there's like one of those outdoor gym areas as well. They tried to turn it into like a whole place for the community kind of thing, and every now and again of a summer evening we will get the wafts of the good stuff from over there, and honestly it makes me feel kind of happy, like vicariously knowing that someone is having the chillest time. But yeah, if you just can't escape the smell, I bet that sucks. I'm glad you feel better though. I don't know about the 4 a.m. club, but what's it for 28 hours straight? No idea. Just to tease the Church of 4 o'clock in the morning a little bit more, it's this guy, I think he's a journalist, very funny guy from California, very nice to listen to, and he realized that he started noticing this thing in movies and TV. 4 a.m., 4 a.m., 4 a.m., always mentioned. And for some reason, for him, it had a certain poignancy. And long story short, he started doing it started becoming a thing. I can't remember whether he has an article or a podcast or whatever, but people started to send him references in pop culture to 4 a.m., 4 o'clock in the morning. And that's how the Church of 4 o'clock in the morning got started. My settings are all over the place. Let me just update them real quick while I'm talking. And then somebody sent him some song lyrics. And that's when the story changes, because he recognizes the lyrics. It's like a Paul Simon song, I think. Possibly Simon and Garfunkel. And he realizes that this connection he has with 4 o'clock in the morning might mean a little more than he realized. And I'll leave it at that. It's a lovely little video. It's a very old TED Talk. If you want to Google it at some point, it'll be on YouTube. The Church of 4 o'clock in the morning. Anyway, that is not what we are here to talk about today. I'm just going to get some water in a second. But in the meantime, let me give you guys a preview of what I have planned for today. I want to do some tank talk. We do a lot of DPS on this channel, on the YouTube, and just in general. But loads of people play tanks and have a lot of questions. So I thought we'd we'd provide an excuse for people to ask those questions. Obviously, there are other sources. Hyperioxes is one that we recommend very highly, very readily. But since he's not here at all times in our channel, more's the pity. Yeah, let's talk some tanking. Maya's going to be with us later. We are going to talk about the coolest places to go in ESO on a hot day. And the theme I want to be coming back to throughout the day, if it's alright with you, whether it is or it isn't, I don't really care. We're talking about it, is games that you really wanted to be good at. Whether you succeeded or not. I want to know about the games that, or we want to talk about the games that really, when you played them, made you think, I really, really want to get good at this one. Like, I'm not content to just complete it on normal. I want to master this shit. Because there is something here. You know, so I'll leave you with that thought while I log in on my Magic at Nightblade, and I'll go get some water, because I'm thoroughly parched. Be right back. And we're back. Welcome on in, everybody. This is Khan. You're watching Ninja Pools. Happy Saturday. Or sort of early Saturday morning, late Friday night, depending on where you are in the world. YKB looking at you. Everybody give it up for YKB. Up in the wee hours there, 4 a.m. Heading towards 4:30, if they're still awake. Schnacks, good morning. Guns and Raiders saying, as a toker myself, I totally understand the loudness of the scent. Get them told. Swap your neighbors if you must. Yeah, that's a good point. There are ways. That's a very good point you make there. There are ways to talk to our neighbors in a way which is, you know, if we deploy a little bit of charm and reason, there are ways to resolve these things, aren't there? But most of us are so naturally conflict averse. You know, we don't want to confront anyone, but the way to do it is to think of it as a conversation, not a confrontation. Cheesy as fuck, but it's a little buzzword. Any schnacks for us? But Lord, they kind of legalized weed 1.5 years ago here. It's been hell. That sucks. Oh, I'm so sorry. Well, Balorda, I feel like we owe you big around here. You're such a lovely presence to have. You healed my ass in Cyrodiil just over a week ago. What can we do for you today that might cheer you up, even just a little bit? That's what I want to know.
What a terrible thing. Somebody
Bayushi, sorry. Fukushu. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I hope you're having a good one so far. Guns N' Raiders, sad to say, however, I love the smell. I can relate to you. Hard to get away from it. Only things that cover its scent is regular ciggies or coal-scented filters. I at least wait until none of my neighbors are out and about. Fair enough. Conjured Samurai. Maya and Khan are vile? Oh, wait. Live. Never mind. Yeah, that too. Our political opinions, specifically, are absolutely shocking. Unbelievable. Even by today's standards. Just kidding. I think we're generally quite nice people. I think. But, always trying to test that assertion, you know? Make sure that it is, in fact, accurate. Zdenya, tank talk sounds cool. Just recently started to tank, and personally, I think tanking is the hardest part of the game. To be good at it, that is. I'll see that. And while I don't disagree with the sentiment, personally, I will raise you an endgame healer. simply because I think it's kind of the same when you get into, a very, very advanced group, which doesn't really need 2 full tanks. The main tank takes on a huge amount of the aggro and incoming damage, and the off tank gets increasingly relegated to support, the occasional bit of tanking, and the manipulation of adds, so stacking and stuff like that, and you just have a million things to do. I think endgame healing and off tanking is the hardest because you have a lot of balls to juggle with, you know? No pun intended, or no innuendo intended. But Lord, hey, the stream is just enough. No silence for me in the flat. Well, if even the stream is helping a little bit, then I'm delighted. But let's see what we can do to just up the lovely summer vibes in here this morning. 9:27 on a lovely Saturday. You're very, very welcome to the stream. Welcome, everyone. It's just me for now. Maya will be with us a little bit later, but right now you're listening to Khan on Ninja Pulls FM. How cheesy was that? I must have a little bit of morning voice left in me. It's either that or a late night radio channel. Welcome to Late Night Love. Man, I need to get rid of some of these rewards for the worthy. I need to whittle them down, dude. Bruh. I was going to print a load of Null Arca stuff for all my DDs, thinking, hey, that'll use up some of the thousands of transmutes I have lying around. Problem is, I already did that for update 46. God damn it.
You seek a Zabi? Deposit or withdrawal?
Hey, Night Didact. Thank you very much for the follow. Well, we're not getting the alerts today. The little sound alerts, but we are at least getting a pop-up. Maya changed her password for Twitch for reasons. There was something a little bit suspicious going on. And that means that a load of things had to be re-added, reconnected, or they've just gone. And we've done the things where you turn the notifications off, turn them back on again, but they're still not here. But yeah, thank you very much for the follow. That's very kind. You're very welcome on in. Now let's do some of that tank talk. Zenya. Yeah, I don't really know what I'm talking about since we don't play in the same ballpark. Yeah, I mean, it's all one big ballpark. That's how I prefer to look at it. But yeah, I know what you mean. If I'm called on to tank, it's usually because we need quite a good tank and we need someone who's done a lot of tanking. Yeah, I should rephrase. We need someone who's done enough of it that they can do it with a degree of confidence. Like when our main prog group needed somebody to off-tank the Barsay hard modes. Barsay hard modes, sorry. Rockgrove hard modes generally. I'd say the first one is pretty easy. The third one is harder than anyone gives it credit for. And Barsay hard mode is often cited as one of the hardest things to do in the entire game for the off-tank. I'm not sure whether that is accurate, but it definitely was difficult. And it's one of those things where you have to figure out very quickly how the fuck you're going to do this. Because every minute you spend figuring out how to stay alive, you're wasting everyone's time and they cannot progress. Because the off-tank is like, I don't know. And this is because of the way that groups do it. Barsay is actually quite squishy. And yes, for anyone who's wondering, that is how you pronounce it. Barsay. So you get a lot of these abominations summoned, and the group needs to be very good. And you need to be very good at positioning them, and the main tank needs to be very good at not moving Barsay too much, but just the right amount so that you can stack everything up and burn it down. It used to be an Azure Blight fight. It's still perfectly doable without Azure Blight, but it's even more difficult, I would say. But yeah, I guess with subclassing now, that it's probably got a lot easier again. In fact, I hadn't really thought of that. I hadn't been in there in update 46. But yeah. So what are we talking? we talked a little bit yesterday about the ways to test your tank, and let me just go ahead and say right away, the only way you can really do it is by doing the content.
There you are.
But
I have been expecting
a
you.
classic way, which is it's not ideal, but it's at least a start, is to go in here, make sure you're on veteran, just go in by yourself. And Mira Nira, hello there. Xenia struggle with what to do with now and then. Okay, well, the best thing to do, anyone who wants to know anything about tanking, is just to ask. I've done almost all of it at this point. I do not know everything. That would be stupid of me to say. But if I don't know something, I'll just be honest. Or if I'm not sure. But for beginner tanks at least, you want to make sure that you can survive in here. That you can look after yourself in here. That means you're at least doing the basics. And I do mean the basics. This is not advanced tanking. Before you start tanking any veteran content, even Fungal Grotto 1, I would say, it's worth making sure you can survive the Olms test. Guns N' Raiders, I fear autumn is hitting fast this year, at least in my area. Nearly bald trees already. Well, it's just been so hot. Country Summer, oh shit, everything okay? I think everything's fine, yeah. Hey, Miranira, thank you very much for the follow. Good day, Raveslord. Good day, my lord. Howdy, howdy. Guns N' Raiders, I am waiting for update 47 before I touch subclassing. Not sure as to put effort in making a build and it going to waste, so to speak. Well, honestly, you're kind of good. There's nothing's really changing. Arcanist class mastery. Assassination, you know, Grim Focus. And that's basically it. Sure, there are some other things, but they're not going to affect build viability in a major way. Schnacks. I think it is not a good sentiment that tanks just have to know stuff already while everyone else is out to learn it in a prog. Kinda true. I mean, I didn't know how to tank Barse hard mode. I didn't know how to off-tank that. I learned it, but I made sure that I was doing everything I could to learn it fast, I guess. And then once I'd done that, then I had the license to give the DDs a ton of shit for not learning their job more quickly. Stop blowing up the damn group. My job is actually difficult. Yours is easy. You just stand there, point the beam, and don't stand in the dog poo. You know? When the abomination poops on the floor, you move out of it. When the AoEs move out, you get away from them. How difficult can it be? So, obviously I wasn't actually a dick to anyone about it, but Otto and I, the raid lead and I, and the main tank, we did give the DDs a little bit of lip. Like, come on guys, we've learned how to do this, why can't you? Our job is actually difficult. And as someone who's DPS the fight as well, I felt like I had that license. Milchschnitter, welcome on in, thank you very much for the follow. Moin moin, how's it going? But yeah, Schnacks, you make a very good point. Raveslord, ask, yeah. It's all arc though, I love DK too much, for too much change. Yeah, then just roll a DK. Should we make you a build right now, on the stream? Here today? Alright, so, what I'm talking about with the Olms test, and this is not a good one, it's just, we don't really have that much. Just make sure that you're able to sustain, maybe test, you know, your ability to out-heal crazy stuff. That you can do your job, you can do all your debuffs. Yeah, it's really not much of a test. It's just like, if you cannot survive his heavies, or if you're not sustaining, but you can see what I mean. Like, if you bring a proper tank setup, there's my ult, then it's actually quite easy. You're not going to learn much from doing this. But yeah, you can get a sense of how much damage you can take. stuff like that. I think a better idea is what somebody said the other day. I'm going to have to let him kill me, aren't I? Yeah, there we go. PTE. But that's one thing new tanks can do. When you've just made your setup and you want to make sure that you're not going to take it into dungeons and get absolutely clapped and embarrassed, you can go there, no stress, and just make sure that the basics are down. Like the fundamental components of the build are all working together. If you can sustain and survive that guy for minutes at a time, you should be fine, at least to begin with. Other stuff you can do that's a little bit more advanced. Let's switch to a trash setup. I haven't done this. I don't think I've done this ever. But it occurred to me that going to Cloud Rest and just pulling the trash and seeing how it goes might not be the worst way to put your tank through its paces. Good morning, sweet baby Reyes. How are you? Welcome on in. I thought, because we've been talking about DPS all day, every day, you know, it's all we ever talk about around here, it feels like. It's actually not. Let's face it, we are a channel that talks about all kinds of nonsense, gripes, silly jokes, and just life in general. And occasionally we remember to bring the subject back to gaming. But we do talk a lot of DPS, and yeah, a lot of people have questions about tanking, so oh, was it you that said that the other day as well? Yeah, we can do that in a minute as well. I thought having some harder hitting enemies might be the way to go. Why did I just burn all my stamina? Well, there's an example of what not to do. I burned all my stamina so I had nothing to dodge roll with. I'm not even sure how I did that. Just over-blocking. And see if you can heal, you know, out-heal. And I'm getting the silence and the... Yeah, so I can't do that. But it's good practice. So this is much better than Olms. Because there's almost no way I'm going to be able to kill all these guys. The Yagro Monstrosity is 2 million HP. It would take forever. But it's good practice. As long as you don't expect to win, you know? And I'm gonna have to keep dodge rolling these roots. That one you don't need to dodge, you can just block. Yeah, being silenced and gaining the Baneful means you're basically toast. So if you could do that without the creeper there, that would be a good idea. But there's no way to do that. Let's try HRC instead. So maybe Cloud Rest, not the best example. VMOL is a good one, because you've got that little trash pack. But honestly, not the worst idea. Just port into a trial, see what happens. And see how long you can stay alive. Sweet baby Rez, oh for sure, good to go into tanking and healing things. That's the one thing I find difficult, is the stam loss for real as a tank. Yeah, just don't overblock. There are times when you just can't help it, and then that's when you really need the healers there to be topping you back up, or you need to build more stuff into the setup. Like, for example, I could, on a Warden tank, I could have slotted the Netch. I can grab this to restore stamina instead. But I'm not going to do that. I'm gonna stick to what I would actually do on a tank. So I'm testing. Remember, you're not just testing yourself. You're testing everything that you've got slotted. Yeah, let's have some fun. Go the shortcut. Place your bets. Can he make the jump first try? I'm gonna bet no. Oh, nails it. Nails it first try. Look at that. What a beautiful place. Bleak and scary, but very pretty. First time suggesting the VHRC thing. Somebody said exactly the same thing yesterday. That's why I wondered. But order for newer players, the Golden Vendor in Cyrodiil got Ozazan, Roxat the Blind, and Anthelmis this weekend. Both shoulders and helmets. Anthelmia, yeah, thank you. Rares, nice knowing what you can face tank and what you need to block and roll. Yeah. Honestly, one of the gripes I have with this game in its current state, just as it pertains to tanking, is the amount of stuff that is blockable. You basically don't need to dodge anything anymore. You just block it. What I'm dodging there with the Baneful is not the damage itself, it's the debuff. See, normally you wouldn't use. The thing about this test is that I'm just not sure there's going to be any challenge here whatsoever, because I won't need to block anything that they do, so I won't really lose any stamina. We'll see once more of them start coming in. But yeah, look, this is not going to be difficult, I don't think. Right, Atro, stun, bitches. Turning Tide. Right, let's tab target 1 and see if we can kill it with Elissus. Oh, it is a lot of damage. I can heavy attack while they're stunned. When they box you in, that's just mean. This is actually chaos. Whoa. I'm having to kite a little bit. If I stand completely still, I just get hit by everything. And yeah, if you block for even a second, wow, the amount of hits. Heavy attack. But yeah, so this is a good sustain test. You won't ever be expected to tank an encounter in this way. It just won't happen, or it shouldn't happen. Something's very wrong with your crew. But yeah, if you can do this, then your sustain is probably decent. I had no idea, Sweet Baby Riz, how entertaining this would be. Almost got my ult back. Boom. That thing does it have no target cap? That's pretty badass. It just stuns everyone. Turning Tide dealing a lot of damage here. I'm at 30k DPS. Hey, Utopian, how's it going? You're gonna have to kite a little bit more. Some of them should start to die, like, any minute. Oh, sweet baby rares. Thank you so much for the... there we go. 3 dead. Loot. Such a power move, looting while you're still in combat. Unless you're Maya and you're supposed to be healing. Then it sucks. It's rude. Don't do it. An absolutely stunning performance. Alright. So yeah, like just for... that's kind of a gimmicky bit of nonsense, but just purely for putting your sustain through the ringer. And it's again, I don't want to suggest that this is a good idea or necessary, but this is the thing that all tanks should make sure they can do. Because the thing about support is that it depends on the group, it depends on the fight. But it is a good start, you know, to have a lot of self-sustain. Be interested to see what did the most damage here. I reckon it'll be Turning Tide. There you go. 133 gold. No, it's oh, of course it's the Atro. And I wasn't running Turning Tide. This is Drake's. No wonder. Stupid. I wonder why it didn't have the right sound effect. Razor Caltrops, like, actually not that bad. Look how many ticks. 4,000 ticks of blockade. Anyway, there we go. 5 minutes. Utopian Warrior, how's it going, man? Nice to see you. Need the big answer on the next pull. Sweet baby rares. Are these the ones that heal? I think these ones are okay. It's the ones after that you just can't do it. I've tried it. I actually have soloed these. And the next wave is genuinely troublesome because they heal each other and themselves. And when you're solo, there's no way to separate them. When you're with a group, it's not a problem because the damage the group is putting out is more than enough to smash through the healing that they're doing. But I guess we can give it a go. But like I said, this is just a gimmicky thing. Put your tank through its paces, make sure you're using the toolkit correctly. And if anyone's wondering, what the fuck is he doing? We are in veteran Elroth Citadel right now. We talk about DPS an awful lot, not just on this channel, this guild in general, Ninja Balls on the YouTube, in our Discord. DPS. We talk a bit of PvP as well, but tanking and healing definitely are pushed into the back seat. And I think people have just as many questions about that. And there's probably just as much we can do to help. There we go. You have come farther.
But you will fall just
well, let's cheat a little bit and stack them up. Utopia, not gonna lie, I'm getting you-know-who flashbacks with the unkillable tank build. Yeah. No, it is these ones. Yeah, fuck these guys. Oh, did I get both waves? No, this is the first wave. So yeah, these yellow circles, you can hear the noise. They don't take damage. Well, they heal themselves. To the point where I just can't really do anything. And unlike the previous pull, they now have knockbacks, so I do need to block. I think my healing might also be reduced. So it's basically not possible. You can out-damage it with like an Arcanist beaming, but with such low damage, I don't think I have a shot of defeating these guys. And I can't really kite them either, because snares. Yeah. That is rough. You know who, Sofian. No! Alright, that's it. Game over. Khan is going in the bin. Maybe if I had the Netch on, then it'd be fine. I could, like, cleanse that snare. But look at these. The big guys have got, like, 80% of their HP still. Oh! There we go. Hey, Wither Dragon Horde! Raiding with a party of 3. Welcome on in! Thank you so much! Yeah, I see you with the ult thing as well. This, I don't normally have Bound Aegis slotted. I'm not even sure why that's there. I think I just didn't know what else to put there. But this is the setup I've been running in dungeons. It is by no means. It's not even set up for trials. It's certainly not set up for what we're doing. But we were just trying to think of fun and interesting ways and somewhat effective ways that you can put your tank through its paces a little bit by porting into veteran dungeons, trials. None of them are going to be perfect. Like Cloud Rest, there are too many things that will just wreck you. If you can get someone with you to kill the creeper, then I think Cloud Rest would be a great place to practice. But having to deal with the creeper at the same time is just too much bullshit on the plate in one go. HRC, actually not that bad, but very, very specific. Like, you will never have to tank a trash pack like that. If your group ever expects you to do that, fucking quit. You know? Unless maybe it's a one-off like the Falkreath Hold achievement we were talking about yesterday. Utopian, I'm good. The patch ain't doing too much for tanking this time around. Yep. On this with friends, we pull the ads from the bottom up to the ones at the gate. Yeah, I mean, I wasn't going to do that by myself, and I just showed you why. But yeah, the thing to do is to pull everything to the gate, and then you get a massive trash fight as Rako 2 is spawning in and entering the room, entering the area. That's the way to do it. And then I don't think it's worth using Azure Blight necessarily, because all the trash will die very quickly, and you'll still have like 60% of the Rako 2 fight still to go. But
there you are.
better example might be
I have been
Hoth.
expecting you.
But you guys get the idea. So what are we doing to make sure that this happens? And by the way, Raiders, welcome on in. This is Khan. You're watching Ninja Pulls. I'm flying solo currently, but Maya will be with us later. Today we're talking about Update 47, as always, currently. Maya will be joining us a little bit later on, and we're going to talk about the coolest places to go in ESO in the summer heat. We also want to talk about games that you wanted to be good at, games that made you want to be good at them. Alright, so Doom Eternal and ESO are actually two of the big ones for me. ESO, I don't think it really hit home. You know, I discovered what weaving was and how to light up combos and use the debuff and buff system effectively. You know, that piqued my interest for sure, but it still felt very MMO combat-y, and I wasn't that thrilled by it. I think it was when I started doing dungeons properly. Team coordination, burst, stacking, and building for AoE damage, and getting a tank who actually stacks for you. Once I realized that is where the heart of this game lies, is in working together, and that's why it's a great MMO combat system. You will not be able to change my mind on that, because it's a fact, and I know it. Also, when I did Maelstrom Arena, whilst I wasn't that good at it the first couple of times I tried, I immediately wanted to beat it. Like, I saw it as a fair and reasonable challenge that I should rise to. Which is one of the reasons people who feel like that, one of the reasons they say, it's a shame how easy it is now. You know? Timbo Slice, what's up? Good, thank you. I just explained what we're up to in the stream today. Hope that helps. And Weather Dragon Horde, what were you up to? I went to want to be good at Overwatch. Almost a decade of playing and I'm still not good. I'm sure that's not true. That's you being self-deprecating. But we don't have to worry about games that we are or are not good at. It's the games that made us want to be good at them. Like, really, I really want to be good at this. I want to no-life this shit because it will make me feel great if I can absolutely dust this game. Like, I'm pretty good at Doom Eternal by now, but I am nothing. I'm just plankton in the sea of those amazing speedrunners who just absolutely boss it. And it's still incredible for me to watch that, because there's a depth to the design of that combat system where it goes above and beyond. Sure, you can defeat the demons without dying on Nightmare difficulty. Sure, you can defeat the demons on Nightmare difficulty without taking any damage at all. That's kind of the level I'm getting to. Can you delete the demons before the audience even knows what's happening without taking any damage? That's what speedrunners in Doom Eternal do. It is insane, the actions per minute that they're doing. I love it. And I could learn it, I haven't really been bothered to do it. But like weapon swapping, stuff like that means that your DPS just goes through the roof. Whiskey Jack, hello there, welcome on in. Bound Aegis, really good to have. Utopian, you could run Barret for extra mag regen or something. Yeah. Yeah. In dungeons, this is my trash setup for dungeons. What do I normally switch it to? I can't remember what we were talking about running on the front bar. I don't have a source of minor resolve. I guess that's the reason I left it there. I mean, I should probably be getting from healers, but who the fuck knows these days, right? Anyway, let's try this one as well. But Lord of Sunspire first trash packs are also nice. Oh, let's give that one a go. Three Paper Ray's first time VMA when it first came out, it was something, yeah. And I didn't even play it when it was brand new. I was a couple of years late, I guess. Like 2018, maybe? 2019. 2019 is when I first really started paying attention to how things really work in this game. Before that, it was mostly story, bimbling. With the Dragon Horde, I want to be good at ESO, but I think I'm good at what I want to be good at. Right. Someday I'll understand the game. It's... The dumb thing with the combat system here is that it's created a reputation for itself for being really difficult. And I don't know if that's the devs' fault. I think partly that there still is no decent tutorial in this game. Fact. There's a very basic one, and the game likes to get out of your way and just let you do what you want. And that's cool. Oh, this is easy. Yeah, there's just no threat here. There are not enough ads, not enough damage to make it. But again, you know, if you go into veteran Hoff, and I've got less damage now because I'm on my boss setup as well. No caltrops. But yeah, if you don't know what your tank is up to, like if you have no idea how to gauge its effectiveness, don't be shy. Do these things. If you make an absolute tit of yourself, what's the worst thing that can happen? No one's gonna know. No one's gonna see. And you can easily identify, right, well, I'm over blocking. So let me hold block for a minute. Right, let me just let my stam get all the way up. And I'll just demonstrate what we all know to be true. Right, now I'm gonna start blocking. And watch my stam. It just disappears. It's gone in seconds if you're blocking against a lot of enemies. Because remember, it doesn't matter how hard they hit, the block costs the same for every tick of damage that you're blocking. That's why block cost reduction is so freaking awesome. So yeah. The only thing I would say as well, I'm not having maybe an idea to like taunt the main target every now and again, because I'm in here by myself. I don't need to taunt anything. So I'm being a little bit lazy. But one of the biggest lessons with tanking is just build so you don't have to block all the time. Boop. And yeah, your whole sustain game will be way, way easier. Anyway, enough about that. This is boring. I'm definitely going to win, so... Yeah, Baby Rez, when Maelstrom was new, getting the right trait and drop or else back in. Utopian War. I still like that even without decent knowledge, you can clear a lot of the vet content. Yeah, it's true. It's totally true. And I do mean it when I say the combat system in ESO has developed a reputation for itself that it's really difficult. I'm not trying to make anyone feel bad when I say it's actually not. What I'm trying to say is, hey, the things that you think you're not good enough to do, newsflash, you actually are more than good enough to do. Unless you're talking about something which is not a built-in clear. It's not like part of the game, but something like a very ambitious strat, which then calls upon, you know, very precise timing and skill and experience. Those do exist, of course. That's different. To actually just get through the content, get the clears, even to get the hard modes. Maybe not all the trifectas, but get hard modes done in any trial. Honestly, anyone can do these things. I am not shitting you. And content creators have made a lot of bang and a lot of buck over the years by saying the opposite. By selling easy mode builds that are like pushing you into a blind alley where your DPS is never going to be more than X amount, because the build and the playstyle is necessarily capped at a certain power level. And this is why I don't generally do that. I'll help with recommendations on whatever people want. I'm not going to tell them how to play, but I'll always try to promote a setup which isn't a dead end. You know, like Oakensoul. What do you do when you've mastered Oakensoul? Nothing. You have to drop it and master something completely different. Whereas I try to recommend or nudge people in the direction of setups where once you've mastered this, you add something else. You know? It's the one thing about heavy attack setups that I'm a little bit cagey about. And this is not my own... It's not an opinion I've just made up by myself. This is people coming to us in Ninja Ball saying, I wish I'd never been shown this bloody Oakensoul build because it's kind of ruined the game for me and I now have to learn the whole thing again from scratch. These are not my words. This is what people have said to us many, many times. So, yeah. Whether it's the devs, whether it's the lack of a tutorial, or whether it's the community that perpetuates this false notion that the combat system is really difficult in this game, it doesn't really matter. The point is, it's not good. It doesn't help people have fun. It makes them feel like there are parts of the game that are closed off to them, or parts of the community they can't interact with because they're too elitist, or they'll look down on my skill level. I can't hang with those guys, and it's a real shame. It kills it. It's all fake news. I promise you. Okay, if you don't believe what I'm saying, all I can say is I've been running a teaching guild for 5 years nearly, and I've literally hundreds of people have come through on the Discord, many of whom are still hanging around, some of whom had absolutely no damage when they joined. Some of them took weeks, some of them took hours to go from like 50k DPS to 120. I literally had a conversation in Discord with a guy once. We weren't even on voice together. We were just typing with each other, and he was stuck at 64k on his mag blade. He was a very, very good and receptive kind of guy. I will say that. It was not typical, but literally within 4 hours, I think, he'd posted another thing and another, and we'd sort of been responding, and within a few hours the guy was well over 100k. I didn't do anything. He didn't learn any new skills in that time. He just learned some new info and approached things a little bit differently. So like I said, not typical, but if a particularly focused player can do that, imagine what the rest of us can do with just good info. And we know it works. Anyway, Utopian Warrior. Knowledge of mechanics in Vet is a must for some trials, but with low DPS, most content can be cleared. Solo Hoff, love it. Shadows Assassin. We're just talking tanking setups and ways to put them through their paces, make sure that they're working. And honestly, I think we've gone out of the sensible area and into some silly nonsense here, because there's no way that anyone should be taking their noob tank. Noob? Why did I say it like that? Very, very, very English for a moment there. You're an absolute noob, sir, I do declare. No one should take their noob tank into Vet Sunspire by themselves and think, oh my god, I suck, my build sucks, if they can't tank what I'm about to try. I don't even know if this is going to be easy or impossible. I really can't gauge it. Oh yeah, there we go. But Lord, I was really shocked when I looked into my Vet Scrivener's Hall log yesterday. Did it with randoms, and the tank used Orders Wrath, Medusa, Noon Attack, Bloodthirsty Jewelry, MA Staff, Armor, Full Divines. Did you do the last hard mode? Because massive credit if they tanked the final hard mode. That when what's her name? When the Wood Elf boss finally comes back. She's not actually that difficult to tank, but I imagine it would be a pain with a low survivability build. Altiokus, think they will ever instigate crossplay? That's a good question. Honestly, no. And I think it makes me sad when YouTubers do what they did with a throwaway comment that Matt Firewall made, and probably shouldn't have made, based on what Rich Lambert said afterwards on this podcast. They were talking, and they were talking about things, ideas, hopes they had for the future of the game, and he just said crossplay is something we would love to add. We're looking in to see if it's possible, and then like 5 or 6 YouTubers got dollar signs in their eyes and made clickbait thumbnails which totally misrepresented the conversation and said, crossplay confirmed, it is coming. And it's like, no, it isn't. Either you're stupid or you're just taking advantage of us for clicks here. And neither of the two is okay, in my opinion. So it made me a little bit sad. We had to deal with a lot of dampening down the enthusiasm and pouring cold water on everyone's hopes and dreams in the aftermath of those videos. Altiokus, but the truth is they are looking to see if it's possible, and if they find that the answer is yes, yeah, I'm sure they would look into it. But everyone who's commented on it and who knows much more about the practicalities of how that might work than I do, because I know very little, they all say the same thing. Like, that would be fiendishly difficult. Maybe they could do crossplay for trials or dungeons. You know? Just that. But even that would involve this and this and that. And then they list like the myriad issues that would entail. But the idea of making the economy unified, maybe they could, you know, maybe you could migrate your collectibles, things like that. That would be cool. I would love that. And I absolutely understand why people on console who suffer from low pop would want crossplay. It's a no-brainer. It would be amazing. But, yeah, sorry for the long answer, but short answer, no. Long answer, man, I hope so, but it doesn't seem super likely. And I think the people who are trumpeting it as it's coming are being, at best, foolish, and at worst, greedy. And dishonest. Anyone disagrees, feel free to chime in. What's this going to be like? How much do I even need to block here? Should block that. Can I get them to stack, like, at all? Let's see. Oh, sorry, chat. Now you can't see a damn thing. Okay, that somewhat worked. Let's take them the rest of the way. that. What is this guy doing? Is he just stuck in, he's locked in an animation, isn't he? Yeah, again. Actually easier than you'd think. So I'm not blocking. They want to see this. I'm going to block, because it's cheaper to block it than it is to break free. The snares everywhere. Man, it sucks. I'm clipping into the environment here. If anyone's wondering why I'm running a damage alt on my back, but it's not for the damage. It's obviously just for Major Berserk. But yeah, the idea of going into something by yourself, just to put your tank through its paces a little bit, you should never need to be able to survive this kind of shit. But if your group does have a very unfortunate wipe, a good example would be the final hard mode in Scrivener's Hall, for example. I've had to scrape the group off the ground a few times in there. It does happen. And if you can be the guy, especially if it's late in the fight, if you can be the tank that saves the day, prevents it from being a wipe, then that's a great feeling. I love that the effect for Major Vuln is pink. I don't know, somehow that amuses me. It's a holdover from Ethereal Archive, isn't it? It's that sort of pink celestial effect. Let me show you what I mean here when I heavy attack. I couldn't really see it there. Anyway, you get the idea. We're done here. Utopian War saying on Oaken Sword, people want to use it, it's fine. I absolutely agree. You do you, it's none of my business. Unless you join a group, it's nobody else's business what you play. But I will always make that recommendation. I'll say that if you're absolutely certain you're never going to want to play any other way, then by all means. But, you know, do be prepared. I've heard this from more than a few people over the years. Because before that, I was fairly chill about Oaken Sol. I would never really recommend against it. I was like, yeah, do whatever, just... You know, you will be capping yourself at a lower amount of damage than everyone else, but if that's what you want to do... And I've absolutely nothing against a one-bar build or a heavy attack build, in theory. But the more people that came to me with this revelation, that this actually downgraded their experience of the game. It's like a set of training wheels that you couldn't take off, almost. I think that's how one person described it. What's a game changer for many newer players who want to do solo content is Reaving Blows. Yeah, I mean, Utopian Warrior hasn't been hanging around the stream much, has he? We've talked about Reaving Blows more than perhaps anything else. Except the Update 47 Week 1 patch notes and the U-turn that came subsequently. But you're absolutely right. Super strong. But welcome on in, everyone. If you just joined, this is Khan. You're watching Ninja Pulls. We're trying to talk about tanking today, and I'm still waiting for the tank questions to come in. Really, what Shadows Assassin here saying, learned to tank in VHOF and VDSR, thrown in the deep end, and had to swim. There we go. I used to, this is a long time ago, but I used to queue for Bloodroot Forge as a pledge. We wouldn't even normally do the hard mode. In fact, the vast majority of groups I would tank that with wouldn't even make it past Galchabar. You know, the Minotaur on the island in the lava. Couldn't do it. But man, it was good. It put me through the ringer in terms of being able to keep myself alive and sustain and not rely on a healer for anything. and hold aggro, stack the small adds, all of that stuff. There was a ton of stuff in Bloodroot Forge at the time to practice. And I was good enough that I wasn't like wasting people's time. But it was difficult and challenging enough that I was definitely learning a lot from doing that. So if you can find a dungeon which is at that right level, but honestly it took me a while, and I was already in a guild, and I was talking to friends who knew how to tank, and they were giving me some tips on how to prep and set it up. And this isn't even optimal, because look at that, I'm way over the resistance cap. Which is fine, but it's not ideal. Better to be at like 32 than 34, probably. But ideally you want to be at 33k. And then the attacks will just slide off you. And Belorda, weird because the German community manager, so this is Kai, also said not yet. So it's a grey area. But just to be clear, I'll repeat what Rich Lambert said when he was in here. This is a few days before Tenfest started, so a couple of months back, not even, like 6 weeks ago, Rich Lambert was in the channel, in chat, and he wasn't saying anything. We didn't know he was here, but this question about crossplay came up, and a couple of people, including myself, were saying, we don't think it really means anything. Other people were saying, yeah, but they said. And then Rich actually typed in chat, let me tell you what I said. And he like quoted himself, and he totally poured cold water on the idea that this is something that we should expect. He basically told us, do not expect crossplay. Here's what I said. There's no way you can misinterpret that. But he is, he's the game director, so he does have a stake in how much the community hypes up things that may or may not be coming. So it could be something that they've already done early feasibility studies, and they found that it can work. Now it's just a question of, can we actually make it work? Maybe they are working hard to do exactly that. So he doesn't want us to get carried away. You know what I mean? Like when an actor has signed on to make the sequel, but they don't have, like, not all the contractual stuff has happened yet. They don't have a start date for the shoot, anything like that. They might just prefer to say nothing, even if they don't have an NDA restricting with with what they can say. So yeah, that's all I'm going to say on the crossplay thing. Rich Lambert himself showed up here. We were very lucky that he clarified the situation. Said basically, guys, do not expect that. Don't. It would be wrong for people to expect this anytime soon. But then again, if you'd asked back in March, if you'd said to Todd Howard, hey, so Oblivion Remastered, yeah? He would have just said, I don't have anything to say about that. I can't, there's nothing I could possibly say on that subject. What do you mean? Knowing they were weeks away from the announcement. And we all knew it was coming. He knew it was coming. So, I don't want to be too tinfoil hat about the whole thing, but there could be an element of that, right? Anyway, let's catch up with chat, because I'm way behind now. Yeah, Altiokus, even a paid character transfer. If it was paid, I'd be a little bit bummed, but yeah, you are right. Absolutely. Common achievements would be awesome. Then about achievements, I think anything that you haven't earned in-game, I would love. So the bankers, the crown store items, the cosmetics, all of that stuff that I've bought on PCEU, I would love to be able to get on PCNA console, even if that's the limited version of cross-talk. That wouldn't even be cross-play, just a bit of cross-talk between the servers. And yeah, if I had to pay one off to transfer it all, fine, I would do it. But if that allowed me to fire up an Xbox character, and I would still have to level them all, I'd still have to do all that shit, fine. But even just the Crown Store stuff, I would play a lot more on the NA server if I had all of that convenience and whatnot. But things like, I don't know, the Sunspire mount, for example, things that you've earned in-game, I would understand if that had to be redone. Utopian, hell, the economy of NA versus EU is already terrible. No idea how that would work out. Yeah, it's not even that. The console ones would be even more crazy. I'm not sure that that's really... If they were going to do it, I think Zos would just decide, well, fuck it. You know? It's like with subclassing. Yeah, there are going to be some bodies left in its wake, but it is a huge thing that overwhelmingly players are going to welcome. So, yeah, if we lose some players, you can't make an omelet without breaking some eggs. I think they might take that approach to the economy, but yeah, I completely agree. It would be outrageous amounts of upheaval. But Lord, I checked the guild browser for training guilds the other day. I guess it would help if they upped the amount of players needed to get a trader. There are so many trading guilds, that's why trader prices are out of control. Yeah, I don't know enough about that, but that's an interesting point. The Schnacks. I think Firewall would not have said anything if the devs did not have an idea for how it might work. I agree. I do agree with that. That does not mean there is a timeline for it, or it will definitely be possible. But if you go back and look at the clip, again, we shouldn't read too much into it, but when Matt Firewall says a couple of things, he's excited. He's talking to these podcast guys, and I don't know, I got the read that Rich... He gets a smile on his face and he leans forward. He sort of does this with his body language, you know, like, oh, up, you know. If I was on camera, you could see what I'm doing, you know, that leaning forward, like putting his arm and hand just in front of Matt Firewall between him and those he is speaking to. He almost does that. Well, before Matt says anything he might regret, let me just say that. It almost has that energy to it. Ixnay on the Osplay Cray, you know. But again, you could say that is because he doesn't want people to get the wrong idea, or they just don't want to announce it prematurely. So I really don't know. But if I had to place a bet, a wager, I'm just going to go off the fact that people speak with a certain degree of confidence about some of the challenges that they know that would entail, and that they're enormous. Obviously, Zos have pretty impressive experience and resources behind them. So I'm not saying it's difficult, therefore these guys won't be able to do it. Of course not. But, yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting question. It'd be very cool if it did happen. I think that's the thing we can all agree on. The Drake's Rush sound, Balorda? Nice. You should do dungeons with me sometime. I'll cure you of that. Sin and Daniel were just like, after subclassing, oh, what set shall I run? So I've got Lucent Echoes, what else do you want? It was like, Drake's Rush? Yeah, but how about Drake's Rush? But what if I Drake's Rush? Are there any other sets that you Drake's Rush? That was basically how the conversation went. Because when the group is organized, all that ult is just so nice. And a lot of the more complicated / difficult fights actually can be made a lot easier if you burst super hard. And then the damage will lull for a little bit, and then you burst again. And if you time that to coincide with certain phases of the fight, you can really make things easier for yourself, right? And that is, again, we're back to group coordination. It's like the most unsung hero and joy of playing this game. And yeah, it just makes me a little bit sadder that there aren't better tools in game for players to get that. And we have the group finder, which is better than it used to be, but still, I think if the game were released now, there'd be a case to be made for much more robust and user-friendly tools for creating and maintaining groups, organizing groups, getting into guilds, making friends, getting on voice together without having a third-party app, things like that. I don't know if it would fix everything, of course it wouldn't, but I don't know, I have a suspicion that it would help a lot. Some of these psychological barriers that get between us and more organized group play, it's definitely a thing. Sweet Baby Rares, true tank test, Falgrav and hard mode, and having maintained the 3-stack stagger on the bottom floor. Unfortunately, you need a group that can get you there first, but yeah, I agree. Although, again, you rewind a year or two, and that was a real tank test. It has become... It is about half as difficult as it used to be, and I shit you not. I don't think that's an exaggeration. It's still not that easy. But the level of difficulty of these tough fights, Tideborn Teleria also, and that was for a while one of the hardest things. If you were main tank in there, it was considered one of the most difficult things. Like, if you can do that really well. But again, you need a really decent group before you can even try. And I think even that has become considerably easier. And let's not forget, the more damage your group has, the easier it becomes to tank, often. They will skip things. You don't need to sustain, you don't need to worry about the same stuff. Because you might only see that horrible mechanic once instead of 3 times if the group has decent damage. Yeah. Interesting. But Lord, the thing is, you can play 1 bar without the ring and do more damage. Yeah, I mean, we're not even going to get into that. Utopia, it's a shame they dominate the main areas, so smaller guilds have to stick to older, less favorable areas. I know what you mean, yeah. I have a guild that's had a trader for pretty much every week for years. We just can't sell enough to make it sustainable. We rely heavily on personal input. Yeah, rough, isn't it? Self-heal or damage shield? Alright, here we go. Tank question. You can use either, Altiochus. Damage shield tends to be better for healing others, because then before big hits come in, you can place a shield. But if it's just for yourself, high resistances and a heal, I would probably say. But just have... It's really nice to have a hot, you know, a soft heal over time, and then a burst heal as well, and that way you can just laugh in the face of almost anything, all but the highest incoming damage. But yeah, if the damage shield is affecting others as well, like Ulfsild's, then yeah, it becomes a lot more valuable as well. And obviously Ulfsild's does other things at the same time. Utopian Warrior. Tank question. What main tank and off-tank combination of subclassing do you prefer to have on your roster, and why so? That is a good question. I mean, I'm only raid leading 2 groups at the moment, and they're both different, so I need a tiebreaker. But I'll tell you what we've got in the Don group at the moment. Although that's a little bit weird. Now I'll give you one of the other ones. Because Don is Vass. We're doing Vass in that group. So... the other one's Cloud Rest. That's also a little bit dumb. Just because, you know, if the group can't do a portal skip, 2 of the tanks kind of want to be running very similar setups. But yeah, well, let's just go through it logically, actually, rather than giving you specific examples. So, I'll catch up with chat first, actually, and then we'll come back to that. So, combo of tank and off-tank. But Lord, one of my first dungeons was Vet Fang Lair. We're still using crafted sets as a tank. Kai said after update 46 release in a paid promotion stream. Yeah, okay. Double Archival Fortune Drop event is when? Samurai. That would be a good one. I would play the shit out of that. You're absolutely right. But Lord, checked on EU, there were some guilds with 50 to 100 members which had trader spots. That's wild. Yeah, I don't really know, like, why is that? Is it a vanity project to have a trader? Because even before the massive inflation of prices, we tried it here, and it just isn't worth it. It's such a crazy amount of gold per week. And you can so easily be outbid at any moment. It's just annoying. Just have like the big trading guilds doing their thing. I'm in 2 of them, and provided I don't price it wrongly, or we have one of those weird lulls where everyone stops buying stuff, that's absolutely fine. Schnacks. They made the jewelry crafting changes without any precautions for the economy. That's true. Don't think they would worry. They introduced crossplay. Yeah, that's sort of where I'm at. Change the resources you get from nodes without precautions too. I'll be buying a lot of jewelry and alchemy surveys if they aren't too expensive after Monday. Here we go, and this is in response to Altiokis. For example, bar save. Use the Arcanist Impervious Rune Ward. You can keep yourself alive quite easily if you time the cast there. Shield works well, as you can go for a 30k shield before damage, especially paired with a strong self-heal. Keep yourself alive easily, especially if the healers are too far to reach you. Yeah. So are there really big hits? What kind of damage shield are we talking? But yeah, that is a whole case by case response that we're then getting into. But everything Utopian said is correct. That Arcanist, 1 second shield is ridiculously good because there is an element of skill and timing involved. It's not actually difficult, but because it only lasts a second, the devs are okay with it being as strong as it is. And I guess I'm fine with that as well. If it introduces a little bit of mastery, a little bit of timing, and you can mess it up and pay for it as well. Oh, I went too early. The shield did almost nothing. Or you go too late and just eat the damage. I like that. But yeah, so am I on a character with subclassing? That's the key question. I think I am. Let's have a look. So the number one thing the group wants to start with, I would say, and this is for everyone, I think Utopian already knows the answer. I'm sure he does. Or knows what I'm going to say. Let me put it that way. So you want to start with Winter's Embrace, right? Ice Fortress, specifically the expansive Frost Cloak for the group. It's also got some nice tools depending on where you are. Frozen Gate, very good. Polar Wind is just amazing. Gives you that burst heal. The passives are nice for tanking. So that is kind of a no-brainer. You need this for the group, and it makes sense to put it on a tank because of the way the rest of it works. Next up, you don't need to... sorry, not Draconic, Earthen Heart. You don't need this. It'd be easier if I actually just... Do I have a skill respec? Yeah, I do. I'm not actually going to respec. We're just going to look at stuff. Stone Giant is a good one. That can be main tank. Could be off tank as well. It's generally going to be the main tank, isn't it? Yushodo. Hello, mate. Hello. How's it going? Welcome on in. Happy Saturday, everyone. If you just joined us, this is still Khan coming at you solo from Ninja Paul's Broadcasting Towers. Maya will be with us a little bit later. Right now, we are talking about tanking, and specifically the question of what skill lines to choose. Most of the... I think all of the groups that I've done in Update 46, and bear in mind for the second half of Update 46, we've all been on holiday from prog groups, so it's still relatively new in terms of the different iterations that prog groups in Ninja Pools have gone through, but from what I've seen pretty much everywhere, Winter's Embrace, Earthen Heart. Earthen Heart usually goes on the main tank for this reason. You also get Molten Weapons. Very useful. You might not need it. If you don't need it, you can ditch it. This is very nice. Nice to have. Don't really use the other two. But yeah, Eternal Mountain. I mean, it makes Igneous last longer. Battle Roar. It's certainly not unwelcome on a tank. Mountain's Blessing. Very important. Minor Brutality. And ult. And then... yeah, that's the whole thing with restoring stamina using Igneous. So, not exactly tanky, but support. There's a lot of support going on there. If you are more nervous, you can go with this, just for the passives, really. It's so good. Increase the amount of damage you can block, healing received, increase your health recovery, that's not that big a deal, and it gives you some free armor as well. So Draconic Power, if you don't know what else to do, why the fuck not? It's also got some nice tools that you might use, but the passives are just amazing for tanks. And then generally, you will do... After that, yeah, then what else have we got? We got Soldier of Apocrypha. We should talk about that one. Because, again, just amazing tools for tanking in there. Increase your armor, again, for free. Wellspring of the Abyss, just increases your recovery. If you are using the skills, which of course you would be. You'd have Rune Spite on the front bar. Impervious Rune Ward, bonk. I mean, ignore the tooltips, because I'm on a DPS right now, so the tooltips would be a little bit low. You've got the Taunt, you've got the Pool, you've got this for the group. Fate Woven Armor, maybe. Gibbering can be handy if you want to have a defensive option, because you can just slot it on your front bar, and I think it gives more resources than... Grants more resources than Barrier, right? Hey, I still need to level this morph. I didn't know that. I thought I had everything done. Siphoning, nice to sustain and alt gain. Hey, Eggbirds, how's it going? I was coming to that, Belorda. We're just sticking with the tank stuff for now. So, for the really tanky stuff, Winter's Embrace, Soldier of Apocrypha, Draconic Power, you're kind of sorted. But yeah, some really, really handy passives and tools that you may or may not need. Then we've got the ult situation and sustain. Again, mostly about the passives. You probably won't be using any of it except for siphoning attacks. I guess you could take the other morph, but I generally end up using this one if I use it at all. But yeah, more ult. And then we're into things like Draconic, Earthen Heart for the unique debuff from Stone Giant. With Daedric Summoning. You've got some tools you can use in there, such as Bound Armor. But really, this is what we want. A lot of Concussed. Major Berserk for the group. And if you're on Atro duty, then Siphoning might well be your third. You know, so you can get your Atro back really, really fast with quick ult gen. Stuff like that. And I'm sure I'm forgetting something, but the last one that really jumps out at me is Gravelord. For the same reason as Daedric Summoning. Just for the ult. None of these are that useful. But obviously that, in an organized group, absolutely amazing. And again, you could pair it up with Siphoning so you can get it back really fast. So I think that's more than 6 we've just covered in terms of tanking tools. The only thing I didn't really mention, which perhaps I should, is Bone Tyrant. But it depends what you're tanking. The Scythe can be incredible. The Disdain Harm can be amazing. 15% reduced damage from dots. So again, tanking utilities, there are like 3 or 4 of those. There's Siphoning for ult gen, and then there are a couple of purely like group power debuff ults, buff and debuff ults. So I think that's 6 exactly, isn't it? So if you can cover the ground, and of course you can duplicate, like Siphoning. There's no reason that needs to be on one tank alone. Lenidas96. Hi, I'm new to ESO. A lot of experience in MMOs in general. Nice. So which class would you recommend for a beginner? Solo and story for now, before getting into group content later on. You can't go wrong with an Arcanist, but you can't really go wrong with anything at the moment. I would honestly recommend picking something whose theme appeals to you and that you like the animations of. We did a video a while back on the UX, the user experience of playing each class. It's obviously out of date now that subclassing is here. You're not bound to a specific class anymore. Man, I'm gonna have to go way back into time to find this thing. But yeah, it just doesn't matter all that much. Here we go, I've got it. I'm gonna copy the link.
Too much to do in too little time.
Here you go, Lenidas. That is a YouTube video I did ages ago. It's all about the theme and power fantasy for each class, but really it's about the sound design, the animation, how it feels to play. you know, Warden, for example, like this is a great example, actually. This ability is totally unique in the way that it looks and feels to use. Pun intended, it is cool as fuck. It's a lot of people's, like, low-key, it's one of their favorite abilities in the game because of the crunch. Let me just crank my sound all the way up here. It's things like that that I think once you've been playing the game a while, you realize that these are the things that are really, it's the animations, the vis effects, and the stuff like that. That's the juice. And we'll take it wherever we can get it, because if you are getting into the late game, chances are you won't you don't need to be a meta slave in this game. The devs tend to do a reasonable job of avoiding a situation where everyone has to play the same thing. Although recently there's been a little bit more of that, but they're trying to move back away from it, broaden things out a bit. Appreciate it, thank you. Yeah, you're welcome. But yeah, I would definitely check that out and have a think about that. So Nightblade is my favorite because of the way it works, the way the passives and the abilities work together, but also because of the sound, the animations, and the vis effects. It's the sort of deep red darkness theme. I just love it, and it's the most violent sounding class. The sound design is incredible. It's really, really good. But in terms of utility, you can pretty much do what you like. But in the early game, an Arcanist has this one particular tool, which is a crazy... In fact, do I have it on here? I can show you right now. Everywhere you ask this question, you will get the Arcanist will be mentioned. This ability here, the beam. There's nothing else like it in the game. If you build up Crux before you cast it, the channel... I'm doing nothing. I'm pressing one button, and now my hands are off my keyboard. And my mouse. I'm not doing anything. So it's real AFK gaming, but the fun comes from repositioning yourself and lining up so you can hit multiple targets and stuff while it is going. So you get massive amounts of cleave damage, really nice burst. It's quite cheap, and if you get the other morph than I just did, you can give yourself a free shield while you're casting it, and it's hard to overstate the value of all those things at once. You can also combine it with... This is a bit too much to take in at once, maybe, but you combine it with a CP, a blue CP up here, once you get to champion point stage, which heals you whenever you deal direct damage. You don't have to worry about that later. You can come back and ask me to remind you. But that CP, so it means that this ticks 3 times a second. It's shielding you. It's hitting everything in front of you for mad amounts of damage. And every time it ticks, it heals you a little bit as well, whilst shielding you from damage. So yeah, it's completely bananas. But if... You know, the Arcanist is quite unique. It draws on less on fantasy and more on science fiction for the sound of its... Like, for its... soundscape is the phrase I'm looking for. Like, listen to this one. That sounds like something from Event Horizon. Not from Elder Scrolls. There are a lot of like crunchy sounds that have been reversed. A lot of things that sound like warp engines powering up. Or like the BFG from Doom, which I love. And the amazing thing to me is that this works. Like, it shouldn't work at all. On paper. You had all this sci-fi color and like the Borg green and all of the like spaceship and like trans-dimensional sound effects. I don't know why it works in ESO. I feel like it shouldn't, but it's been done so well that it just works seamlessly. But if you don't like all of that shit, then maybe stay away from the Arcanist and find one of the others. Templar's got a very, very cool... Dragon Knight. They all have really, really nice things to recommend them. And if you like that base class, then you cannot subclass away from it. Like, a Sorcerer will always have to have one Sorcerer skill line. A Nightblade will always have to have one Nightblade skill line. So as long as that is true, and you are happy with the class that you picked as a base, you can do pretty much whatever you want, but you will always have something tying you to that theme and that user experience that you enjoy. I hope that makes sense. A little bit long-winded, but basically, if you'd asked a couple of months ago, the question would have been a lot more complicated. We would have said, right now, this class is meta, and yada, yada, yada. But at the moment, it doesn't matter. We've got subclassing, so you can you can switch things up however you like. And if the build isn't working, you do not need to make a new character. Just change it up. Restoring light for tanks as well. That's a fair point. Utopian Warrior is saying ahead of me what I just said. Arc is very strong and will carry into late game as well. Definitely true. Ages ago, 1 year. Schnax, as a DD, it makes a lot of sense to start with Templar, because you can get away with only subclassing one skill line, which you might want because of skill point costs. That is another very, very good take. Thank you, Schnax. Egbert's I don't know why I love jabs so much, but I really don't click with the bean. The bean? Alright, to the ear of someone who lives in the UK, your failure to click with the bean is very, very amusing. Eggbirds, and I feel bad for all of your sexual partners. Sorry. Oh, we went there already. Less than 2 hours into the stream. Hey, Aaron. Whiskey Jack, press beam. Make tea, press beam. Do the laundry, press beam. Grocery shopping, easy rotation. Easy clap. Moose, hello there. How's it going? Happy Swedish Saturday. How you doing, my friend? But Lord, I love jabs before they changed the animation. Now I hate them. I don't hate them, but I liked them better before. And it still bugs me that the new animation utilizes a is it the Night Hollow clan? You know, that vampire clan. It's literally a vampiric spear that the Templar is using. Like, what could be less Templar? It's thematically utterly inappropriate. Very strange. Night Hollow, yeah. Leonidas, so no recommended class really for leveling process, rather go for endgame. They aren't separated, actually, in the way that you might expect. It's quite a weird MMO. It doesn't really reward grinding. They love, the devs love saying, hey, play however you want. And of course, as you approach like more organized group content, endgame as you put it, yeah, that becomes less and less true. You can't play how you want because everyone wants to perform at a certain level. And if you're that one player who's bringing a fun themed build, which is like perfectly fine in most of the game, but which is incredibly weak compared to what everyone else around you is doing, that's not okay. That's rude. So necessarily, it's not elitism, it's just organic. The more optimized endgamey type stuff, of course, it becomes a little bit more narrowed. But yeah, they actually do a pretty decent job of letting you do whatever you want. Like, whatever race you choose, whatever class you choose, especially now that subclassing has arrived. But even before it, to a degree, you could do whatever you want. You could do healer, you could do tank, you could do full DPS, you could do PvP, you can make it work. It's, some would say that makes it a much less effective RPG, because you're not making meaningful choices. You're not, when you open one door, you're not closing the others. All the other doors are still open, and you can go back in and out of all of them whenever you want. That's how ESO works. It's a little bit weird, but it suits me just fine. And it means that you don't have to worry about staying on top of the meta or being able to do what your group wants or just try something new, something fresh. Utopian Warrior, I also like Templar. I remember that you do, because Jabs teaches you that getting in there can be good. That's also a very good point. Dragon Knight for the same reason. For years, I've seen comments popping up about, oh, give Dragon Knight a ranged spammable, and I'm like, no, please don't do that. That does bring me to an interesting question, though. Do we think, like one of the first reactions that a load of people had, look at the YouTube comments on our first subclassing video. But, you know, when it was just announced, before PTS even arrived, and you'll see one comment dominating more than anything else. They've just erased class identity. They're killing the game. You know, first they hybridized, they did this, that. Now every single character is the same. Does anyone still think that? To be clear, I don't. I think it's an interesting and valid line of argument. Like, there's definitely a conversation to be had there. But what do you guys think? Do those people have it right? Yeah, subclassing killed the variety. Like, everyone's the same now. Or do we get more freedom without utterly murdering class identity or character diversity? But Lord is saying, just pick what you like, because when you reach level 50, you can mix classes. Exactly, yeah. Great advice, that's all we really needed to say, but because I enjoy yapping my gums, I guess I said a whole lot extra. But the good news is, Lenidas, if you stick at it, if you want to come back, you're welcome to hop into our Discord anytime. Let me just put it in chat right there. We are not an end game guild. We have some very late game type groups that are just doing trifectas and things like that, you know, when they've got to that point. And you're welcome to join in all of that stuff if you're on PCEU or PCNA. But even if you're not on any of those servers, or even if you never intend to join us in group content, the Discord's not a bad place to go just for tips and tricks. Hyperioxys also has a very nice Discord. Wildheart does lean a little bit more endgamey, so if you ask a basic question, you're potentially in danger of getting a very advanced answer, but I guess I just did exactly the same thing here. So that could be no bad thing. But yeah, Skinny Cheeks is another place you can go. He's a lovely guy, has a great Discord, great community. So welcome on in, I guess is what I'm saying. And hope you enjoy, and once you feel like you do have questions, because the game likes to get out of your way and just let you figure it out, if you've got questions that the community can help you with, do not hold back. It's like the worst thing a player can do is to let the game confuse them and have no idea how many thousands upon thousands of eager nerds there are lurking just a whisper away who could give them all kinds of amazing tips and make their day and their game experience 100 times better. I think it's actually another problem.
Make it so.
Make it so. CS Crom. Morning, morning, morning. Hello there. Welcome on in. Conjured Samurai. I'm still pissed that Brennans don't absorb Magicka, so don't talk to me. That could be a little bit OP. Just off the top of my head. But yeah, what you need to do, Samurai, is write a treatment so that Zos can like review this idea, this concept, and come up with a way to make it work. You never know. Heathen, as a brand new player, subclassing has made it look, at least to me, that things can be pretty similar. My favorite part of MMO RPGs has always been class identity. Do not think I'll be able to look past it. Yeah, thanks for the response. I'm curious, like, what other people think about this. I'm aware. So I'm that weird guy. I'm going to both sides it a little bit here, Heathen. On the one hand, I am acutely aware that the class identity matters a lot to some people, and we shouldn't write it off just because it isn't a component that feels particularly important to us. To me personally, I like it. I'd prefer if it was a thing, but I will abandon it eagerly. I'll drop it like it's hot if it means I can get more power, because that's ultimately where more of my fun comes from. I love being able to nuke things, and ideally drawing on a little bit of skill to help me get there, you know? Or a little bit of coordination. I like doing that. I don't need the game to be super duper difficult, but if it rewards you for good timing, preparation, and coordination, then I'm so much more game. I don't like long, grindy fights as much. I find it very easy to get bored there. It's one of the reasons I struggle to get into Dark Souls. But the arenas, like the old arenas, have really come to life for me again. One of my least favorite parts of content in the game. I've done them all. I've got all the achievements, got everything collected, but I would never really choose to go there just for fun. But now that we've been streaming, or I've been streaming a lot more during Update 46, post subclassing, I've been in both those solo arenas, my god, so many times, because being able to just cruise through it and absolutely crush everything that much quicker, that much more easily than we could do it before. Sure, it was possible before subclassing, but it's so accessible now. The easy nuke mode. That's actually, it's given it a new lease of life for me. It's been really fun. So, I take your point, Heathen. The class identity matters a lot to a lot of players. And it's a shame that psychological component of enjoying the game has kind of been diluted at the very least, right? Oh, Heathen, I do think I'll be able to look past it. Sorry. Make it Oblivion Online. Thank you. Gungeon Samurai. Utopian. Okay. Class identity. Great. Love pure class. Similarly, being able to play a Templar / DK is also great. If that's what your roleplay wants, and sure, endgame nukes, as you mentioned, are fun, I think subclassing just was a great move from Zos. So yeah, you're saying it's not without its drawbacks, but overall, overwhelmingly, it is an improvement. Like, you will gladly sacrifice, you know, pure classes to the extent that they have been. Wow, look at that. That's, Unhallowed Grave body markings, isn't it? That looks really good on a Dunmer. Whiskey Jack. Either have class identity and remove subclassing, or completely get rid of classes. This is sort of the argument that people were like, what's even the point of having classes anymore? I don't know. I'm interested in the idea that they would find another thing, because the pillars that... So this is a necromancer, right? And what does that mean? The only pillars that class identity rests on are... 1. I can only use necromancer sets from Infinite Archive. I can't use any of the other sets. None of my non-necromancers can use the necro sets. Which is great, because... Great for the necro, because those are the only decent sets at the moment. Pretty much. Not quite, but... and what else? I can only... Class Mastery is bound to the necromancer. Those are the two things. Oh yeah, and the fact that I can only... I must always keep a necro skill line. I cannot have more than one of any other skill line. Those are the 3 things that make this necro a necro. They're pretty thin. They're pretty wafer thin, as the French would say. Or wouldn't. And I'd love for them to find a way to add something else to that mix, you know? Something that makes a Nightblade a Nightblade. Whether that is a 5th passive that increases the effective... I don't know. It gives you 2% more this, and that. If, you know, for every skill line that you have of your original class. I don't know. That's the thing that people keep talking about. I haven't given it enough thought to be able to say, here's how they should do that. But I do agree with part of what Whiskey Jack is saying, that it does feel a bit like, well, what's the point? Like, anything can be almost anything. Gungeon Samurai, honestly, if they introduce Arcanists after subclassing, the identity people wouldn't be complaining. I'm not so sure. A lot of... Honestly, more than any other complaint, I've seen Dragon Knight mentioned. People love their Dragon Knights. I don't want to subclass my Dragon Knight. I love the DK. Maybe the reason for that is that they want to use Talons. And Talons is one of the abilities, the really, really good, fun, popular abilities that's been left out in the cold by subclassing. They will fix it, but in the meantime, I understand that gripe. But again, this is anecdotal. I'm just going off trends that I've seen in our YouTube comments. It's nothing that has really come up on Twitch. But I must have seen, man, dozens of comments saying, well, there goes my character, and it's so often a DK that they mention. I don't think I've ever heard anyone say anything about Arcanist. Because if people are playing Arcanist, they're generally happy to chase the meta. Probably. You know? Maybe that's the reason. Whereas if people are happy to play Dragon Knight, even though it has been meta quite a lot in the last couple of years, historically, it was always one of the most unloved, underperforming classes. So the people who played it because they loved it. You know? Just gonna have a sip of my smoothie here.
Feels like I've been at this forever.
Crom, it's that way in PvP. The faster you can take someone down, better off you are. Skill is one thing, but power is it. Yeah. Although a lot of the builds that I really do like, a lot of the players that I admire, are the ones that can keep you busy for quite a long time, and then you suddenly realize, shit, I'm getting beaten up here. All of my resources are half empty, and I'm suddenly, at some point, the fight turned in their favor, and I'm not even sure when it happened. But you don't get that so often. Those tend to be veteran PvPers who really know what they're doing. And are using dots which creep up on you. There are some really nasty high pressure dot builds out there. Those are a little bit different because you notice after 2 seconds what's going on and you try to flee, break line of sight, get the hell away from them.
It is good.
At least if you've got a build like mine, which doesn't have an oh shit recovery button. Then yeah, I like subclassing, but they really need to fix it so that the ones who don't subclass don't fall back too much. Well, Zoss might argue they don't need to fix that, but I would agree. I certainly don't think it would cause any problems if they were to do that. I just don't know how. I would imagine they're considering ways to do that. Just trying to figure out the best way. After all, the main bit of feedback we keep giving them is, guys, would you slow down with the changes? Like, yeah, we get it. You want to create a buzz around your game and around the new updates, but could you just go slow and make sure you finished before you put anything on PTS, let alone the live server? And I think they've heard that loud and clear. They must have done. They'd have to have their heads in the sand not to have heard that at this point, you know? CS Chrome, I still run pure class, just have not gotten into it yet. Fair enough. In PvP, you can really feel that difference, though, that you're, like, at a severe disadvantage. You just don't have all, you know, the toolkit, the access to all the power, and it feels like free power that everyone else who's subclassing is taking advantage of. And I think PvE, that is even more... The gap is even wider, but the difference isn't as obvious because you don't run around in PvE in an outdated build and get clapped. What you do is get outperformed by other players, and people who aren't really aware of their own underperformance, well, they're not aware of it. So how do we fix that? They just don't know. They don't realize what they're missing out on unless they try it, and then they're like, holy crap, I should have done this years ago. And it's one of the more difficult things that I try to do is like encourage people, hey, try something that's more powerful than what you're doing. You're not a sellout, you're not a min-maxer, you're not an elitist. There's nothing wrong with updating your setup and playing a bit more aggressively. You will absolutely cruise through the content which was slow and tricky before. It's just become 10 times faster, 10 times easier. And usually that does make it more fun also. Strangely. But yeah, it's difficult. You don't want to tell people how to play. It's not a good look, and it's not good advice. heathen as I'm new, I didn't know about the AI sets being class-based. IA sets, yeah. AI? I was like, hang on, what? Yeah, so if you get the... I think I might even have some on this character. No, on the previous character. Whoops. But yeah, like Corpse Burster, you can't use it on a Nightblade. Some people are saying you should be able to. Other people, we've had this on this channel actually, saying that what they should do is make Necro sets. They should make one set for each skill line. That's currently what they're doing, and you can use the set if you have the skill line. So a sorcerer with dark magic, Gravelord, and animal companions might be able to use Eerie's Cry and Corpse Burster, you know, and whatever set goes with dark magic. I think that is an intriguing idea. Very intriguing. But again, then it gets rid of one more of the pillars about class identity, which is sort of the opposite of what some people are asking for. So I don't know. I don't envy the devs, you know, this labyrinth that they've walked themselves into, and now they have to find the best way out. There is a way out. There are multiple ways out, and I'm sure they will find a perfectly good one. It's just a question of how long it takes. And how impatient we players get in the meantime. We could be a tricky bunch to please, am I right? And Vichy. I don't mind about subclass identity. Don't mind much. I just think ZOS did a very poor job of releasing subclassing. Yeah, on the one hand, like the technical side of it, it all worked. It was, you know, it arrived smoothly, no hiccups. But I know what's coming. If subclassing came out in 2026-27, it may have been better, with more prep work, more time to think about it, test it, iterate upon it. Sorry, I'm adding all of my own words into Vichy's lovely, lovely eloquent post here. If it had come out in 26-27, it may have been better. All of the changes / problems mentioned by the community in Update 46 weeks, PTS weeks, is being addressed in Update 47. It's so stupid to me. Yep. I know exactly where you're coming from. We've said something very similar. See, it's Crom, if I was to subclass, really want to make a Templar Necro. Because of the disjunct between the two, or what? Eggbirds. Maybe it's just me, but in my experience, it looks like people who only play one class and refuse to play anything else are usually Sorks. That's definitely a thing. Sork players are a special breed, and I've never really understood why that is. But if... And this is going to be mean. I love Sork, and I have nothing against people who play it or people who love it. I really like playing Sork Tank, Mag Sork, Stam Sork. They're very entertaining. Right? I love it. But there is something, if you were to go through the forums and objectively pick out the most crybaby, the most entitled, the most ridiculous, the most disconnected from reality class-related demands and complaints, Sorcerer would win by a million miles. I have no idea why that is. What it is about that class that appeals to that kind of person who is selective in the information that they want to have. And yeah, and doesn't care what the experience is for any other class. It's all about the Sork. And I'm simplifying, I'm exaggerating, but there is a rich history of this. And I'm sorry if anyone's thinking, whoa, take it easy, Khan, I'm a Sork player. I'm not talking about anyone individually. I'm saying there is a definite pattern over the 6 years I've been playing this game.
Hello there.
Well, the 6 years I've been paying attention to the forums in any kind of way. It's definitely there. And I'd love to know. I'm sure that would be fascinating, whatever the answer is. Why Sorks either have this reputation, or why they appear to be, you know, attracting this sort of attitude. Sorry, Stam Sork is nasty. Moose, if someone tells me they main Sork DD, I assume they are new, or never bother to look into how anything in the game works at all. There we go. Now that is you exercising a bit of prejudice obviously, but the prejudice is based on something. You want to be careful with that, but yeah, I get it. But yeah, we're being a little bit cheeky. Some spicy takes here. But no salt intended towards the devs who made the class, the way that it's balanced, or the people who play it. None at all. But it is a funny thing. But what I've mostly seen heavy attack Sorks who don't subclass, and a lot of Nightblade enjoyers. Fair enough, could be a factor. Nightblades increase crit percent damage, duration of invisibility, lifesteal based on a number of Nightblade skill lines in use. Yeah, I see. Scribing paired with subclassing made the game feel fresh. That's a plus for me. Can't argue with that, nor would I want to. Whiskey Jack Dragon Knights increase flame and poison damage, reduce damage taken, grant ultimate based on number of DK skill lines. Yeah, I see what you're doing, Whiskey Jack. These are interesting. Good examples. They could, even if they were to come out with things that are completely different to what you're saying, what you're demonstrating is there is potentially a way to do this. Egbert's played a battleground for the first time since subclassing. Definitely felt at a disadvantage on my Stamplar, but it was super fun to interrupt all the beaming with toppling charge. Oh, I bet it was. The skill in dungeons is such a mess now because people don't read patch notes. Rightful order, yeah, fair. And Crom, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome on in, everybody. If you just joined, this is Khan. You are, of course, watching Ninja Pulls on a Saturday morning, at least still morning for me. It's just coming up to 11:15 Saturday here in sunny Somerset. For many of you, I'm guessing it is 12:15 midday. Happy weekend. Hope it's a good one so far. Just the right amount of sunlight, sunshine rather, I should say, and nice temperature, but with a cool breeze to keep you sane. Nothing too sweaty and horrible like a lot of us have had recently. Yeah, don't want that. Moose, I just want to be able to use the IA Nightblade head style, yeah. You're not the only one. Templar Necro Arcanist with vampirism. Yeah. But Lord, I hope I did a random normal on NA the other day. 1DD used it. Sork. Nusrat name, if I'm saying that correctly, welcome on in. So true. Heathen, this is so funny because Sork is what I've been liking most. Yeah, so Heathen, don't feel targeted, please. I'm so sorry. I tried to say it twice, but it's very difficult to put these kind of caveats in a way that they actually land. I'm definitely not talking about the people who like Sorks, and there are numpties everywhere. Absolutely. Nightblade, which is my main, definitely is one of the offenders as well. Arcanist definitely is because it's been so popular. But there is something about the Sork community, the Sork enjoyers, that over time, I don't know what it is. But it's mostly just a fun joke and a bit of an eye roll. Like if you go and read the forums, it's the forum warriors, I think, are overrepresented among Sork players. And I'll say it again. Divines bless Kevin Gaboli and his team for trawling through all of the stuff that is on the forums, because, yeah, Bernard, hi there. Welcome on in. Or Bernard. American or English pronunciation, sorry. Should clarify. Cover my bases. Well, hello either way. Welcome on in. I've completely forgot what I was saying. Something about Sorks. Oh yeah, the amount of stuff on the forums. There's great feedback on the forums, but they gotta wade through a lot of bargain bin bullshit to find the really good gems in there. The really helpful, actionable feedback. I think there is a lot of guff. Inevitably so, right? Yeah, when Sorks get buffed, they will cry, Velorde. This is what I'm talking about, yeah. And even when Sork is like absolutely dominating in Cyrodiil and it's irritating the crap out of everyone who doesn't play Sork, you will still find Sork players complaining that Sork desperately needs to be buffed in PvP. And Zos they've been ignoring Sorcerer for years. And it's like, what are you even smoking? What game are you playing? Most, if someone tells me they main Sork DD, I assume, yeah, we already read that one. And Nusrat name, I deleted my other characters to focus on the Sorcerer. Yeah, we've opened a can of worms here. How many people have I offended, I wonder? Hopefully no one. Not all Sorks are dicks, but all dicks are Sork mains. But, whoa, speaking of spicy takes. Hashtag not all Sorks. Am I right? Most German Twitch streamers will tell beginners to pick Sork or Pla. Maybe that's it. Maybe it's a community created thing. Yeah, makes sense. Why Germans? I think Belord is just saying, yeah, they're very familiar with the German community and they feel confident enough to say that. Need anti-Sork shield in PvP. Just what I witnessed in the past years. Yeah, Eggbirds, because they are super into the lightning. I don't know, really. Why did I do the Arcasis accent? Incineration testing. You must never shake this. Oops. I love that guy. I fucking love that voiceover. But it is a little bit on the nose in terms of like mad German scientist. I'm now very offended, Sorkmain. Ah, Zdenya, no. I'll buy you a bouquet of Daedric flowers. How about that? I'll send them to you. I'll send you some cheese in the mail. You can feed it to your scamp, so he doesn't like pull all the ads and break my stack. Shanax, players who come from single-player Elder Scrolls games pick Nightblade. Players who come from other MMOs pick Sork. I was thinking that as well, because like the mage archetype does have a tendency to be overpowered in everything. Path of Exile, Guild Wars 2, WoW. I'm no expert on these things, but that's like a, you know, it's a stereotype, isn't it? 5:14 AM now, Heathen. Well, thank you for sticking with it. We are delighted to have you here. When's that sun coming up? Is it up yet? Sneaking Bone Nightblade in Dungeon. You know, they played Skyrim. Yeah. Heathen, no biggie. I'm kind of just tinkering and doing dumb stuff. Currently playing a 200 mag Sork, using mostly lightning skills. Granted, I'm like level 17, so it doesn't really matter yet. Anyway, yeah. It was a Master Arcasis I was thinking of, yeah. I thought it might have been. Experts. Well, apologies for the mad Arcasis impression. I'll try to stick to impressions I can actually do, i.e. myself. Who am I kidding? Everyone knows that's not true. I'll do impressions right and left, regardless of whether they're absolute crap or not. But anyway, we're almost done. I thought I'd just finish off my writs, since I'm very nearly there. And then we can get into some other stuff. Alright. Incineration beetles! Yeah, that's true. I find that one a bit more grating than Arcasis, though. Like, it is very funny and very memorable. There are a lot of funny lines in Blessed Crucible, actually. Even just the NPC who gives you the quest. Over here! Like, we used to love that one. When you enter the arena. Not the frozen arena, but like the, you know, the one with all the werewolves where they jump down one at a time. Man, I haven't done Blessed Crucible in ages. I need to get those lore runs going again, Eggbirds. Got a lot of new DLC dungeons we need to do. Dun dun dun. But yeah, so, among all the nonsense we are prattling about today, Update 47 is on its way. happy to clarify if anyone is like unsure. Do I need to change my build? How do I need to change it? What's going on? Anything like that, please, please, please ask away. This is the best and quickest and most efficient forum to discuss that kind of stuff, actually. The only thing better is being on voice with all of you. But then that'd be a lot of voices. Man, I'd love it. We're also talking about games that made you want to be good at them. So ESO is one for me, although that was a slow burn. Let's give you some examples. And Leander, DK, welcome on in. Thank you so much for the follow. Dragon, what did I miss in the first part of the stream? We talked a little bit about tanking. How to spec a tank, although mostly I just ported around veteran trials and like pulled the first trash back and saw if I could tank them indefinitely. Spoiler alert, I think everything except Cloud Rest was surprisingly easy. VCR was basically not a chance because of the Creeper. The Creeper would just put that debuff on. You have to keep dodge rolling. But if you had a super cheap dodge roll, like a load of well-fitted pieces, maybe even that would be a breeze. I don't know. But yeah, ways to encouraging people just to take a tank into somewhere solo. Not because it perfectly mirrors and replicates the experience they will have in dungeons and trials, but at least it will prepare you to have some real self-sustain, survivability. Once those things are out of the way, you can focus on debuff uptimes whilst staying alive and heavy attacking. The one rule that I think TC Lee used to say this a lot. This is actually great advice for tanking. Not gonna lie. This is good. Always heavy after a heavy. It's not literally always, but often. If a boss has just heavy attacked you, they will then chill and give you a little moment to heal yourself and do whatnot before they do anything else to you. You know, Tideborn Teleria is a pretty good example. Take every opportunity to heavy attack. It'll get to a point where maybe you just don't need to heavy attack anymore, but in the early game and in difficult fights, especially if you're tanking multiple things, they've got 2 or 3 targets, big targets, on you at once, and you have to block quite a bit, you might need to heavy attack to keep your stamina up. And spotting the moments for when you can do it safely is huge. I think it was TC Lee. Always heavy after a heavy. So I'll gladly poach that one and repeat it here. Not bad advice at all. Schnacks, he also sits in that DJ booth at the end. I never thought of it that way. That's so true. It's totally a nightclub. It's totally one of those nightclubs that you see in movies, but which are very few and far between IRL. And in all those cages with the blood knights inside and the creatures, you'd have like dancing, scantily clad men and women. Right, Schnacks? Arcasis was probably just about to put some Kraftwerk and Scooter on when we burst in and ruined the party. And here comes a classic from the late 90s. I'm just thinking of that awful song. Do you guys remember? I think I was a bit late to this one. My sister and her friend, it was like pure Europop by a band called Liquido, and it was called Narcotic, I think. But it goes, and I call your name, my cocaine, which is a terrible. The idea is just comparing his romantic interest to a drug. But because we lived in the UK, and because the guy was mumbling the lyrics to the song, it sounds like he said, and then I call your name, Michael Caine. So when we were kids, we thought this was fucking hilarious. Yeah, Michael Caine. Yeah, there we go. Matt knows it. I mean, I think I once looked up the lyrics. A buddy of mine and I were like, because he was from Italy, and I was from Denmark. I don't think I ever heard Liquido played in Denmark, but he was like, oh my god, this thing, there was like a year when he was 5 or 6 or something when Liquido was just everywhere. So he remembered it when we were teenagers and we looked up the lyrics. We're like, what the fuck? What even is this? And we thought Blue Dabba Dee Dabba Da was a load of nonsense. This is something else. Heathen. Dude, 90s Eurodance, Europop is so cringy sometimes, but I love it so much. Yeah, I know what you mean. I would say it's so cringy, but sometimes I love it so much. I don't love it always, that's for sure. It's like the conversation we had the other day about movies, so bad they're good. I can't think of many that work that way for me. They're either bad or they're good for me. Or they're like a bit dodgy, but they get away with it. Come to me, my minions. Yeah, Dragon, that's a good one. It's funny when people pick Elementalist in Guild Wars 2, because they always pick Sword class in other games. In this game, it's the hardest class to master. Fair enough. Cooking Koalas. Morning, Khan. How's it going? Morning yourself. Everybody, give it up for Cooking Koalas. Welcome on in. We have been talking about tanking in a somewhat haphazard way. We've been talking about whether Update 47 really did erase class identity in a way which matters. The jury is kind of out on that. It was a little bit divided, but the consensus is, yes, we lost some stuff, but actually we probably gained more than we lost. So the deep initial skepticism towards subclassing may have been overblown a little bit. I think that's the general feeling. Whiskey Jack, myself, and a couple of others definitely have some outstanding concerns. Let's put it that way. But yeah, the same old usual stuff. Cooking Koalas, how's it going? You know the drill. Dragon, my favorite is showing people the God Pull in Hellrat as a solo tank and holding them all. Is that what we just did on stream earlier? The God Pull. Is that just when you pull the trash at the beginning? I killed all of them. On veteran. It was actually astonishingly easy. I just had to be a little bit careful with not blocking. But you don't really need to block. It's when you pull the next round of big adds and they start heavy attacking you, and you do need to block. Thank goodness subclassing is optional. Oh yeah, absolutely. Update 47 probably allows more variety than Update 46. I would agree. Because whether or not we like how it's been done, and for the record, I don't really like how it's been done, I do like what's being done, and that is reining in the outlier, Herald of the Tome assassination setup, so that it is more in line with what other classes are capable of doing. Definitely. Two more skill lines left to work on. Yeah, I found some stuff that I needed to level. It was gibbering, wasn't it? Sanctum of the Abyssal Sea. Oh yeah, not on first boss in Coral Eyrie, Belord. I had to think, what's Belord talking about? Yeah, two heavies, one after the other. But it kind of counts as one attack, though. I feel like. But yeah, I know what you mean. Don't drop block and start heavying after the first one. Moose, if you can solo tank stuff like that, indefinitely you might be spec'd too much into defensive stuff. I don't know. It's actually quite easy. But yeah, I know what you mean. Like, you don't... What a tank needs is dependent on the group and the fight. And the strats, crucially. It's utterly wrong of us to say, here's what you need to go and tank everything in the game. But, you know, people need a place to start, don't they? So, but this is just my standard dungeon tank setup. Just killing them slowly with his song. No, with Blockade of Frost, Caltrops, and what was the other thing? The Sork ult, the Storm Atronach, which I used to give Major Berserk to the group. Do I need to save any of this? Ah. always play some Iron Maiden after Black Sabbath, heavy after heavy. I mean, you know me, Eggbirds. That shit ain't heavy. Some Black Sabbath riffs sound heavier than they are. But yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Let's not get into that whole discussion. Put on Bloodbath after Anal Nathrak. Heavy after heavy. That's now we're talking. Any Nathrak fans watching the stream today? I would love for one of you to say yes. But please, you know, don't unless it's actually true. Anal Nathrak, very weird band.
Only the finest wares here.
Ghost Star, welcome on in. Thank you very much for the follow. If anyone else has got any follows out there, we are 22 follows away from 5.9k, which is astonishing. We were at 5k just a few weeks ago, it feels like. But Maya really wants us to get to that 6k. So I'll tell you what, it'd be amazing if we can show her a 5.9 before she comes home for lunch in a few hours. Hey, there we go. Slapgo, thank you so much. Welcome on in.
Well,
Thoughts on Unbound surveys incoming? I don't know. I guess it provides a reason to do writs and just sell the damn surveys. Because surveys do take a long time. And I definitely do not need the stuff. So it might be in my interest just to sell them. I don't know. I haven't got that many thoughts on it, but I guess it can't be a bad thing, right? Anyone who wants to do their surveys is still welcome to do it. People who want to buy them now have the option. People who didn't want to do them can now sell them. So I guess it's just a win-win-win-win. I still think I'd love to see a companion whose special ability, who's like unique, unlockable, is that they will go and do your surveys for you. And depending on which achievements you have, like if you've maxed out Tales of Tribute, if you've maxed out Excavation, if you've maxed out Scribing, you know, all of these systems that have been added over the years, then they can do surveys more quickly, etc. Stuff like that. I think that could be really fun. We talked about that like a million times on here. Hey, Utopian. Thanks, Matt, for the follow. We're at 880. 20 more to go. Hope it will drop map prices even more. See, I don't hope for that because most of my gold comes from selling gold materials because I have so many. But that's just me being selfish. Moose, I skip Sabbath and go straight to Maiden. Appreciate Sabbath for what they did for metal, but I don't like them. Oh, really? When's the last time you listened to Neon Knights? Moose. Sorry to put you on the spot. But, Ozzy Osbourne, I would say that about Ozzy. I really appreciate what he did for metal. Love the guy. Miss him terribly. But, honestly, not my favourite. Always struggled a little bit with Ozzy. I much prefer Black Sabbath when he wasn't in it. I don't realize that seems really harsh to say, but I'm not going to change my opinion or censor myself just because a guy died. Like all the people who pretended to like Michael Jackson after he died. That was nauseating. Did you guys see that? Suddenly everyone was like the biggest Michael Jackson fan. It's like, give me a break. Maybe that was just a British thing. Slap got like Rainbow a bit more. I think Rainbow had higher highs, but they weren't as consistent, were they? But yeah, Rainbow is definitely my jam. I'm with you all the way. I could just listen to... Oh my god. Why am I blanking? The one with the fist on the cover with the rainbow going through it. Even Tarot Woman, which is probably the weakest song on there. Fantastic. And thank you again for the follow. Moose, yeah, you're not the only one who wants prices to go up. Cooking koalas, ugh, I can't tell it's a tribute to save my life. It was hard enough for me just to get the daily achievement done for Zereth Farm. People don't want to make gold anymore. Make gold great again. Burnt most of mine making all the attunable stations recently. Fair enough. Soupenzyme, hello there. And happy weekend. Welcome on in. Oversized Watermelon, hello also. Eggbirds. MJ did that best-selling record of all time for like 20... Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm... No criticism implied. But, I don't know, there was this thing where suddenly everyone acted as if they'd been huge fans. I don't know. Maybe it was a thing that only my friends and I experienced. But I remember talking to my buddy Charles and saying, right, is everyone in your office just suddenly pretending that they've been huge MJ fans their entire life? And I'm sure maybe some of them were just coming out of the woodwork, but... Actually, Slapgo, if you're listening, I just looked it up. The Rainbow album I was forgetting. And the reason I couldn't remember is because it's just called Rising. Which is a lyric taken from the standout track, isn't it? Couldn't bother with MJ, and I think Thriller didn't beat Back in Black until after he died. Really? I didn't know that. Moose, I don't know which song is which from Sabbath other than the two, three obvious ones, but I went through all their albums last year to give them another shot. So Neon Nights is when Ronnie James Dio was there. It's on Heaven and Hell. And it's not like necessarily their best song or anything. It's just very, very Iron Maiden. It's very Iron Maiden, in fact. Because it's, you know, mid-era Sabbath, when Iron Maiden's influence had bounced back onto Sabbath. You know, via a bunch of other bands as well. Yeah, good. I get where you're coming from. Of course. If I meant it to sound like, who likes that, then that was not at all what I meant. No, it's easy to see why people love it. And I know people who genuinely do. Like one of my best friends, who likes almost nothing except extreme metal. He's obsessed with the movie, the album Bad by Michael Jackson. So he's a huge fan, but he always has been. And he didn't make a big deal of it when the guy died. It's all those people that you never heard them say word one about the guy or his music. Suddenly, oh yeah, you know. I guess they just wanted to be part of the conversation. I don't know. Matt, Utopian rather. I just don't get the mass hysterics when people were all teared up when MJ died, or any artist for that matter. Want the attention? Yeah, that's how it felt. Yeah. Couldn't bother. Thriller didn't beat Back in Black. Yeah. Dark Lord Venger. The same thing happened when Princess Diana died. The mass hysteria in the UK all the time was astounding. The UK is uniquely good at this, I suspect, though. This is not my opinion. I get this from Christopher Hitchens, of all people, from a collection of his like critiques and essays that I read a while back before he died. The British media, it's not unique, but it's particularly strong that they love judging people and demonizing people, and then the press can like turn on a dime, and suddenly the person they've been hating on all these years is a hero. Apparently the tabloid press did it with Freddie Mercury. They were merciless towards him when they suspected he was gay, and they found out he was gay, and he was just hounded and basically mocked for being gay because he was a famous gay man. That was it. Even though most people liked Queen or loved Queen, he was treated extremely badly by the press and the public. But then, of course, when he got sick and died, he was a hero and everyone loved him. I think the same thing happened with Michael Jackson, to a degree. There was a British, I think it was a Big Brother contestant as well, who everyone hated her. And whenever she was in the news, it was always, oh, this horrible woman does this again. Because she was kind of chavvy, very common, not the smartest. And she'd made a bit of a fool of herself on reality TV a bunch of times. And they were so cruel to her, it was unbelievable. But then, of course, she got cancer, and suddenly she was like this wonderful person. Sickening, really. I think the British press is particularly gross in that regard. I don't know. I think the Danish press does it as well. But I feel like the tabloid scene in Denmark is nastier but also smaller. Like, yeah, I don't know. Maybe you guys can share your thoughts on that, Dark Lord Avenger, but that's what that made me think of. Because I was in Denmark when Princess Diana died, but we were moving back and forth between England and Denmark at that time. And I was in Denmark with my grandparents, and I remember my mum being genuinely moved by the story and tearing up a little bit when we were hearing about it, but she didn't suddenly become a super fan of this woman. I think it was just very sad what happened with her life. But the truth is, before she became famous, she was just a party girl. So, yeah, it's tragedy upon tragedy. It's not like a hero who had tragic things unleashed upon them, and that's the way the press tends to do it. The way we tell our little stories internally is very, very simplified, and we patronize ourselves a little bit. Very interesting rabbit hole we've gone down here. Feuerman, moin moin, sexy people. What's this red aura? Oversized watermelon? That is the everyone always asks this, but I guess the people who asked just weren't there the last time it was asked. That is the cosmetic you can get from Infinite Archive. Where am I looking? Outfit styles. So it's called the Soul Cleaver Jack. Almost said Soul Siphon. And if you wear 5 or more pieces of it, you get this glow. That's why my character's outfit isn't that good, because I have to wear 5 pieces of this. I think everything is Soul Cleaver except hands, because they're really chunky, and the legs for the same reason. They're just too chunky. Don't like it. Utopian Warrior. I saw that on the news when I was young, so it's hard for me to judge as a non-UK member. UK is a bit crazy with their royal family. Exactly. And as outsiders, but who were living there, my sister and I, that was like my first real taste of it. I was a little bit bemused by the whole thing. Like, nobody cared about her before. Why the pretense? Very strange. But there is a sort of a romanticism and a grandeur associated with the royal family. And honestly, when you invite Xi Jinping over for a state visit, the royal family and all of that pomp and nonsense, which the rest of the time just seems utterly silly, suddenly it does make the case for itself. You know, the horse-drawn carriages and all that stuff. It seems less silly and more weighty if there's an actual monarch, even if they don't have any real power. Do you know what I mean? So I guess I'm not like a diehard Republican in that I would ever campaign for them to be got rid of. But as And the Danish have a royal family as well. They just kind of blend into the background. And they actually do useful things for society in a way that the British royals, I don't know, don't really seem interested in doing. Dutch royal family as well. You guys have that, right? Dark Lord Venger. Not to that extent. I lived through it. It was like everyone thought they personally knew her. Yeah. I guess it was an easy headline. It's an easy headline. Therefore, it gets everywhere. And it just totally invades and dominates the public discourse for a while. Yeah, BS. Cooking koalas. What if celebrity dies, people of mass hysteria go out and buy toilet paper? I like that. And thank you for the stretch. But Lord of the Red Glow, it's from the Nightblade style pages you get from Infinite Archive. Hello there. Blurps don't work at the moment. Oh, they're not working again? They were working yesterday. Maya got them fixed. God damn it, Maya. Yeah, alright. Sorry, guys. Apparently the blurps aren't working again. We'll see if we can get Maya on that when she's here with me in a little while. A couple of hours. She'll be here. And we're talking about the coolest places to go in ESO. It's one of the things. We're trying to get, like, you know, little segments ready for you guys each day. Don't worry. One day the show will be fucking awesome. We're just figuring out how to do it. So it's a little bit more rough and ready at the moment. And honestly, I still feel like I'm very new to this. I've only been streaming a few months, like, properly. Every time I try to put a timeline on it, Maya says, no, that's wrong, double it. But whatever, it feels like I've been doing this for a few weeks. I know it's more than that. Gonna play hide and seek on stream. Yeah. Yeah, guys, anyone who can find me 200k gold. Tell you what, the first person who comes up to me and invites me to trade, 200k gold. Let's go. I have 215 on me right now. Let me get some more.
Your gold.
Let's make it 250. $250,000. Come on. Let's go. And just to make it cheeky, I'm hiding offline. So you have to find someone else who's in Alikir. I just told everyone where I was, but I guess you already know that. Jokes on you, Moose. I am on PTS. Birdie Slayer. Whoa, came in for ESO talk and walked into politics. Ah, not politics, really. It was, we were talking about music and when Michael Jack... Oh, someone running towards me. Tanks Your Hits. I know that name. For the longest time, Matt. I don't know if you knew this, but Maya would always read this character's name as Tanks Your Tits. So this is the Argonian traditional naming convention. You know, gets high on Hist, or, you know, smokes many doobies. Tanks Your Hits is pretty good. But, yeah, we used to be in a prog group together with this fine fellow here. And he was you would often play healer or tank, right? You haven't invited me to trade, so I guess you don't want the gold. So until Matt actually initiates the trade, we're still wide open. There we go. Milchschnitte. Apologies for my terrible pronunciation. 250k. There you go. Woohoo! Hey, give it up for Milchschnitte, everyone. Congratulations. LeBro. Hey, man, how's it going? Oh, we don't do that often. We should do that more often. Maybe it won't make it $250,000 every time, because that is quite a lot. But that's fun. Now I want a Milchschnitte. What is that? Is that like a waffle with cream and stuff? Like a Knoppers kind of thing? I know what a Schnitte is, but, you know, like a slice, right? We have a Hindbærsnit in Denmark. Raspberry. A raspberry slice. That was my grandmother's favorite. Schnitte sounds dirty. Moose, you're a Rammstein fan, aren't you? Doch, dicke Schnitten. Dickon, sorry. Dickerschnitten. Lebro, hello. Yeah, no worries, Milkshnitter. Is this EU server? Yes, it is. Sorry, I should have mentioned. Before people actually wasted their time trying to find me on the NA server. It was EU. Sorry, Ghostcrawler. Don't hate me. I'll make it up to you. We do go on the NA server as well from time to time, so if I do it again, just for a bit of fun, I'll tell you what, I'll like hide the stream for a minute, I'll go somewhere, and then we can do like a GeoGuessr thing where you guys have to find me and figure out, where's Khan? Chocolate biscuit filled with milk cream from Kinder. It's stored in fridges. So yeah, it sounds a little bit like a Knoppers, but even more creamy. I saw Knoppers for sale in the UK. Okay, so almost nobody will understand what the fuck I'm talking about, because people who know what Knoppers is are either in like Denmark, Germany, Holland, the Netherlands, I should say. Sorry, you're not supposed to say Holland, are you? That's a dumb British thing. Or somewhere around there. And they'll be like, well, wait, that's not available everywhere? No, it isn't. It's a thing that Brits have never heard of. But I saw it in the supermarket just the other day. Birdie, thank you so much for the sub. Look at that, getting us 1 tick on that health bar on the bottom left. Thank you very, very much for the free resources. You are healing the stream and the channel with your support. Really appreciate it. And welcome on in. Happy Saturday. It goes without saying. If anyone else has Prime subs lying around that are not being used, obviously we would greatly appreciate them being spent on us, but there are plenty of other great ESO streamers as well who could benefit, so I'm not going to be too exclusive about it. Yeah, you didn't need the gold? Thank you very much. Alright, I just want to backtrack because Slapgo and Venger said something interesting as well. Slapgo, yeah. Right? It seemed like the UK press hounded Amy Winehouse to death. They certainly didn't help. And I'm not going to lie, the worst thing about that is that I knew very little about Amy Winehouse. I wasn't that blown away by her music. I thought, that is a gorgeous, gorgeous voice. But actually, gorgeous singing voices are far more common. It's a little bit like being good at ESO. You know, the public convinces themselves that good singers are astonishingly rare. Eggbirds will back me up here. He's an expert on the subject. That's bullshit. Sure, amazing, amazing, unique voices, of which hers was one, I think. Those do come along, you know, like an actor who's just, you know, like a Nick Cage or a Dennis Hopper. There's no one else who can do what they do. Absolutely, that's a thing as well. But the ability to sing beautifully with great technical proficiency and moving emotional depth is not that rare. It's just the vast majority of people who are capable of it have no idea and don't pursue it. It's not a muscle that they exercise. Anyway, so I was never that bothered by Amy Winehouse, but thought, you know, that's a cool voice. But I was massively wearied by the fact that she was constantly famous for just being an idiot and just, you know, being out of her face on drugs or whatever. And years and years after she died, I realized that I'd just been roped in by an incredibly malicious press campaign. So what Slapgo is saying is completely correct. And there's a documentary just called Amy, and it is heartbreaking. And the extent to which people like myself just casually saying, oh, I'm tired of seeing her everywhere, because I didn't know what the fuck I was talking about, and I was just reacting to what the tabloid press were kind of telling me to think. I don't think of myself as that kind of person. I take the trouble to read, like, good sources of news when it comes to politics, but maybe with culture, I can be a little bit more lazy. And, yeah, what happened to her was absolutely awful and despicable, and we should all be thoroughly ashamed. Anyone who was party to that in the UK at the time. So yeah, I don't want to make anyone feel super depressed, but check out that Amy documentary. Honestly, you won't regret it. Powerful and very thought-provoking. Like the best documentaries, it isn't just about the subject, it is about so much more, and it makes you think about a whole bunch of other things. Loved it. Anyway, thank you, Slapgo, for bringing that one up. That's a very good point. In the US, we have celebs die in threes, and then we move on. Dark Lord Venger. I mean, a family member rang me. This is about Princess Diana, right? Woke me up from sleep to tell me of Diana's death. I mean, okay, sorry she died, but why do I need to be woken up to tell me about it? Yeah, it's so true. The Dutch do have a royal family too, but not really as crazy about them. Yeah, and again, they you don't have any Prince Harrys. And again, I'm probably falling victim to the way that his wife is portrayed in the press. But they just seem like they're happy to degrade the entire institution of monarchy. I think those two have done more for republicanism in the UK than anything in the last 1,000 years. You know? They've degraded the whole institution just because they can't be bothered to get a real job. And that's coming from someone who's streaming. You know? I don't know, man. That is... It's pretty hard to shake that impression, isn't it? Ice Reach is the coolest. It's funny you should say that. Gungeon Samurai. Most coolest place, Northern Skyrim. Yeah. Yeah, Milchschnitte is really famous here in Germany. I don't think I've ever seen it or had it. But yeah, you're right. Like Haribo, Kinder, all these like brands which are ever present in most countries around Europe, sometimes around the world. They have wildly different product offerings depending on where you go. Like, is it true in Japan? They have something like 30 or 40 different flavors of Kit Kat. It's like a whole thing. Whereas in the UK, you basically get Kit Kat Chunky, and then I think there's a dark and a white chocolate version. If you're lucky. Yeah, interesting. Weird sandwich ice cream, yeah. NivKR, thank you so much for the sub. Really, really appreciate it. Thank you for the prime. Oh, Maya's going to be delighted we're moving that health bar a little bit before she even gets back. It's always the main event when Maya gets here, you know, and there's the two of us streaming together. But in the meantime, I've had a really nice morning with you guys so far. Thank you very, very much for that. And happy weekend. Hope it's got off to a good start. Let's see what else we can do. Now, on the agenda, I want to catch up the chat real quick. I want to see if we are interested in seeing some actual tanking videos. I don't know if you guys are interested in that, but I've got a bunch of dungeon trifectas saved, which we could just have a look at if anyone actually wants the tanking tips. But you haven't exactly flooded me with questions, so I'll be led by you on whether or not that's the move. Oh, we got a hype training coming as well. If you want to jump on that train, extend it a little bit further, get yourself a free emote when it ends. Here we go. You got a minute and a half. Bayushi Fukishu, thank you so much for the sub. Look at that. Wow, thank you. That is hype train level 1. We're like 7% away. You have 4.5 minutes. Rather dashing. Good morning, folks. The hype is going on. Yeah, literally just started. Must be your arrival. And Censored Habits. How the Arcanist performing in Update 47? Oof. Big question. The short answer is, yeah, they lose some damage, but they're fine. I did a whole video on this, actually. You're on the YouTube right now, so if you look to a couple of days ago, you will see a video that we uploaded just a couple of mornings back. Hey, Rather Dashing. Thank you so much for the biddies. Wow. Thank you. That's taking us into Hype Train level 2. But yeah, Censored Habits. So I don't know if you want to watch that one. I don't just want to fob you off with I made a video about this. But I actually did. Yeah, the TLDR is that if you don't change a thing and just take your current build, you know, with Assassination, Class Mastery, all of that stuff, and don't change it, then you will lose like 15% damage. Single target, which obviously increases the more enemies there are in it. So yeah, it's major, but there are things you can do to get around that to the point where you're only losing 6% single target damage. Hey, AMC Kelvy, or A McKelvey. Sorry, I read that stupidly initially. Forgive me. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. That's amazing. Ah, Dashing, appreciate it. And Birdie, let's come back to the Necro Tank. Any thoughts? Let's go. I can log to my Necro Tank. Sense and habits. Gotcha. Sounds good. Awesome. Thank you, McKelvey, for that. Fantastic. And if anyone wants to help out, but you don't necessarily want to sub, like if this is your first or second time viewing the channel, you're not sure we've earned it yet, absolutely right. Be discerning. Be a discerning subscriber. But you can always follow. We're also in the mood for getting up to 5.9k subs. Where's my Necro Tank? Here she is. Don't be put off by the fact that it's a Khajiit. It still works. Need to lurk for a little bit here, Rather Dashing. Thank you so much, man. And guys, if you don't know Rather Dashing, let me help you out. Lovely, lovely streamer. Similar in a lot of ways to this channel. A lot of musings on life and love and gamer nonsense. But big ESO streamer. I always, whenever I catch Dashing, he's always in ESO. He does stream other stuff as well. But just a really nice chill hang. Plays on the NA server. So, you know, slightly different times to Ninja Pulls. So if you aren't aware and you would like another place, give the guy a follow. And next time you're browsing for somewhere to watch, that one will come up. Trust me. Lovely hang. I always have a nice time when I drop by and Dash is hanging out. Thank you for the kind words. No worries, man. All true. I mean, there isn't ultimately a shortage of nice, chill ESO streamers. We've got quite a few awesome people.
There you are.
And the community around all of them is just lovely to interact with. But yeah, Rather Dashing and Tatanko are two of my like go-to chill streamers where they're not getting distracted the way I am, but because I'm getting into a fight in PvP and I've got to like bar swap, break free, get to my back part and ignoring chat for 5 minutes when I try and kill this guy. There's none of that going on. Yeah, so anyway, you got a minute and a half, guys. If you want one of those random emotes, want to jump on that hype train, thank you so much. Ruskell would love that Khajiit tank. He certainly would. Absolutely, yeah. Dark Lord Venger, thank you so much for the bits as well. Amazing. Right, so Holland is part of the Netherlands, not the full country, exactly. But for whatever reason in British English, there's a tendency to use that to describe the nation. It's historical, which is why it doesn't go away. It's like calling Myanmar Burma or something like that. Like it's been corrected. It just takes time for everyone to catch up. But thank you for all the subs and all the bits and the follows, guys. Really, really appreciate it. All right, so back to what Birdie was saying. Necro Tank. And I see you as well, Lenny Das. Let's cover this one. Right, so this is a little bit weird. You don't necessarily need to follow this closely, but I went with this Skullline Gravelord as the primary one for this Necro Tank. This is because it's currently doing off-tanking in Asylum Sanctorium. We're doing our Don group, which is normally what we would have started with today. And this is one of the reasons I went to Asylum Sanctorium, is because that's where we normally go, Saturday mornings. Yeah, it's a little bit different. So, Gravelord for the Colossus. I'm also using this as an AoE Major Breach, because I'm stacking ads underneath the boss, you know, the mini-bosses. Mystic Siphon, you don't need that. But, you know, you can restore some resources. Siphoning is just for genning ult fast. So I can slam that Colossus again, quickly. And Winter's Embrace is to A, provide expansive Frost Cloak to the group. Frost Cloak to the group. Switch to my actual setup here. Major Resolve for the group. And a really, really amazing self-heal with Polar Wind. I don't need that. But that's... in some trials and situations, Frozen Device is very nice. There are some places where Crystallized Shield is really good. Even Impaling Shards, if you want to apply Brittle, you'd probably be better off doing that reliably with Pulsar with a Frost Staff. But yeah, there we go. So that's the rationale for these three. Instead of those, you'd be unlikely to pick Living Death, but you could go with Bone Tyrant as your Necro skill line, and then choose another two around that. We already talked about Dragon Knight, Earthen Heart for molten weapons, potentially Igneous Shield and Stone Fist, Stone Giant for the unique debuff. There's also Magma Armor in there, Magma Shell if you want to use it. Not as useful as it used to be, and the passives are pretty nice. You can give Minor Brutality to your group, all of that cool stuff. But yeah, I hope that gives you an idea, Birdie. How's that? Oh, my pleasure, you help out a lot. Well, there we go. She was like Janis Joplin. That edge is not found often, but songs, not so much. That's a very good comparison. Yeah, thank you for saying that. Eggbirds, you can say I'm from Holland because you'd be correct. Yeah. Yeah. Hashtag not all Netherlanders. Right. Handsome stranger. Morning, y'all. I didn't see you come in. Sorry about that. I missed the entrance. Usually people are more attracted to the expression and timbre rather than the precision of the singing. True. Or just the songs. If the songs are killer. Like, the reason I started paying a bit more attention to Olivia Rodrigo is probably because of Driver's License. And then Good For You. They're just, like, really fun. That's quite a well-composed pop tune. It works. But then, the more I listened, the more I became aware, holy shit, she's up there with, like, Tom York and Jeff Buckley in terms of expression for a pop star. It's impossible to say she's underrated, because she's freaking everywhere. Enjoyed great success, but I don't know, I think I think there's more to her than meets the eye, because she was a Disney girl. Isn't that how she got started in like High School Musical and stuff like that? Just catching up here, and now we're on Lenidas's comment. I am stuck between Sork, Nightblade, and DK after a little bit of research. Which one would you recommend as a first and hopefully main character for leveling up? Sork, Nightblade, and Dragon Knight. What do we think, guys? And thank you, Balorda. Nice. Late night taco Doritos are worth a shot. Nice. Yeah, what do you guys think? Have you already responded to Lenny that's there? So Sork, Nightblade, DK. This is for a first and hopefully main character. It's just backtracking a little bit there. Yeah, Frozen Device in VSS Trash is god tier. And in Cloud Rest, for example, if you're the mini tank, the bitch tank, you could just place that shit on the portals. You can pre-place it. And as ads are coming in, you could just place new ones. 3 of them. That is a huge convenience. Not exactly needed, but it means that you won't have to like duck out of group and potentially unstack the minis a little bit just to get ads sucked into all the damage and die immediately before they can even look at, let alone bitch slap that that healer in the back. Sorry, I just took my headset off. It's starting to bug me. And it needs to be charged as well. I need to put it back on when Maya's here, but whatever. So many options with subclassing. Birdie, this gives me a starting point. Thank you. Gonna start it soon from scratch, so I have ideas now. The only thing I would say here is that Gravelord and Cypherling, obviously not tanky skill lines. So if you feel like you need a little bit more help, then look in the direction of things like Arcanist, Soldier of Apocrypha. Really, really gorgeous tanking tools in there. Passives which will make you more... which will make your life a little bit more easy. A little bit easier. What's the other one I was going to mention? Draconic Power. The passives are just sick. Like, increase the amount of damage you can block. Your health, your healing received. We already covered these earlier in the stream. Health recovery, that's not as valuable, and increase your, it's free armor, so you don't have to spec as much into, reinforced pieces. Being a Khajiit rather than a Nord, I need at least 3 pieces of reinforced, and then you can run more divine stuff. That's another thing. Talking tanking, you don't have to do it the way Hyperioxes does it. You absolutely do not. You can go a different route, but the way that I've honestly built most of my tanks these days is use reinforced heavy pieces to get yourself up to close to the cap. I'm actually a little bit below it, but it's only vast, so I don't really need to be at the cap here. And if I did, I could just switch some things around to get there. Minor Resolve will get me there. So hopefully, if the healers are putting Minor Resolve on me, I'm already sorted. But obviously in Vast that won't be the case. But I could slot something like Resolving Vigor. Stack that on the back bar. We've got Major Resolve here. Resolving Vigor there. On the front bar. Now I'm at 34. Over the cap. 33k is the cap, obviously. But that's the way tanks tend to be built these days. You put enough points in health so that with food you'll be in the early 40s. That way when you have a warden in your group putting... I like this. This is one of my favorite things about subclassing, is that we can talk through passives and show them whatever character we're on. The maturation passive. When you get minor toughness, 10% more health. So that'll increase to 46 and a bit. Very nice. 46.4. Then that's more than enough HP. And my Polar Wind already heals me for 13.5k with, unbuffed. So yeah, it's a lot. But yeah, get yourself to the cap and then focus on sustain. Health, 33k armor, or at least 30. It doesn't have to be 33k. Don't sweat it if it's a little bit lower, but you'll generally make your life quite a lot easier by just getting yourself to the cap. And then just think about sustain, and then that's everything. After that, it's just about reacting sensibly in content. So yeah, Birdie, I'm glad if that helps. Why does Disney seem to destroy child performers? Let's hope it doesn't happen to this one. I think it's just too much fame too early, right? You're talking Britney Spears, Miley Cyrus, this kind of thing. Lindsay Lohan. Yeah, there are plenty of them. Jeez. But yeah, it's crazy. Don't even have to slot skills for passives. Yeah. And Kismet Day. Kismet, welcome on in. Thank you very much for the follow. Your follow feels like destiny. I love that. Frosty Tools with a little bit of an AI gag pun in there. They were all nuts, poor kids, yeah. Right, if anyone else does have specific tanking questions, I can literally show you what we're running, what we're dealing with. And in this case, I'm running Pearlescent and Saxhleel. Saxhleel is obviously a very obvious thing to pair with these kind of ults if you're running Glacial Colossus, or if you're running from the Sorcerer, the Atro. Then you can give your group Major Force and whatever the ult, whether it's Major Vuln, Major Berserk. I mean, you're not giving your group Major Vuln, you're giving it to the enemy, you know what I mean? But yeah, alright. I wonder if it's time for a little bit of PvP. What do you guys think? Or, in fact, to tell you what, I want to backtrack a little bit. Do some PvP in a minute. But I want to talk more about our subject for the day. I really want to hear what you guys think. And I'll start the ball rolling, don't worry. Games that make you want to be good at them. I made a couple of notes here so that we could talk about it. For me, the first one that jumps to mind is Doom Eternal. I love Doom. I love the vibe of it. Doom Eternal was amazing. It was fast. It made you feel extremely powerful. But if you play it on a high difficulty, you're also incredibly vulnerable. You know, the opposite of a superhero. Just like a guy with very good reflexes, but if they get hit, their bones break just like anyone else's. Don't want to be bad at any game. But a game that particularly made you want to, I really want to get good at this. Not a game that you love, or that you played the most hours, but a game that made you wish you would be really, really good at it. So we're already getting some answers. Celeste, Elden Ring, League of Legends, that makes sense. League, I understand. I don't even play much League. Utopia, in the meantime, got another tank question while you PvP, which I will do. Which are some mistakes you made when you learned tanking that you had to unlearn? Overblocking is the most obvious. And the idea that if you ever want to see, block costs. It's right here. Every time you block anything, you are charged that amount of stamina. So obviously on a tank it'll be much lower, but we demonstrated it earlier, right? When we were messing around in HRC and we had like 30 ads all light attacking us at the same time. Your stamina just disappears, even with reduced block cost. So use your jewelry for things like that. Cost reduction, it does affect block. I'm trying to think what else. I still overcast things like debuffs. You know, so I'm giving myself like 200% uptime, even though that's not possible. You know? And for me, it was really that I don't need to block everything, and that a good dodge can do more. Yeah, sometimes a dodge is more effective, because you take no damage and don't need to be healed. Increasingly, they've done it so that if you block a heavy hit, this is in newer content, right? So from the last few years, if you block a heavy hit, you will get a debuff. Seek and Destroy, hello there. Hi yourself, how's it going? Happy Saturday. So yeah, if you take the hit, you will get a debuff. But if you dodge the hit, you will enrage the boss. So Earthen Root Enclave is a good example. You know, the Atronach boss in there? I used to, so the first boss, if you do it on hard mode, he is a really nasty heavy that you can just block and out heal, but you then do get debuffed afterwards. So you'll take less healing as a result. I can't remember exactly what the debuff is, but I think you take increased damage and your healing is reduced. But if you dodge it, the boss enrages, and everything they do will deal increased damage, including to your group. So for you, it doesn't really matter which one you take. It kind of sucks either way. But if your group is going through certain mechanics, when the boss is attacking them, dropping AoEs on them and stuff, you might want to just take the hit so that you take the debuff, but you don't increase the jeopardy that you put your teammates in. However, when the boss isn't doing that attack, when you're doing the stone Atro mechanic, for example, better for you to just block the hit. Sorry, better for you to dodge the hit so you're not in any danger, but the boss will enrage, but it's not really going to affect anyone other than you, because he's not attacking the group at that time. So it doesn't always work that well. I think that's maybe the best example of it. But there's usually a choice in some of the newer content. But Matt is absolutely right. Learning when it's more efficient to dodge, because then you won't have to heal yourself, and you will spare yourself that resource. Especially if you have Expert Evasion slotted, and you get pretty much a free dodge roll. No, that's not a green one, it's a red one. Where is Expert Evasion? Why have I been dumb? Yeah, there it is. Your next dodge roll is free of cost. Only every 30 seconds, but it's something. That girl Melly, welcome on in. Thank you very, very much for the follow. How's it going? Right, back to games that we want to be good at, or that we wanted to be good at when we played them. Why Elden Ring, Birdie? Tell me. Just because you loved the world and there is no difficulty slider, so you just had to? Or was it really like, I want to be able to just react perfectly to everything this stupid boss does, And was there a particular enemy, some more than others? Because Elden Ring and Dark Souls are like they're like the first games I think of when I think of this. But Lord, I love the mini boss in LC, which will kill everyone if the tank rolls. Yeah, that's true. And you only find out the hard way. I'll be honest, this is a very personal take. I can't wait to get into Elden Ring. I never bought it because I was struggling with the Dark Souls games. Particularly the first one. Because the port to PC is absolutely awful. But because I don't love long, grindy fights. Like we talked about before, I prefer high DPS, nuke, that kind of thing. Whereas in Elden Ring, there's and FromSoft generally, there's a lot of dodging, healing, retreating, you know, waiting for an opening to attack, and that works fine. Like the Witcher 3 has quite a bit of that in there with certain enemies, and there's nothing wrong with that at all. But it's not my favorite mode of combat, and FromSoft have a tendency to focus on pattern recognition, and so you learn the boss fight, and then you're good. Or you learn these attacks. So there's no way, no matter how good you are as a noob, you just can't do it. You know, if your reflexes won't do a thing, basically, because you have to learn the timing. And again, nothing wrong with that. It works really well. The format has been copied many times by many studios with you know, varying degrees of success. But that is fundamentally a little bit different to how I prefer boss fights that don't rely on that. Cyberpunk had this problem as well. None of the fights in that game are like that. They're all very freeform, and then suddenly there are these boss fights where you must do it a certain way, or you'll just... You have no chance, unless the difficulty is very low. I don't love that. I don't love it. I much prefer a Baldur's Gate approach, where anything is possible. Use your imagination, and you'll probably be more successful. But doing that in a real-time combat system, yeah, it's extremely difficult. That's one of the reasons why Doom Eternal is so amazing, and people don't... They're aware of how much fun they're having, but they might not be thinking about the nuts and bolts of how incredibly well done, and well-oiled, and balanced, and just how perfect this shooter combat actually is. It's a thing of beauty. Ironic for such a horrifying, gory game. Dark Lord Venger also saying Elden Ring. Do you have anything to add there? Like why? Any particular bosses? I realize there's a bit of lag on the comments, so people might be typing, figuring out what they want to say. Don't worry, I'll go back and catch it. Moose saying ESO, I guess. Most other games I can turn down difficulty. Ah, so why ESO then? If it's not a serious run, I love dodge rolling heavies in Coral Eerie last boss. Cruel. Why does that not surprise me? Like girl Melly, hey, enjoying the stream. I'm new to the game, so nice to hear all the details. Well, stop me if I get too detailed. I'm a real yapper, Melly, but it's lovely to have you here. Thank you. Thank you for the kind words. You'll love the stream in a couple of hours. We're going to have Maya, who technically this is her channel. We are Ninja Pulls, and my name is Khan. She's Maya, obviously. We're a couple. We also run the guild together. Ninja Pulls is an in-game guild on PCEU, PCNA. We're also a Discord, a YouTube channel, and of course the Twitch channel, where we're all hanging out right now. But yeah, we're a teaching community, essentially. So, and the goal is for Maya and I to be here, Maya and me to be here, all the time, on every stream, or as many streams as possible. But currently, people are getting bored of us saying this, I'm sure, but we need Ninja Pulls to like make a little bit more money per month. We just need the financials to make a little bit more sense before we can really take that hit. I'm already on this full time, but for Maya to be able to go full time, that's the goal. And we can do twice as much. We can do more than that. It becomes so much more than the sum of its parts. But yeah, thank you for the kind words. Utopian Warrior. Positioning changes when block as well. Yes. Right, Schnacks, here we go. FIFA. Because I had to beat my friends. I love the honesty. Cutting right through the crap. poker when I was playing well. Then for a long time, not much until ESO. There are definitely games like... I guess I'm trying to get us all thinking in a way that we haven't thought about it before. Elder Scrolls games. Have any other Elder Scrolls games ever made anyone think, I want to get good at this game? Not me. Maybe Legends to a degree, but I didn't play it that much. But like Oblivion, Skyrim, Morrowind, it never even occurred to me I should get good at this game. You know? It wasn't about skill or execution or game knowledge. It's more just about immersion. So, yeah, in a lot of ways, it's kind of admirable. Well done, ESO, for breaking... And they kind of had to do something different, right? It's an MMO, you can't just do the same thing. But this is the first Elder Scrolls game that made me remotely interested in, oh man, I'd quite like to get good at this and like have some skill. But as we've said many times in ESO, it's not so much about skill, it's more about knowledge. And that's, you know, other games like Baldur's Gate 3, that's a game I'd love to be really, really good at. That's not really skill, because the combat system isn't real time. It is, it's more about knowing how everything works, having the imagination, speccing into the right things, understanding what's most effective, things like that. It's interesting stuff. Balorda, I love the mini-boss. Yeah, and then Jackpot. Got the chess motif from Exiled Redoubt in second run. Fantastic. Utopian, I like Helldivers, but I feel like that's more gear matters so much to get good, which is a grind. Yeah, this is one of the reasons I try to stay away from those kind of games. Helldivers isn't that bad in that regard, but I know what you mean. I've played it a bit, and there's a lot to admire, but as someone who just doesn't have time, I barely have time for this game, I feel like. I certainly don't have time for another grindy live service game, and frankly, if Elder Scrolls was more grindy than it is, I would be out. One of the reasons I'm here, community, combat system, story, and the fact that it doesn't really reward grind. So if you don't want to grind, and you don't have to, just don't do it, and it won't matter. Man, that's such a relief to me that the game is like that. Zdenya, being able to play Hidden and Dangerous 1 alone with 4 characters, not going to happen. I'm thinking of Elite Dangerous. Hidden and Dangerous, was that like the Commando? The Commando game? Like World War II? Is that right? Moose, many games make me want to be overpowered, but that's not the same as being good. Yeah, alright, yeah, I know what you mean. That's a whole other subject, which, you know, we could definitely come back to with ESO. I'm just, you know, I'm trying to put my finger on what it is about certain games that make me want to get good at them. Ah, here's a combat system. I'm going to engage with that part of it. Obviously, Skyrim has a combat system. Oblivion had a combat system. I think the more and more immersive those single-player Elder Scrolls games got, the less I started to think about or give a shit about the underlying numbers behind the swing of the sword and the, you know, the stats. You still want a bigger number, right? And you, that's more damage. I'll equip that one, thank you very much. But I didn't really care the way I did in Morrowind when the D&D pen and paper genetics of the game was still very visible right under the surface. For example, in Morrowind, you could literally swing your sword through an enemy and you would miss, you know, because the dice roll says you missed. That's the thing that they wisely abandoned in the series going forward with Oblivion, but because it doesn't really make sense in a video game. But that was just one way in which the stats and dice rolls and things like that were much more visible under the hood. Isn't that also a skill, being OP? That girl Melee, that's really awesome. I love that setup and the whole teaching community vibe. I'm on EU and plodding along. Loved healing in other MMOs. Healing in ESO is really, really interesting. Because quite early on, you'll find that you start moving away from healing a little bit. You'll still do plenty of healing, don't get me wrong. But in many ways, it's like 50% of what you do. Because there are a lot of jobs in terms of debuffing and buffing the group for healers. It is, when somebody earlier today was talking about, hey, tank talk, we're going to be giving tank tips and helping you guys build your tanks more effectively. By the way, keep those questions coming. If you want to interrupt me at any point, we're still talking about that all day. Somebody said, I think that's the hardest thing in this game. And I disagreed slightly by saying sort of advanced support generally. Which usually means the healer. It's the healer which is doing like 10 different things. And they're responsible for 10 different components of that group composition. Now that's fairly advanced. I managed to get myself stuck. Nice. Get out of there. And obviously, new healers aren't doing that. You're just hoping that your group positions themselves sensibly and keep an eye on their health bars and keeping your heal over times down under their feet. And then if they need a burst heal, you're there, you're ready. If big hits are coming in, you can throw a shield on that, you know, that kind of stuff. And that's fun, reactive gameplay. It's really cool. You don't have a rotation like a DD, a damage dealer would do. You have more of a what's happening on screen, what's coming up in the next few seconds for me to react to. And yeah, when you like spool that out into the end game or late game, it becomes more and more interesting and more challenging as well. So good luck with it. I hope you enjoy. Moose, you can do 120k DPS with literally nothing but flail and beam. Not skill, but it is knowledge. True. Yeah, meant being good at BG3. Okay, I see what you're talking about. Kind of applies there too. Just a brainy skill. Zdenya, yeah, but it's kind of like third-person Medal of Honor type thing. It was so friggin' awesome at the time. I think I know the game you're talking about, but I'm gonna be a little bit mean and say I was a kid when this came out. I think. And it's pure coincidence that I played it at all. But I remember a friend and me playing. I'm pretty sure it was this one. But yeah, it was incredibly difficult. Like you play as a British commando in the Second World War, something like that. And you have to infiltrate like Nazi bases and stuff. And sabotage. Very cool. Yeah, that's it. Alright, Handsome Stranger, here we go. I think any game that lets me peek under the hood to tinker and learn how things work. Daggerfall, believe it or not, released a demo disc in a physical magazine back in the day. Doesn't surprise me at all. Love it. That let you do spellcrafting and enchanting in the demo dungeon. I'm a tinkerer at heart. Love that. What a great phrase. I'm a tinkerer at heart. I love Elder Scrolls games in that they allow the player to experiment and see what works. Yeah. That sandbox. And when I was playing Skyrim when it came out, if you had asked me what does DPS stand for, I would have been able to tell you. But it wasn't a thing I was ever really thinking about. I wasn't thinking about the damage per second I was doing in that game. I was just... Yeah, it was much more about finding a playstyle that worked with the character you were trying to inhabit. So the role-playing thing was like inherently there in a way that it just hasn't... I'm not held back by that in Elder Scrolls Online, is what I'm trying to say. And in a game like Doom, maybe that's one of the factors in its success, is that, well, we all know what character we're inhabiting in that game. It is a killing machine. You know, fighting for the side, you know, for the good guys, but a killing machine nevertheless. Any weapon you give him, any tool for mayhem is the right tool. That was weird, the Vardvark just floating through the air. Sorry for the wall of text, not at all. More walls of text, please, guys. If you've got anything, like, there is no wrong opinion on this stuff. I'm fascinated by this. I think it's a kind of conversation I'd love to be able to have more often about why certain games make us want to be good at them, whereas others we're just content to play and enjoy. I've got some others on my lists that I wrote down this morning. Left 4 Dead. Left 4 Dead, I played for under an hour before I realized there was a way to get good, and I desperately wanted to do it. I never got amazing at Left 4 Dead because Maya and I just had each other. We never had like a set group of 4 that we would run with, but man, I would have loved that. I would have been in such trouble back when Left 4 Dead came out if I'd had like a group of 3 buddies to run it with. Holy shit. Dangerous. But because it was reactive and yeah, you weren't starved of resources in that game. Like in a lot of zombie games, you really have to watch your ammo, so you got to make sure you shoot them in the head and all that kind of stuff, and that's what they rely on to up the tension. Left 4 Dead doesn't have that. You have plenty of ammo. Generally. If you just go absolute bullet spray and don't like investigate any of the rooms as you're going past, you will run out, but it's not really about that. It's more about tactics, using using the environment sensibly to force the infected through like a narrow corridor. We can more easily get them using bombs and fire and all that stuff, and just being able to do all that stuff really fast on the fly, and of course land a beautiful headshot on a special infected which is just about to, you know, incap one of your teammates. Something about that. Very, very quickly. I think part of it is the connection you have with your teammates. Valve did an amazing job, as always. I'm just in awe of what Valve have done over the years. We take it for granted. Oh, they're a great studio. But they go through so much testing. They test the living crap out of their games. Starting with Half-Life 2, I think. That by the time it arrives on our screens, everything just feels perfect. And like machine tooled to within an inch of its life, but it doesn't feel soulless in the way that you could easily make it when you know, when you've tested the crap out of something and sanded down all the edges. But you really care when Zoe gets got by a hunter. You want to get that thing off her. I think that's part of it. You empathize with your teammates, and you want, even when they're bots, and that really drives you to want to be better at the game, I feel like. But Lord, I want to be better at Spyro or Spyro. Love the game. I don't know that one. Utopian. I remember the original Helm's Deep modded map for Left 4 Dead. Great fun, yeah. And that's the thing. It wasn't a game that you needed to be good at to have fun. Not at all. The barrier to entry was really, really low. Schnacks. I certainly did some form of competition to really want to invest the time to improvement instead of just dicking around. Yeah, I get that. That makes sense. But it's funny, a lot of the games I'm thinking of, I guess Witcher 3 to a degree as well, but like Doom Eternal is the standout one for me. This combat system is so amazing. It's like, this song is so fun to play on the guitar. I want to master that solo. You know, that beautiful guitar solo in the middle. That's what the combat system in Doom Eternal felt like to me. And sometimes a really good rotation in ESO as well feels a little bit like playing a musical instrument. Nowhere near that level of difficulty. And you can't just learn it and then bush it out. It's not the same every time. It's different every time. But there are a few that you can get your muscle memory to the point where you can bust out the few key combos very, very easily and quickly, and then make moment-to-moment decisions about what is coming, what is next, what is optimal. It's just a lot of fun. It really, really sucked me in. Never played any Spyro games, no. Don't even know what that is. What is this? Eggbirds. Not with solos, but I definitely have that with other musical pieces. Yeah, maybe solos isn't the best example. But I want to be able to not just play this, but play it perfectly. A lot of good ESO players are also musicians. Is that a fact? Makes a lot of sense. I do remember my buddy saying to me the first time he tried to learn Magic and Nightblade, and really, I don't mean just make one. He made one, but he wanted to get really good at it, like break 100k back when that was, you know, quite difficult to do on a Magic and Nightblade especially. And he said, this is like playing the freaking piano. Compared to, I don't know, like, Mag Sork, Stamplar, and other stuff that he'd been playing. Fatomix, or Fatomix, welcome on in. Thank you very much for the follow. How's it going? Yeah, tell me more about Spyro. Super cute purple dragon. It's a platform action adventure. How have I not heard of this? Am I the only one? I'm going to recognize it now that I see the... maybe not. List of games. Here we go. 1998. It started. My god, there have been like 30 games in the last 20 years. It was big in the late 90s. Maybe that's why. Bloodborne is a game I've never played, but already want to be good at. Elden Ring, I will definitely want to get good at it. I won't just want to have a good build. I want my reactions to be really, really on point. Utopian Warrior. I feel a rotation in Raid is very much like playing music live. There we go. Something might happen. You've got to adapt, understand. It's a good analogy. Okay, yeah. I don't know if it works for everyone, but it definitely works for me. That connect. Gotta go. Hopefully we'll join chat later in an hour or so. Hey, Eggbirds, we can't wait. We're already missing you. Maya will be back, so, yeah, in just over an hour, Eggbirds. Hopefully we'll see you then. Have a lovely, lovely day, my friend. Hope you have an awesome weekend. All the best to you and yours. Has he gone? What a dick. Just kidding. Eggbirds, for those who don't know, is one of our officers in Ninja Pulls. Also a really good friend. Met up with him in Amsterdam last year, which was awesome. Pretty much the highlight of the entire trip, and that's saying something. I met some amazing people. Got to hang out with Skinny Cheeks a lot. Hung out with Zynode a great deal as well, actually. It was just all round an amazing experience. I'm really hoping we do get some more live events in 2026. If we do consider looking into it. See if you can set aside the budget and the time. If it's anything... I think that one was particularly special. But everything I hear from... You know, even just the QuakeCon, which is a fairly fleeting thing. Small scale. The Tavern in Germany. Like, everyone always says... They're just brimming with enthusiasm for this community when they return from a thing like that. But yeah, everybody... Eggbirds redeemed a stretch, a hydrate, and a send chat a hug. Those aren't just for me, those are for you guys as well. So grab a beverage, stretch your legs. I'm actually going to get up for a minute and walk around. Just because I have been sitting for a few hours now, that's not good. But I'll only be a couple of minutes, so sit tight or grab yourself a glass of water. Make sure the windows are open, you're getting enough fresh air and cool air. It's important. Alright, well, I'll leave you with this nice view of Westweald. And yeah, I'll be back in 2 minutes or so. Hey, hey. Back again. Moose, is there any way to put AoE interrupt and cowardice / maim on a scribed ability? So it's both of them together. I'll be honest, my knowledge of scribing isn't encyclopedic to the point where I can just answer that off the cuff. In fact, here's a little punch-up, a UI upgrade they could consider. When you go to this, that you could start with interrupt, or you could start with one of the scripts. You could pick a focus, a signature, and then it would show you which grimoire that could be applied to. Surely that wouldn't be outrageous. So it has to be an interrupt. Skinny, Oliver, Matagon, obvious examples. I've heard people in ESO mentioning them playing an instrument more than I would expect from gamers typically. Okay. Well, I play the guitar, I play the violin, I play the piano. What else do I play? I think that's it. I sing. I've done more singing than anything else. I played bass in a band for a while, but that was only because we were called Trivium, and there were only 3 of us. And this is before. This is when the Trivium that we all know. So this is me unwrapping a Starbucks Frappuccino, which for some reason I guess it was a freebie from a grocery order, but Maya's told me to go ahead and give it a go with the stream today. Sadly, it's not completely chilled. Utopian. Bass, piano, singing, good bit of guitar. Nice. So, yeah, pretty similar. Pretty similar, actually. I'm in archive or to go test all combos. Yeah, I'm just trying to see. Like, traveling knife. I mean, you can put a pull on the knife. And you can put maim on the knife, but that's it. What can you use to do an interrupt? Vampirotic. LOLO. Interrupt and maim / counters are affix scripts only. So no. Is interrupt just super rare? Anyway, there we go. Apparently not. Sorry, Moose. Vampirotic, how's it going? Hope you're having a good weekend. You're very welcome to the stream. It is coming up to 1 o'clock here, UK time. We covered all kinds of nonsense ground today. We are talking about games that made us want to be good at them. Obviously, we're thinking of Elder Scrolls Online, first and foremost, and why the other Elder Scrolls games didn't generally have that. Yeah, they maybe the spellcrafting systems and things like that, but that was more about getting into character and pursuing a particular line of thinking rather than trying to master everything. Yeah, Soul Burst, that's what I was just looking at. Shield throw. Oh, I didn't even notice it. I looked at shield throw and didn't see it was there. I thought you could do it on shield throw. But what could you add with it, Moose? So if you were to do Soul Burst, you could reduce the movement speed, you could snare them. Class Mastery, obviously. Yeah. You could pull them in as well. I don't know. Doesn't really cover any of what you're asking for. Sorry, dude. Would have been nice to have one skill in Archive Higher Arcs that does both, yeah. Moose, drums, guitar, bass, and harsh vocals when I'm bored and alone. It sucks to be both. Actually, if you're bored, sometimes it can be nice to be alone. So at least you can control what happens next. I'm just going to fire up this game, or I'm going to watch this movie. If you're bored and you're with people, it can be like, how do I extricate myself from this situation? Yeah, check ESO Hub, Scribing Simulator. Yep. Alright, I want to see what's going on in Cyrodiil just because it's been fun recently. Although I was having performance issues yesterday which were bugging me a little bit. Not being able to break free or bar swap. Trying to learn Kargira, which I can do okay-ish most of the time. Alright. Utopian Warrior, I'm off for lunch. 3 PM here already. Was fun listening. Might be back later again. Well, we might be here late. So, have a wonderful day. Nice to see you again, dude, and take it easy. Have a great weekend. Before I venture into Cyrodiil, I'm going to be real and turn down some settings.
It's always the same, day after day.
It's not update today, it's coming on Monday, but we are talking about it all weekend, making sure that people are prepped, they know what they need to do, or they might need to do, what the options are. So yeah, didn't mean for the stream title to be misleading, but yeah, it's coming imminently. 2 days for PC. If you're on console, I think it is the 3rd of September.
Gave us coin. We should use it. She meant for us.
But yeah, Erosith, welcome on in. I hope that was clear. I feel like I'm doing nothing but turning in quests.
Finally
I'm
done.
constantly having new ones to turn in. I'm
Plenty
never
more to
finished.
do.
What's going on?
I would be proud to bear steel alongside you, warrior. Continue your efforts.
I
for
don't want
the
that one.
Covenant.
That's just Shio
Maces,
tutorial.
swords, axes. Whatever happened to bludgeoning someone to death?
But yeah, let's see what mischief we can get up to. Looks like stuff's about to pop off at Alessia. Let's do it. Mammoth getting stuck on the stairs. No! Well, yeah, welcome on in if you joined in the since the last time I said this. This is Khan, you're watching Ninja Pulls, and we're here pretty much all day. Taking a quick break here and there. Might have to take another one shortly to feed the cat. It is about that time. But yeah, we're having a nice hang. We're talking about Update 47, coming in a couple of days. Basically, there's nothing to panic about, but we're just going to have to adjust our setups if we've been playing Arcanists with Assassination and Class Mastery. But it's not going to be unplayable, or we're just going to have to lump it, lose a bit of damage. I said Castle Alessia and then I went completely the other way. Nice shortcut, Anakin. He went completely the other way. Looks like we're in. Oh my god, see there's the bar swap. No freaking bar swap. You're nice to see they still haven't done anything with the overload situation. I don't know, man. Alright, let's maybe go to Alessia, which is like the whole point. This is what was happening to me yesterday. I was getting deleted before I could even react because my bar swaps are so... They're either not happening at all or they're delayed. I don't have a ton of healing on this setup. Do you get what the Mayhem campaigns are still running? Yeah, do not ask me. No idea, mate. But yeah, it's a weird update, this one. On the one hand, update 47, kind of disruptive, kind of dramatic, you know, big discussions, arguments about what the devs are doing and should be doing. But on the other hand, like a lot of players who aren't doing the Arcanist class mastery and assassination thing, they're not going to be affected in such a big way, are they? It looks quiet so far. But yeah, I just want the drama to go away. I just want to have balance and a bit of stability, so we can get back to enjoying the game. Like, it can be interesting as well to discuss and debate how the devs should do things, how we think things should be done, different opinions, different play styles being accounted for. But it can also be fucking boring when we just get into an argument, especially amongst the players. I hate that. That loud plonk when the mammoth falls. Yeah, I took my headset off, so I'm not even hearing any sound at the moment. I gotta visit the siege merchant. Keep forgetting to get rams. I burned all my rams. Plonk when the mammoth falls, yeah. Deja vu. I feel like this is going to be an easier siege than the other one. So it looks like they're getting there. Yeah, just as a reminder, we are still talking about update 47. And it says tank talk in the stream description. Honestly, anything you guys want to talk about, I'm here. I will help if I can. If I can't, I'll definitely be able to refer to someone else or another source of excellent, reliable info on that particular subject. Ninja Pulls is very much a teaching guild, a teaching community, but we don't give a shit. If there's someone else who's got good info, we will gladly point you in their direction as well. Tell you what, a little bit of music might not hurt. Oh, here they come. If they're gonna just, you know, play hide behind the box, plonk with his arms wide. Right, is that red gonna try and come in here? Or are they just trying to waste people's time outside? Couple of reds now. Not the more of the infernal proc. Well, I need a bit of ult. I guess I could. Well, that was an easy one. This guy needs ult as well. Oh my god, sit down, sit down, this freaking guy. What I wouldn't give my kingdom for a detect pot in that moment, you know? Welcome on in if you just joined us. Just doing a little bit of PvP just to see what's up.
I need healing.
And what's up is this guy again.
Healer.
I get it. It's kind of a fun thing to do when to disrupt the siege. When the siege is over, and you're definitely not going to kill anyone. I know, different horses for different courses, I guess. Right? People enjoy different things. I would rather, like, die and respawn. Using Swallow Soul? What have people been playing in PvP recently? I've basically done nothing but this the last few weeks. It's a pretty good setup, except when I'm outnumbered, then it depends. Raptor Bro, watched your video on upcoming changes in 47. Just so tired of all the change. Ugh. Yeah, I get it. You literally just, I guess you missed me saying, just as I came into PvP, I just want us to get back to a point where we have a bit of stability. You know, we can just focus on enjoying the game, building the community, you know, getting some trifectas, you know, these kind of things. However, I guess you missed the fact that one of the things in that video was, one of the takeaways I was trying to get across, is that it's not that bad. You know, the week one, it looked like, oh shit, this is going to be a terrible patch. Please no. But then Zos listened, which is always a good sign. And they walked back some of those changes. So, well, wow, thank you. I guess you liked the video, Raptor Bro. Thank you so much for all the gifted subs. That's amazing. Absolute hero. Give it up for Raptor Bro, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the stream. And thanks again, man. Thanks for the support. Really appreciate it. And, yeah, excuse the noise if you hear car sounds and whatnot from outside. It is hot here, so I've got windows open either side of the house, hoping I'll be able to convince the air to cool down and move through the building. But if it comes to it, I might have to fire up the fan under the desk. we were having bro talk the other day. Sorry, ladies, and we were talking about the necessities and utilities of having a fan under the desk and keeping. Jesus, that was a loud vehicle. Keeping the baby powder handy. And Maya mentioned that scene from Chef, the movie with already forgotten. Fuck. Oh man, I'm so sick of Javelin. It's not going off. Every single burst. I spend no time damaging and just standing still like an idiot pressing a button that won't do anything. Why? The guy wasn't even moving. He's just standing still. Sorry. I don't mind getting my ass kicked, but rather the game let the players do it. You know? Right, we ready? Thanks for the free kills, guys. Appreciate it. I'm definitely outnumbered. I should get out of here. Oh, shit. Now I'm stuck. I waited too long. No. Yeah, it was only ever going to end one way. Fun, though. Alright. What else have we got going on the map? Kyle D, I'm nervous to go into Cyrodiil. Don't know a lot about it and what to do. Yeah, I get that. There's no real way around it. Just give it a try. I can only promise you that it will get more and more fun, and to the point where it suddenly becomes ridiculously good fun. But yeah, I was definitely a PvP avoider. I was curious about it. I definitely wanted to check it out and be good at it. But yeah, it's a difficult. It's a process, right? Difficult to know where to begin. Having a place where you can go and ask questions is super duper helpful. So if you're not in the Discord already, or another Discord like ours, feel free to jump in. We've got a channel for PvP questions. And you can literally type in @PvP and then tag a role in the Discord which is called PvP Senpai. Make sure that those guys are tagged. And these are like tip-top PvP bros that will come out of the woodwork and offer you really good advice. And if you say, beginner level advice please, they will absolutely tailor it to that. That's important as well, that you don't get advice that applies to very experienced players. That's always the way, isn't it? If you're learning the piano, you don't want to be recommended a piece which is extremely difficult. That's just going to put you off. Quite a lot of reds here. Oh my god, I have to break three times? Come on. Yeah, they're just piling on me now, aren't they? I would do the same, to be fair. Yeah, look for the ones hiding in the back. That's a good beginner tip. So you're already on your Discord, but on Xbox. Yeah, I mean the advice will apply. Just make sure you mention if it's like in an overlap between patch releases. So if you were to ask during the coming week, look at the mammoth trample. That's amazing. Just going over the roof. If you were to ask, say, on Wednesday this week about a build, you might get a PC player offering you advice as per the latest patch, but which doesn't affect you until September the 3rd. As long as they're bundling up in there, there's not a lot we can do. Whoa, that was a lot of damage. What even was that? Got a DB, a couple of spams, and a bow proc. Fair enough. Yay, Mammoth Trample. Yeah, DJ Unk. Day 1 in PvP, get wrecked. Day 2, the same. Day 3, 4, and so on. Day 30, then one day it clicks, and you just die a bit less each day. Honestly, sounds about right. At least in my case, that's pretty much what I had. Cool, we got the hammer. We got the dong. Hey, that's a message from Maya. What's she up to? Welcome on in, DJ Ank, by the way. Great summary. Appreciate it. Couldn't have put it better if I tried. Handsome Stranger, yeah. That was pretty great. PP Ice. That's almost like a Beverly Hills 90210 username, isn't it? Oh, I know this name. That's a tanky. Maybe they're on a different build today. Yesterday when I was running into that guy, he was just like kiting 10 people at once. One of those. Thank you, nice to be here, hanging out. Yeah, nice to be hanging out with you. Right back at you guys. Vampirotic, Antelmir, Blind, Roxa, and Ozazan Mask and Shoulders at Vendor this weekend. Not gonna lie, I don't really understand why people buy them from the vendor. But clearly, if you're one of those that does, don't bother explaining it to me. But yeah, good masks at the vendor this weekend. Should we kill the camp or just leave it? Most prominent reason, not having ESO Plus. There we go. Ozazan is the only one I think I've ever used out of all of those. I'm aware that Unthelmir gets used now and then. PvPers who can't PvP. That's what I thought. But they can. You know, there's no such thing. If you could do one, you can do the other. You just might need to brush up. That burst did nothing. Cross healing, I'm guessing. Thing is, I don't know how dangerous these guys are. Is it safe for me to just hang out while I wait for my acuity to come off cooldown? I'm sure they'll be dead one way or the other. Yeah, that was gonna be my point. Like, the process of farming those masks is fun. Like, why would you skip it? Right, let's see what the drong is up to, or the dong, as we say. Quality, I've only been playing for a month and still trying to grasp all the info for PvE builds. Oh, absolutely, yeah. Well, then maybe take it at one step at a time. But as let me just repeat what DJ Ank said. Day 1 in PvP, get wrecked. Day 2, the same. And day 3, 4, 5, up to 30. And then one day it begins to click, and you die just a little bit less each day. Great summary. So yeah, if you're still getting into the PvE side, is this a duel? Would it be rude of me to interrupt? Oh, fudge. Yeah. Got way too cocky. How? The amount of resistances on that guy. Either my burst just went absolutely nowhere. But that was an acuity, berserker strike, everything, and he just shrugged it off. You know you're in trouble. Well, usually that means I'm screwed. Sometimes it means it's a tank with no damage, and they're just going to waste your time. Frankly, you hope it's the first one, so then they'll just kill you and you can move on to something else. But if it's a tank that can't do anything, but won't die, then they just won't let you leave and you're stuck in combat. I don't enjoy that. But Lord, some people who don't want to spend their keys on shoulders because they'll buy style pages and sell those. I'm just gonna ride to the dong. Still, none of these reasons are really like not having ESO plus. That makes sense. None of the others so much, I gotta say. They coming? No. Also, we just had an ESO Plus trial. Like, if anyone actually wanted to collect that stuff, they missed a trick. Big time. Mo's saying they can get the sets insofar as they're allowed to, and the tools are there for them, but I consistently run into PvPers who do 10k. But then I'm guessing they're not very good at PvP either. I don't know. It's difficult to call. I feel like if you know how the combat system works, you just got to build differently. There is a place where you can jump up here, but I'm just going to get right into the middle of those guys if I take it. DJ Ack, thanks for the follow. What's that thing tethered to you? Is it a pet? That is a it's animal companions. It's the bull netch. It restores stamina, gives me major brutality and sorcery. So when you see me attack someone after that thing has run out, that's me being an idiot, because I'm unbuffed. I'm not aware that I've ever done that, but I probably have at some point. Hang on, give me a moment. I need to respond to a message here. I'm just asking if Maya sounds like she's asking for a lift, but without actually doing it. Why do women do that so often? Like there is something which you will gladly offer, like assistance or staying with them while they do something downstairs rather than going back up and getting to work. But is this just Maya? I feel like I've known a few ladies who do this. Instead of just saying, would you mind doing this for me? Is that cool? Can you do this? They'll just say something sort of adjacent to that. And then you have to interpret, does that mean that's what you want? Or what's up? I don't care. I'll run right into that meat grinder. Because you should know. Yeah, I shouldn't have to spell it out to you. And it makes it worse. It makes it sound like it's a test. Doesn't it? And here we are again. This is illustrative of the age-old debate in PvP. I have no problem with these guys being really powerful because they're coordinating their attacks, or at least some of them are. There might be a couple who are just kind of following. But it's unreasonable that 20 players versus 6 cannot make a dent. Because there's no real counterplay to that level of group coordination. Like if everyone alt dumps and then spams you at the same time, it stands to reason there's nothing you can do about it. And this isn't even a bull group, I don't think, but these are the ones. Yeah, good luck to Zos figuring out what the hell they're supposed to do in regards to that. What do you want to eat? I don't know, you choose. Okay, I'll choose. Oh, I wanted to, yeah, right. Does anyone, so you guys know what I'm talking about. Does anyone have an explanation as to why? Because I've literally sent her a message saying, are you saying you want me to come and pick you up? Because she knows I'm happy to do that. I offered to do it earlier. Like if it's too warm, you don't fancy walking, it's like a 15-minute walk or a 3-minute drive. So... not even moving. What the fuck is that even about? Beats me. I don't understand women at all. Oh shit. We haven't killed a single one of them. That is depressing. It's definitely like a group, an organized group that's on Discord together with a couple of others following them around. But yeah, good job, guys. Just, I'm definitely not one of those people who wants these people to get nerfed. But it is an issue. And it's a complaint Zos hear all the time. But how do you make it so that small-scale groups like this can still do their thing, but we have some counterplay to them, while ball groups are discouraged, like the big ones? Best set to run with Vicious Step for the group PvP? That depends on your group. Sorry, that is like a terrible response. Mechanical Acuity is a good one if you want to go squishy and offensive. If you don't want to do that, it's just, yeah, it completely depends what you want to do with that. I'm guessing you want to bomb? Yeah, that is the impossible question. Which superhero is the strongest? Sorry. BDO, like, guys, any ideas? Let's throw some possibilities out there. So if you want a second damage set, Mechanical Acuity, Order's Wrath, Acuity is probably the way to go. And Baylorg, that's the classic, right? But then it leaves you absolutely no... So if you're happy to just bomb and die, then great, that's going to work. If you want to bomb, get away and recover, and then bomb again, then you're going to need a different set. Squirrel Girl. She never lost in the comics, that's her superpower. Are you playing Rush of Agony at the moment? When you just want a pure DPS. Yeah, so you're happy to just bomb and die. Rush of Agony seems pretty good. There is a delay though, so people will see it coming before they get stacked. And are you happy with that? If you want to attack groups that are already somewhat stacked, then you could consider Mechanical Acuity, but there are some builds out there. I don't have a bomber build. I don't play bombing in PvP, but I love seeing it. When it's done really well, even if it's being done to me, it's a lot of fun. So good luck with it. If you're in a group, you might be able to get someone else to run Drakes for you. That would be sick. You know? Alright, mine's saying yes please. They know when you're checking your phone. Seriously, that just got ganked? I did absolutely no damage when I wasn't even looking. Dude, I was texting my wife. Oh my god, the desync. I pressed my ult like 6 times before it went off. Why did this guy even attack? How much health did they even have? And 0 damage. And they'll be back in 5, 4, 3, you know? Below the Dark Convergence, Rush of Agony, yeah. Yeah, there they are, like I said. Kamal made a new build using Durences. Oh yeah, Rush of Agony and Proetheric. Yeah, check that one out. I'm gonna drop this guy again. Seriously? Like, if they attack me again, it's teabag time. Do you know what I mean? Like, leave me the hell alone. On the topic of superheroes, has anyone read the Absolute DC comics yet? Loving the Flash, Batman, and Green Lantern ones the most. I have not. No, I'm not really I'm not really a superheroes guy. Not the right person to ask. I haven't even caught up on the MCU yet. I keep hearing people say, "Oh, you know, spoiler alert," and then mentioning someone who dies in Endgame, Avengers Endgame, and I'm thinking, well, thanks for that. It's a spoiler to me, even though it's like 5 years ago or whatever. And Kyle D, do you split your attributes in PvP like half health? Depends what you need. So here I've got nothing in Stam, health and Magicka. You want to make it depends. It depends. You want to be in the early 30s in terms of health. Why am I still waiting at this flag? And if you need X amount of points in health to get you there, done. If not, just trying to build a bit of ult here. guy just nukes them. Anyone else that can build ult on here? There we go. Oh, Daily Endeavor? Didn't even see that. Awesome. That's why people are here who have no business being here. I see. Claim the flags as Moloch Baal intended. But didn't he want us to claim the flags and then fly the skins of our friends as our banners or something? Can't remember how it goes. The skins of those you love will fly as my banners. That's it, isn't it? What a gross threat. But yeah, Kyle D, it's a little bit like approaching tanking. So we were talking about tanks, PvE tanks earlier, and saying, you know, 40k, early 40s, something like that should suit you fine. And then make sure that you've got a decent amount of armor as well. You know, close to or at the 33k resistance cap once you're buffed up. Hey, Uji Max, welcome on in. Hello. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Thank you so much, guys. That is 10 out of 10 now for the subs for the day. Wow, if you want to keep them coming, I'm not going to stop you. But that is our daily goal. We try and get at least 10 every day. That at least gives us enough oxygen to keep the stream going. With Twitch taking half of everything, it's a little bit brutal. If anyone ever wants to do that, by the way, if they want to support Ninja Pulls, but they would rather all of it went straight to us, and it didn't go 50-50 to Twitch, you're very welcome to head over to Ko-fi. That looks like an AFK situation. Yeah, that was. I feel a bit bad. Whoops. Once someone else CCs you in the middle of your burst. Standard. Oh no! What is the dong up to, even? I'm curious. Ujimax, hey, non-casual, non-toxic people. We do our best. We do our best. Yeah, I keep forgetting those Prime subs on several Prime accounts. Well, thank you so much, man, dude. It means a huge amount. It really does. Anyone who's trying to do this and make it work, like, it's one thing to do it just in the evenings after work, but I'm trying to do YouTube and now Twitch full-time, and it's something I wanted to try, right? I made the bed. I'm lying in it. I'm not going to complain. But boy, it's not easy. I've never worked so hard for so little. And to have to ask my friends for it as well, it's a squicky feeling. Whereas asking your bosses for money, feels damn right. You know what I mean? What is the dong again? Volendrung. If anyone wonders what I'm talking about, that's what we've always called it. I think someone, Volendrung, Volendung, someone said one time, and then it became twisted to Volendong, as in Didic, and it just stayed. Yeah, Carl D, no worries, no worries. It's a pleasure to provide some tips that I could have used back when I was wondering, scratching my head about these things. If it's any comfort, it took me a long time to click with PvP. I was attracted to it from day one, but I was more focused on PvE and stuff like that. That's what I did first. But it really helped that I made some friends who knew what they were doing in PvP, and A, they would give me advice, and B, I was able to group up with them. So even if I didn't have a build, You know, my build kind of sucked. I could still see the basic stuff and, you know, just run around and hide behind those guys, and we would get shit done. We would flip a few keeps. We'd get into some fights. But yeah, it's a bit different if you are trying to get into it solo and you just keep getting clapped, and you're not necessarily sure whether you should be going more tanky, whether you need more damage. It's tricky. Most good builds that I've tried and tested myself have had like a trigger switch in the middle where you move from defensive to offensive with a bar swap. And this ring here, if you've got access to the new zone, Monomyth Reforged, it supercharges that kind of that dynamic of being offensive on one bar, defensive on the other.
Look there. That's the one what bested Captain Blackheart and
There's a ranged bomber somewhere. There. Don't AFK on the battlefield. This is good advice. Absolutely. Acuity, I do love you sometimes. The controller ran out of batteries. Yeah. Ujimax, hey, when you said that last time, it really helped me to skip past the event without FOMO. Hey, Razit, are you talking about like ads? As in, you just got 12 advertisements back to back? What the fuck? It should be like 90 seconds. The Dong returns. But yeah, welcome on in if you just joined us. I will have to go and get Maya, my co-host, in about 10-15 minutes. That'll be exciting. We're going to cover the coolest places to go in ESO. In every sense of the word. Is this going to be that same red group? Let's have a look at the names. No, I don't think it is. See, there we go. That was, we inadvertently demonstrated the power of coordinated group play there. A couple of people ultied exactly the same moment as me, or just like moments later. And we just took out like 5-6 people very quickly. Oh, Quacksalver. I know this person. Yeah, you are watching Ninja Pulls. This is Khan, flying solo for the time being. Like I said, we will have a duo hosted stream in a few moments. But yeah, we're talking all kinds of nonsense today. We got a new patch coming Monday. Obviously, we're talking primarily about that. We're trying to give you guys some tank talk as well today, because it is the thing that I do. I spend more time tanking than I do playing DPS in groups most of the time. Not sure why that is. DD is definitely my main thing, but as soon as people know that you've got a tank in every class, it becomes very difficult for you to play anything else, right? I'm sure I'm not the only one who's experienced that. So yeah, we're trying to offer some tank tips today, because I feel like people have at least as many questions about that and breaking into it. And a lot of people just lack the confidence. They think it's going to be harder than it is, or that they will get shit talked if they don't do a great job, which, yeah, sadly, that is a real thing that can happen. No RAM? Okay, we give up on the RAM, I guess. Hey, Fetish. 1440. Welcome in. Thank you very much for the follow. Very kind. And, Erazith. I don't know if you heard me. I was asking when he said, dude, 12 ads? Did you actually get 12 commercials back to back just now, or am I misunderstanding? Because there should be 90 seconds of ads maximum. What the fuck? Like, you're getting ads for everyone. Well, I'm sorry about that. That shouldn't be happening. Honestly, we'd be tempted to just turn the ads off and ask for more subs or whatever. And ad revenue is all over the place at the moment. I've shared this story before. A few weeks back, I did an 8-hour stream, and I think our average viewers was like 950 people. It was a really epic stream. I made $6.50 from ads. So it's like, what is the fucking point? If it's that low, what is it even worth for me or for Twitch to disrupt your viewing for such little money? Usually that was particularly bad, but I have very mixed feelings about ads right now. Like, at the end of the month, if it's $100, couple of $100 extra, I'll take it. Obviously, that's very nice to have. But for the amount of viewers we have and the amount of hours that we stream, it does something. You do sometimes wonder, is this even worth it? So yeah, I'm not happy when I hear that happening. Sorry about that. But I will say, it's entirely up to you guys, but if you use an ad blocker, I don't know how effective they are on Twitch, but I've heard that apparently they can reduce streamers' revenue. I know ads from a viewer's point of view are just kind of annoying, especially when they come in the middle of a streamer, like saying something or doing something vaguely interesting. But like I said, it is tough trying to squeeze any kind of revenue out of doing this. And if the ads provide a little bit of extra at the end of the month, that is meaningful to a lot of people. I know Pain in the Axe, for example, big ESO streamer, he's talked about how that is transformative. I think without the ad revenue, he was genuinely questioning whether or not it would be worth it for him to do this. And he loves streaming. That's a guy who loves his audience, you know? If you've ever seen one of his streams, you know exactly what I mean. If you haven't, check him out. Pain in the Axe, one word. Great PvPer, great DJ, just a fun guy. Yeah, all good. Erazith, fair enough. Alright, well, it looks like the blues are out and in force. Reds are pushing back. Could be a fun time to join Greyhost if you're on the EU server. The PC EU server. I don't know, look at this. But maybe don't bring a yellow character. Frankly, I'm guessing the reds are a little bit tied up there, maybe? I don't know. Maybe that's why we're having an easier time pushing through. Twitch sometimes bugs out with ads. Yeah, it started being all over the freaking place. I don't know. And I want to say, oh, I don't care, whatever. The growing our community, getting support from you guys, that's the main thing. But the fact is, especially for smaller and mid-level streamers, I think the ads do help quite a lot, or they can help quite a lot. But yeah, I know plenty of streamers who say they would just turn them off if they could, but Twitch doesn't let you. But if they can't fix this so that the ads are actually worthwhile in terms of revenue, then why would I want any of you guys to sit through them? If there's absolutely no benefit to me. Biggest problem with ads is that, for example, I will always get the same one. After one day, after always getting the same one. I really want to go to Twitch HQ and ask them what the hell is going on with their ad department. Yeah, because ad revenue keeps soaring. Online ad revenue. But it is also getting to the point where we need to ask, alright, these ads are starting to piss us off. They're starting to be very, very annoying. And we might actually start to resent the companies that we're seeing everywhere, or the services that blast ads all over everything. I don't know. So, yeah, I think we want to be re-examining this whole strategy. Considering whether in fact it is worth it. I'm hoping in the future it won't be like this. Healing. But yeah, these guys are just trying to delay us from actually sieging the keep, aren't they? Which is totally fair enough. It's exactly what I would do. Moose, at some point Twitch kept giving me ads in Spanish. Lol. And you weren't using a VPN or anything like that? I think you mentioned this before, actually. What the hell? What the hell, Twitch? Balorda, during the past week, I got a total of 3 different ads. So there's a little Genki boy around here somewhere. Have to keep an eye out for that. Got a total of 3 different ads. First one was for a Coke, of German content creator. Second one was motorway service area, and third one was Google. No VPN ad blocker or anything. Yeah, weird. Yeah, something's going on. Something's up. Maybe they're getting DDoSed. Who the hell knows? I love a Chalmers siege. I don't know what it is. There's something about it. Lol. Had a bit of an assist there. I'll take it. Alright, I'm going to need to get out of trouble. A, so I don't die. B, so that I can go and get Maya, who needs to come and join us on this wonderful stream today. Tell you what, guys, I'm going to just get out of trouble here. Oh my god, they're all coming. Shit. I should not have turned around. Or maybe I should just let them have me. I give myself up to you. Let's see. Let's see how determined they are. Yeah, still determined. Yeah. Well, they really wanted to get... I guess they just want to give me the option to go and get my lovely wife. Alright. Sometimes I get French ads. Sacre bleu is what I have to say to that. Alright guys, I'm going to be gone for like 5 minutes only, and then we'll have Maya here. In fact, let me get out of Zero. There's no need for me to wait here. But thank you so much for the morning. We've got the entire afternoon, almost, and evening still to come. That's what Ninja Balls does these days. We do very big, long streams. Very big, very long, for your pleasure. 4 days a week, rather than shorter streams every day of the week. So that's what's going on. Thank you very much. We've got quite a fun program still to go this afternoon. I will be back in, say, 5 minutes' time. In fact, I'll hang for a minute longer. I don't want to be early and then keep you waiting longer. But yeah, thank you. Sorry for the noise. It's really warm here, so I don't know what the fuck that was. That is either someone being a complete idiot, not knowing how to use their bike, or they've just repaired it and they're giving it a thorough test. You know? But thank you for all the support. Already broken our goal today. Let's see if we can do it again this afternoon. That would be amazing. And yeah, thanks for all the questions. That, like I said before, when you got questions about DPS, about tanking, it's very unlikely, unless we've got like 10 viewers, it's very unlikely there's no one out there who, when I answer the question, hopefully I'll answer it, that they won't be thinking, huh, I didn't know that. I'm glad that person asked. You know, it's a classic thing. So keep it coming into the afternoon. We've got lots to talk about with Update 47, potentially. Yeah, still more to talk about with regard to tanking. I've got a ton of tanking videos I'm happy to show you guys, because I don't often stream it, because it's group content, and I tend to broadcast, you know, the solo gameplay stuff. Anyway, with that, I'll flip the screen. I will wish you a wonderful 5-6 minutes. Go and get a glass of water, stretch your legs, go and have a cigarette or whatever floats your boat, and I will be right back with Maya in tow in about 5 minutes. Hey, 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 we're back. And when I say we, I mean the two of us. Just gonna hop into Discord and Maya will be joining us very shortly. What did I miss? Safety Walks redeemed Hydrate. Thank you very much for that. Danilo Albergadi. Hello yourself. Sorry I wasn't here when you greeted. Just came back from a quick trip to pick up the wonderful Maya, who's going to be joining me on voice in just a minute. And we're going to be taking a little break from PvP. We might be back later, who knows? And we're going to go down the list of our coolest places to visit in ESO. Pun intended. Pun most definitely intended. Alright, let me flip back to the game. And let's go. I love that little winking face. For the longest time, I had no idea how to make a transition stinger like that. So it was fun when I finally got around to it. The vast majority of streamers, in fact, I bet almost no streamers make their own. They'll just buy them or use a freebie from somewhere, which is obviously fine. But yeah, I like that we make our own stuff wherever possible. Anyhow, what do streamers do? When you have transitions and bars and stuff, there are all these amazing resources for, you know, to just grab, you know, counters and things that, like for example, the sub goal, the cheer goal. I didn't make that. I just customized it. Actually paid someone on Etsy for that one because I saw it and I thought I could turn that into an Oblivion style health, magicka, stamina bar. That would be perfect. But like almost everything that we do is we make our own. You know, the stinger transitions and stuff like that. Best part of it is I get to learn. It's always been my favorite job of every job. Be my favorite part of every job that I've had. Is getting to learn new stuff whilst you're doing a job, you know? Even if it's not something that useful, like making stinger transitions and knowing how to use an alpha layer isn't like inherently a hugely valuable or interesting or exciting thing. But I don't know, it's cool, learning new stuff. Anyway, there's Kamul. Everybody say hello, give it up for Kamul. Nice party hang last night. That was fun to stumble in on. I use Microsoft Paint for everything. Yeah, learning is fun. Couldn't edit at all 2 to 3 years ago. Moose, speaking for all of us with, "Where's Maya?" You like that kid from the Two Towers? "Where's Mama?" Shh. An everyday question. My first question when I met Khan IRL. "Where's Maya?" You and everyone else in Amsterdam. I was literally introducing myself as, "Hey, it's Khan from Ninja Wars. You know Maya's husband." "Oh, great! I love Maya. Where is she?" "Yeah, she's not here."
Hello.
Hey, there she is. Wow, you do not sound happy.
Oh, hello.
You've had a bit of a morning, though, haven't you, Maya?
Yeah, I have. Hello. How's everyone doing? Good afternoon. Hey, Moose. Welcome.
You're just a little quieter than you were yesterday. I was loving the radio voice yesterday.
Well, surprise, surprise, I haven't changed any of my settings.
Have you done the thing with the dial, the volume dial?
Yes, I have.
Maybe do it again.
Okie dokie. Hey, the handsome
There
stranger,
we
how's
go.
it going?
I hate mornings, especially having them. Well, welcome Maya, welcome back everybody. Sorry about that. We are here. We are ready to continue our silly pre-Update 47 stream, we talked about tanking and ways to build, ways to test, in a way which I hope was useful and interesting. We also talked about Update 47 and what's coming. We talked quite a bit about games that make us want to get good at them. Because not every game we love works that way. Some of them you just enjoy. Like every other Elder Scrolls game for me. I've just sort of enjoyed the game. Not particularly been fussed about anything else. Like, oh, I must get really good at this. I must master every aspect of this combat system. And then other games like, my examples were Doom Eternal, Left 4 Dead. I've got a few more to talk about later. Games that I hadn't been playing them for that long before I realized that not only was there room to get really, really good and slick at this particular gameplay, but that I wanted to be that guy. I definitely wanted to get good at this particular game. And yeah, we talked for a little bit about why some games do that, why some don't. I love Schnax's explanation for his own case. Maya, can you guess what it was?
No.
Try and guess. Like, why would Schnax want to be good at a game?
I don't know.
To beat his friends.
Right. Oh, that wouldn't have occurred to me. Sorry.
This is the best answer and most honest, and like cuts right through the crap.
Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah, we had a few ones. It's a bit of a complicated subject to discuss. I realize it's easy for me because I'm mic'd, so I can use tone of voice and nuance and ramble. Whereas you guys, if you're trying to type out your thoughts, you have to deal with the fact that there's a massive delay and that these are complicated things you're trying to put down in writing very quickly. So yeah, it's a tricky thing to really get into on stream, but I find it really interesting that some games awaken that desire to crush it.
And some games just make you want to smash your keyboard on your head or your monitor.
Well, then you just don't play those. What games like that have you played?
I haven't, but you see memes. Yeah, sometimes you just get frustrated and it's a pain in the ass.
There was one boss in Cyberpunk that I really didn't like. I can't remember which one it was, but it actually did start to piss me off. And that's a game that I love. The icon of sin at the end of Doom Eternal pissed me off because it's completely different to everything else you've learned in the game so far. Completely different. It just asks you to do... It's like taking a painting class, and then for your end-of-year exam, you have to use a typewriter to write an essay. So this has got absolutely nothing to do with any of the things I've been practicing during this module. Fuck you. There we go. Battlefield 6 beta has been fun. Unlock the skins. Also reminded me, chat can be much, much worse than anything in Zero. Yeah. I didn't actually participate in the end. I mean, there's still time, isn't there?
No, I think that's it. It's just 2 weekends. Oh, is it this week? Of course, yeah.
Exactly.
I forgot that it was Saturday.
It's still Saturday, baby. Yep.
Yeah.
But anyway,
Hey,
Maya.
we got 10 subs.
We did.
Nice.
Yeah, we did indeed.
Nice. That's amazing. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you guys.
But yes,
It's been a lovely morning. Are you logging in so we can check out these places, or should I just do it by myself?
Oh, just do it.
So
just do it by yourself.
When we said coolest places to go, this is one of the first places Maya mentioned.
It's like the third, but yes, I love this one.
Oh, you said Skyrim immediately, and then I thought you were clarifying.
Oh, yeah. No, that's
She
true.
specifically said there's a survey up there and a mammoth and a boar fighting. I was like, yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Chill as fuck. And there's an actual word wall, which we can't read.
Can't read.
Hey, heavy sack. BT Dubs, endeavors today. Capture one town in Zero. Amorphous foes. You can port to Murkmire for that. And into Sophia Cavern. There are lots of blobbos in there. What else have we got? Complete a heist, so that's easy. Consumable. Master it, that's easy as well. Random fact of the day.
Hey, Raves Lord.
The world's first coloured cartoon with synchronized sound was released in 1930.
What was it? Yeah.
I bet it was Disney. I mean, that's an obvious guess, but...
Oh no, Khan.
Enchanter survey! Yeah, exactly. Ujimax, don't rush past level 15, by the way. Skin unlocks go much faster with all the training lobbies. I see. Good to know. If anyone's doing the BF6 beta weekend, do it. Fiddlesticks, it was called. You know, I think I may have heard of this. Anyway, what else do we have? We had that place in the Rift.
It was Fiddlestick. His 6-minute short film was directed and animated by UB Iworks and featured his character Flip the Frog. It was produced in two-strip Technicolor and was an important early example of the use of color and synchronized sound in animation, I bet. Those random facts are fascinating.
Yeah, some of them are really, really good. Amorphous foes can also be done in Solstice. Oh, yeah. There are plenty of places you can go. For sure. Sophia is just like... There's so many of them. Even if there are 10 other players in there doing the same thing, you'll still find enough. But yeah, good point. So, I always want to pronounce the name of this place with a Swedish accent. Trollhätta. Which just sounds right, doesn't it? Trollhätta. Trollhätta.
It does, yeah.
This is actually Forelhost, but...
Fiddlebum. I'll stop now.
Yeah, one of the coolest places in ESO. It looks better with everything turned up because you get the sense of that blue haze. Imagine if they implemented the tech that they use for the sky in Apocrypha and Westweald here. You know, that coloured haze that just casts a hue over the entire landscape.
Also, how's the leg, Maya? Ravesod, thank you so much for asking. It is almost there, almost there. It's I still feel it when I sort of take a bit of a wrong step or twist. But yeah, just must not tear a muscle again.
Very bad.
Simple. Yeah, this place, I thought, well, you can't really get cooler than this. I mean, the character's literally getting like a frosty outside. Frosty Bobo.
Frosty
Borba.
buns.
Oh, she's got nice frosty buns.
Yeah, iced buns. That's what you want.
Ooh. I still can't believe I did that to my leg, but hey ho. I've done dumber things.
There we go. Everyone remembers coming here? I don't actually remember the quest all that well because it's so long ago, but I've been up here so many times for...
It's a sky shard, right?
Exactly. I've been up there 19 other times just to get the sky shard. And I just showed you. If you need that one... Here's the way to do it. You don't have to go all the way through the area or do the quest. You can just wedge yourself in here. And do it that way. Come on, Torricold. This way.
Yeah, Pluvio. Ha, yeah, I've done this a couple of times. It's fun.
Anyway, there you go.
It's when you get stuck trying to jump up and just panic sets in. Oh my god, I'm gonna freeze! No! And then you have to ride all the way. If you don't have sky shard, what are they called? Not sky shards. If you can't res at the spot, right?
No. Well, unless someone reses you.
Exactly. Very, very annoying.
So yeah, what's next on the list? Do you want to...
There's the one that made peace with the giants in Lower Europe.
Right, next one. Ice Reach. Ice Reach.
I'm just gonna be lazy and going on normal. Yeah, it's so warm in the UK right now. It's that kind of stuffy heat where there's just no movement of air, the humidity is very high, and there's just nowhere, like, walls and roads and the air itself, the land, barely has time to cool down overnight before the sun comes up and starts heating it all up again. And,
Yeah, it's been lovely.
It's been a lot worse in many other parts of the world. I absolutely understand that. But, yeah, there's no air conditioning here. No one has it because it's not needed, except in office buildings and what have you.
Or like once or twice a year, but yeah. Frosty boys, frosty things. And just general frostness.
Yeah, so anything to just convey the sense of being chilly. We'll take it. What other, like, freezing-ass places are there than this one? We've got a couple more things on the list. Man, I do love this setup. It's just too much fun. Yeah.
The way they fall apart is really fun.
Yeah, the Frosty Boys.
Oh, what's the sort of Difrost Keep, obviously.
Yep.
There's plenty of frost there as well, which is very, very, very nice.
So what kind of morning have you had, Maya? Do you want to talk to us about...
Nah, not really.
You don't want to share
No, it's just,
how annoying people are?
oh, people are just annoying, not doing what they're supposed to, what they get paid for. It's annoying when you can't rely on people, but hey ho, who has not experienced that? Am I right? And it's hot. To be fair, it's not as bad. It doesn't feel like it's as bad as it's been. It was last week. Like I felt, yeah. As I said, I was moist. Today's not really felt quite like that, so that's nice. Khan died.
I wondered if that would, on normal, if that would just be a one bang, and yeah, it was. I had major resolve up, but yeah, this is a very,
off with their head. Yes, please.
very, very chill place.
Oh, Difrost Keep is literally on the list. Never mind.
Yeah.
Frozen Coast in Western Skyrim. Yeah. Hey, there's that whole island where there's like a sky shard. You pick the berries and stuff. That's a pretty fun. Oh no, that's a public dungeon, right?
Which one?
If you go look at Skyrim, it's on the right, top right. The dungeon.
The Frozen Coast Delve.
Yeah, pretty sure that's the one. And it's like you can actually go in frosty caves and find some frosty butts.
I don't recognize what you're saying about the berries.
That's a quest.
Right.
Can you pick berries? There are 2 quests in there. Oh my god, the dog is like, berries? I'll have berries? You can't have berries. Well. Speaking of dog, I do need to go and feed them, don't I?
Not the dog, I fed her, just the cat.
Poor
Just-
kitty.
Yeah, but just the dickhead. I'm not going to feed him. Now you've been keeping track of like what he's been eating and what he hasn't. He's been such a fuss pot recently,
You only have what he eats for the moment.
especially
so
in
it's okay.
especially in the heat. The cat has been a
Yeah.
real pain in the ass about what he will and won't eat. Very irritating. But yeah, anyone else have that? Like pets suffering during the heat? That's sad to see.
Hey, Tata Luke, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. ready to turtle through.
Oh, yeah.
So updates with us. Frosty tools. Oh my god.
I'm really sorry, Maya, but Blurpy is broken again.
That's nothing to do with me.
Are you sure?
Yes.
All right.
That's reconnected. That was reconnected days ago.
It
so
was,
that's fine.
yeah. That's what I said.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I said you might take a look at it when you were back.
I mean, I can look at it, but I can see that the follow-up count is still not working. But well, yeah, that is also connected and supposed to be working.
Yeah, I explained about that. That everything had been reconnected. The thing is to just never reset your Twitch password. But then, not our fault really. Look at Direfrost Keep. Look how cool it is.
It's very frosty.
It's an incredibly scary place. That is a huge, huge castle.
Yeah, it's definitely linked Blurpy, so 100% correct.
Right, so
And
Blurpy's just
working.
having some bullshit
Oh,
again.
poor Blurpy. They've had a bad week, haven't they?
Again, wasn't it DDoS attacks?
It was, yeah.
This is probably the same. Why would anyone do that to that company? Are they Israeli or something? Like, this is
Yeah, I just
Marco. This is
relinked it.
Eastmarch.
Ooh.
That's Direfrost Keep, the dungeon. Just we always forget how cool it looks here.
Very cool.
Yeah, man. Kind of weird the
Hello
door
there.
is barred, but the bridge is still up.
It's working now.
Yeah,
Blurpy.
there we go.
I've never seen this before, Marco.
Yeah, like who has? That's the entrance. When you port in, you just show up inside, and that's the entrance. I remember I'd been playing the game for a while before I think I saw it. I was like, holy shit, that's the dungeon I've been in like 10 times. It looks dope as fuck. So cool. Doesn't really give you much of a hint as to the structure, but whatever. I am Eboric Direfrost. Man, your impression of me is getting better and better.
I try.
Now that I think about it, I don't think I've seen 99% of dungeon doors. Yeah, know what you mean. It's tough one. Sim Baking Lion. Or Simba King Lion. There's no way of knowing which is the real name. Welcome on in, Simba. Thank you for the follow. I like Sim Baking Lion. Here we go. Eboric Direfrost. Dude, you gonna interact with it or what?
I love that your roar just upgraded our pride. Thanks for following. Oh, that's really fun. I do
Okay.
like Frosty for these kind of things.
These are busted.
just so
I
cute
can't.
stuff.
I can't interact. Never mind. But yeah, this place is chill as fuck. I mean, look at it.
I don't know, for some reason I have the need to say the Thalmor.
The Talmor. I can just hear Hadvar saying, "Shh, there's a bear up ahead. Careful, we could sneak past it.
Careful now.
Careful now."
Anyway, I will be right back. I'm just gonna go and feed the furry thing. Or more like Rigard. Yeah, Rigard the Brush is just, yeah. He's just such a fun character.
Yeah, that guy's fun.
Alright, come on, Ted.
Bit of a slow burn
Dinner
character as
time.
well. Like, first time you meet him, it's not like, oh, this guy's a scream. But then he pops up again and again to the point where you have like a... Yeah, it's like, oh, low level affection for this guy. And then when he shows up in Solstice, spoiler alert, same thing. Right, I'm sorry guys, I'm gonna put on the fan. This is getting ridiculous. Alright. Airflow has been established. Hey. Fitzy. Ever so briefly. How you doing, Marco? You having a good week, I hope? Good start to the weekend. He's in Solstice? I'm pretty sure he is, yeah. I could be wrong. Maybe I am. Maybe I'm getting it mixed up. But he pops up in a bunch of the stories, doesn't he? So everyone is right now is thinking, Khan's on his way to do like that woodworking survey. And normally you'd be right. But what if we ignore the survey and just carry on? This place is so cold that I went up here to get footage for my Magic Warden video. Marco, been working 19 to 20 days, so first weekend off in a bit. Hungover from being at the football last night though. Thought I'd enjoy a nice chill stream. Smart. Well, we're very happy to have you, man. Hope you enjoyed yourself. Sounds like you did. See that immediately just looks enticing to me. Nice cool breeze. You can't actually mount here. Boo. Do you guys remember coming up here? This is part of the Hrothgar story. I don't think it's even the main story. It's like an optional thing. I could be wrong, but I think it's an optional side quest. I love that. The detail that when you go through, you actually come out, we're not in the same zone anymore. This is a separate one. And everything's just covered in like a frozen fog. Makes me want to watch that movie, Everest. That's pretty good, actually. Always do when it comes to Celtic. Nice. Do you have like, speaking of hangovers, do you have like a tried and true hangover cure? Or just a ritual that doesn't really do shit, but you just enjoy it, so it like takes the edge off? Thank you, Maya. Oh, Maya just brought me a chilled sparkling water.
So it's not chilled?
It's chilled enough. It's been in the hallway. Whoops.
It's fine, I just did not want you to be disappointed.
Iron Brew and a fry up. Maya had never tried Iron Brew until a few days ago. We were talking about it with... who was chatting about it? Was it Grenade? Even though Grenade's Irish?
Yeah, there are a couple of people chatting about it.
But yeah, a couple of Scots here representing, and I was just like, oh, you've never tried it? What the hell? Let's go and let's get some. So next time we were, either you got it from like the grocery delivery, or whatever. But yeah, we got some, the original recipe, unimproved. Does it say on the bottle? I'm just gonna pick up
which
these.
sort of doesn't sound like a good thing, but yeah.
Yeah, I love that branding. Unimproved since 18, whatever it is. Yeah, it's pretty good stuff. Did you like it, Maya?
Yeah, I did. It was it wasn't as sweet as I thought it was going to be, because people were still saying, "Oh, too sweet for me, waste of sugar," or something like that. I was
Yeah,
like,
you think it's going to be like Dr. Pepper or something a bit sickly? It's way better than that.
I haven't had a proper fry up in ages.
I feel like a fry-up is always a bit of a gamble. It's never gone badly for me, but it is quite a full-on gastronomic experience, isn't it? And you think, surely when I'm fragile is the worst time to be having something like this, but it just works a treat. I gotta say, a Bloody Mary is a bit of a treat for me. I love that. I think we discovered that one New Year's Eve where we just got smashed with my parents the night before, and they were staying at our place.
No, I literally that wasn't a surprise. I literally bought like Bloody Mary bar ingredients for the morning so people
yeah,
could
that
make
was
their
it.
own.
Yeah, we got like loads of different spices you could put in there. Bloody Mary on a hangover. Not a
And
Virgin
a whiskey
Mary.
as well. In case, you know, I got carried away.
It's so cold up here, I get a custom animation. Look at that. And
Where is that?
this is Sorrow. I mean, she'd be better off just putting on a fucking fleece. You know?
Sorrow.
Sorrow found me when I was young. The rare reference to The National on the Ninja Pulse channel. Don't think we've ever had one of those before. Erezith, on my heroic quest to create and delete as many characters as possible, as my brother calls it, I made an arcanist named the Sweet Roll Thief. Is that a reference to anything in particular? But that's pretty good. Marco, seen a statistic that Scotland is the only country in the world where Coca-Cola isn't the most popular drink. Oh, that's fun. Yeah, they do shit right up there. I don't know, I'm not really into soft drinks at all, but they're generally just too sweet. But like on a hangover, I'm with you, that is the stuff. Never tried Iron Brew on a hangover, I gotta say. But like a small bottle of Coke, chilled ideally, that just sorts you out. But it literally has phosphoric acid in sufficient quantities that it acts as a is it an anti-nauseatic? Is that what it's called?
Something along those lines.
But
Yeah.
yeah,
So
it-
what I'm hearing, Khan, is after stream and work today, we're going to go and buy a ton of booze and Iron Brew. Get pissed and have Iron Brew in the morning, yeah?
I mean, I'm game if you are, but
No, Sparrow. Drinking Iron Brew right now. Scotland and Japan, they're huge on iced tea and coffee. Really?
anyway, there we go. Sorrow. And hey, Sparrow. Welcome on in. Nice to see you, man. Legend. Yeah. It's truth. I never knew that. You could just pour it back down. That's cool. So, Sorrow is like a pilgrimage site, isn't it? It's one of those bits where they really leaned into... Someone on the team here was a Star Trek fan and was thinking of the Klingons and Kailash and all that stuff. Sorry, we just started... Maya and I are way behind the times. We just started watching Discovery, finished Star Trek Picard, and the way
I mean, I just watched the...
Klingons talk in the new Star
The Klingon,
Trek.
I've got my teeth are just too big, so I sound like I have fake teeth.
Yeah, they
which
speak
I
a bit
do.
like Ferengi. They're sort of... Yeah. Anyway, they really leaned into that with the whole Toruk is Kalis kind of thing, isn't he? And that you make this pilgrimage to an incredibly dangerous place that will freeze your nuts into snow. Ice cubes, rather. And, yeah, it's pretty cool. Like, if it works, do it. Dragon Age did the same with the...
Nuts iced.
Yeah. Only 4 ads this time. Erezith saying, yeah. Apparently Erezith had 12 ads back to back earlier today. The fuck is up with that?
Maybe Twitch is trying to make up for the absolute bollocks that they've paid us for ads.
That is pretty much what I said. I was like, I don't know what's going on with ads at the moment. We make no revenue. Half the people don't get any. Even though they got no ad blocker, no nothing. They're not subbed. And it's like, well, fine. You know, enjoy. But yeah, Twitch is making such a mess of it. It almost is like they should just turn it off. Or fix it. Either or, thank you very much. And we're not the only ones saying it. It's kind of a nightmare. Yeah, what other ones? What other like cool places to chill? But Irazith, thank you for sticking with us either way. I'm sorry about all the ads. Shouldn't be happening. Unless they're very, very short. Because I think it's like 90 seconds or something like that. Maybe not even 90. I can't remember. Anyway, Belorda was saying Frozen Coast, right?
Yeah, it is 90 seconds.
Alright, well, since you're here, Maya, we can turn back the conversation to the other other conversation we were having earlier about games that make us want to be good at them. Because not every game I've loved has been a game that I wanted to be particularly good at. And I made the point that other Elder Scrolls games don't really have that effect. This is the first one where, as I got to understand the combat system, I thought, hey, I quite like this, and I would like to get good at it. In fact, I really want to get good at it. Dawn of War was a good one, and I was thinking of that because they just remastered it.
For me, Cyberpunk.
Cyberpunk, I wanted to turn up the difficulty all the way. But I don't know, I think the combat system in Cyberpunk, like the gunplay is really good. But like I said earlier, like the scripted boss encounters are weird. And they expect you to do things that the rest of the game doesn't really include or teach you about. I don't know.
Yeah, that always bothers me. That's why I do love Spyro, Cyberpunk, and Elden Ring. Yeah. Elden Ring. The assumption was that was definitely going to come up because that's a tough one, right?
Elden Ring has got more skill to it. I think Cyberpunk. Yeah, sure. If you're good at shooters, you're gonna have an easier time, but you can also build your way around it. Moose was making that distinction earlier. Games that allow you to cruise because your build is OP, rather than using like moment-to-moment skill and muscle memory. I'm not saying the one is better than the other. It's just making that distinction. I'm not going to attack this bear. Look at
That is a good point. Yeah.
And Matt's Utopian Warrior was here earlier, Maya, for a long time. And hey, exactly. And I told he came to find me in game on Tanks Your Hits, and I told him and everyone else that you always used to read it as Tanks Your Tits. Remember that? It's Argonian tank called Tanks Your Hits.
Oh yeah.
You'd forgotten that, hadn't you? Anyway, she made the point that Helldivers was a bit like that, and WoW as well. That it's all about grinding out the gear, and that's what makes you powerful more than like getting good at the game in terms of skill. ESO has a little bit of skill involved, definitely some muscle memory. But
I just got a wasabi all over the dog.
oh no. But it's more about like knowing the ins and outs of the combat system, rather than moment to moment use of skill and stuff like that, or it's a bit of both. I don't know. But yeah, we were going back and forth on it. Dynasty Warriors Empires. I don't even know that one. Age of Empire Mythology. Those games stress me out when I get beat. Always trying to get better. Yeah, Dawn of War for me as well. Like, it is so freaking hard on the highest setting, that game. They just remastered it. What an absolute classic game. Love it. Any excuse for me to buy that remaster, and I'm there. Anyway, weirdly, I think this might even have helped. Going to these really icy places. Or maybe it's just the fan that I turned on, cooling me down. Doom the Dark Ages, the new one, kind of did that for me as well. But it just didn't hit. For a start, it's a lot easier than Doom Eternal. Way, 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 way easier. And I think they've just made it easier again. But also a bit more fun with the newest update. You don't get stuck in like an animation anymore, so you can just tap block and get out of it. Whereas before, it would give you the opposite of iframes, where you know you were locked into an animation, and if something bitch slapped you while you were committed to this other animation,
Doom Eternal would be one for me for sure.
yeah, Doom Eternal just demands that you dig deep. But you could just play it on a very, very easy mode, and then it's fine. It works.
Aerosith, I wanted to be good at Warframe, but I can't aim with my tremors. I have no excuse. I just can't aim.
Ah, I see. Yeah, that sucks.
And I'm always told, like, why are you shooting above their heads? It's like, I don't know. Yeah, that's a shame. That sucks. I'm sorry.
So a game like Cyberpunk then would give you a way around that. And that you don't have to be a gunslinger. But the gunplay in that game is a lot of fun. Warframe is my quest to be good at. Yeah, I've seen that, Pluvio. But you are pretty good at it already, aren't you? I've seen Pluvio play, and Happy as well. That is like a slow burn hit, isn't it, as well? Like, it was a pretty big hit when it came out, but loads of people are still playing it. Didn't it come out the year before ESO? And is similarly popular still now? I don't know what the numbers are like.
Khan, do you have streamer mode disabled?
On Discord? Yeah, I think so.
Alright.
Why?
It just means that we won't appear in a lot of, like, live right now lists.
Why are the two tied together? I hate streamer mode. For those who don't know, streamer mode in Discord is when Discord detects that you are streaming using OBS or whatever, and it automatically hides everyone's name. It just gives you the first 3 characters. But evidently it does more than that.
I figured it out. I was doing like a housing competition, and I was like, I can't see anyone's name.
Moose, I had to AFK for like 30 minutes and just miss anything juicy. No, you missed some. We just investigated the coolest places in ESO that we could think of. Let's go and get some of these endeavors done. Mai, you want to join? If you do, then I can wait. I can wait for you to log in.
Okay.
Right.
What are they again?
Here. Capture 1 town in Cyrodiil. Defeat 40 enemies with scribed skills. Kill 5 amorphous foes. That's what I'm about to do. Complete a heist and complete a consumables craft. Master it.
So I can do 2. Really?
I'm capturing a resource. Oh no, sorry, a town. It's very doable.
Yeah, but I have to go to Ciro.
Yeah, I can't be bothered.
Alright, log in.
Beagle friend, over here.
Warframe is melee, but there's airborne enemies too. Aerosith, yep. Pluvio, similar lives, the game's not that good at first, got much better over time. Warframe probably in the best state in its history right now. Aerosith, what's the equipment or scroll that gives you the Daedroth summon? That is, it's a monster set called Maw of the Infernal. That's the one you mean, right? One of the coolest procs in the game. I love that thing. So fun.
I said I was coming, so could you wait?
I'm not killing the amorphous foes, am I?
Oh, I
Ah,
can't see.
you see.
Sorry, the lag. Not lag, but delay.
The slag. For cool procs, there's also Stormfist. Man, I wish that one was good. For a while it was close to the meta, wasn't it? Even despite that recovery thing, because it was quite good single target damage, very good splash damage. For a while you saw it used quite a lot, but I guess that's before you were really bouncing around ESO so much. Invite sent, Maya.
Danku. Toasty Coven. So, Khan, how are you doing today? Alright, so we're in Toasty Coven now. Thanks, I just saw someone farming dolmens with a zookeeper build and I had no idea how they had the day drop. Yep, that's how. It's really fun. Daniela, will there be a giveaway today? I don't know. There might be.
I would not be surprised if we get a giveaway in the next hour or so.
I wouldn't be surprised either.
And then maybe another one a little bit later, after 6 o'clock. So you need to get back down in the bowels of this particular delve, and then they start to appear.
Oh, I thought I was in a Templar. I don't know why, but I was like, where's my job?
Where my jabs, man?
No, no. Why no more giveaways, Moose? LeBro, but we already have a giveaway. Can't play hide and seek. What?
Yeah, I gave away $250,000.
Oh.
Just because someone mentioned it. Are you here, Maya?
Yeah, right behind you.
Are you done yet?
No.
God damn it.
Where did you hide? And was it just for chat? Or did somebody find you?
Yeah, it was, I just stood next to the way shrine in Alikir, outside Sentinel, and said first person to ask me to trade. Technically Utopian Warrior won, but he didn't actually initiate the trade because he didn't want the money. The gold. So why are you not getting credit for these?
I'm done now.
Wicked. Alright, you want to do
I
a
guess
heist?
if I don't touch them at all.
Maybe. Have you got the princely Dawnlight Palace?
Yeah? No.
Alright. Wow, a house that Maya doesn't own in game? That's rare.
Which one is it? Where is it again?
Hughes Bane. Don't worry, I'm porting.
No. Yeah, I don't have it anyway, so... Just cuz. That's a good reason there, Moose, yeah. Like a parent talking to a child. Well, why not? Because.
Oh, here we go. I never do these. I quite like the heists and the Dark Sacrament, or whatever they're called. Black Sacrament?
Wow. Eras, they're funny when people say they're in a cult. I was in a cult, and it made me question everything, and people act like it's fun. I'm out now, thankfully. The worm cult is pretty fun. Yeah, that's Yeah, I'd imagine, I mean, if people haven't experienced it, they might think very differently about it. Yeah, I don't think you want to join the worm cult either there, Moose. Can you share that quest, or do I need to go and pick it up?
Already did. Already shared it.
Oh, well, I guess I can't have it then.
It's not coming up at all? Maybe relog to a character that's actually done the Thieves Guild? That's probably it.
Oh, okay.
I'll wait for you to relog.
At least the worm cult has insurance. I tried, Moose is saying. Why? So why? Why would you try it? I mean, there is some sort. You know, if you die, don't worry, we'll bring you back. I don't know if that's a good thing, but you know, that's the thing.
Erosith, so for real, like, not to pry, but you're an actual cult. Cults have changed, though. Like, in many ways, a lot of people view QAnon as like a cult. It's just distributed in a different way. It's done through media and the internet. But it's the same kind of thought distortion. Thought control is too simplistic. Really interesting. Invite to group.
Okay. Can you share?
Yeah, I shared.
Well, I didn't get it.
You still can't do it.
No.
You can do heists together, can't you? I've done it before. Or is that just the Dark Brotherhood ones?
Well, that was very anticlimactic. I'm pretty sure you could, yeah. Yeah, I was a teenager, and then... Sorry, yes, I was a teenager, and they were gaslighters and delusional. Oof. That's rough. Well, just go and do it, can't I? I'll watch. I'll go and craft?
Now, hang on, check that your character actually has Thieves Guild. Not Dark Brotherhood, Thieves Guild.
Oh. I've not done the quest on any... Wasn't that the Dark Brotherhood Sanctuary?
No, do a heist, that's Thieves Guild.
Oh,
So just go to your main. She'll have it. Or at least she'll be part of it, I don't know.
rip off of Wiccan. Ah. Which
I
is not a
see,
cult.
yeah,
Well,
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you made your escape. One of our really good friends was raised in a Jehovah's Witness household. He's gay, and he knew he was gay at a very young age, so he knew he was not going to be able to stay. But he knows a lot of... There's like a community of people around the area where he lives. Not necessarily from there, but people from around the country who were raised in these kind of households. And the term they use is escape. It's like some Mormons that you run into. They use the term escape for cutting ties with that heritage and with that particular branch of faith, which is extreme. I've never experienced anything like that, so I can't speak to that. But yeah, I remember when that really struck me. Went to a pub which was owned by someone he knew because of this. They didn't know each other growing up or anything, but I guess they met through Facebook groups and whatnot. Rip off of Wiccan.
Would you mind sending me an invite?
I just love that description, by the way. Right, let's try this again. You getting it?
No.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Why? Maybe you just haven't done Thieves Guild on any character.
No, I've never done it. I told you. I just said it.
But I
So-
don't think you need to have done anything. You just need to have, like, leveled it up. You just buy loot a few things, don't you?
No, I checked. I didn't have an old one. Well, just go and do it, Khan. This is, yeah, I don't want to hold you by
Oh,
your
I'm
ear.
sorry.
That's okay.
Whoa. I missed Dark Cloak. What do I need to do?
But I've done heists with you. I've done heists during events.
Exactly.
What the fuck am I doing? This one has literally nothing. No quests. Well, that's a lie. She has some, but not anything. No. Maybe I have to pick them up myself?
I don't know.
I don't know. I feel like that might be the case.
Either that or you just have one.
I don't have one. I just checked. I definitely don't have one. Elder Heists Online. Where Maya is like, just lost.
It bugs
playing
the shit
Heists
out of me
Online.
when you don't see the detect radius around those guards. That's such a like fundamental and annoying bug. Like this one up there, I can barely see it. Just gonna go around the other way. Not gonna wait for these clowns. So what do I need to do? Just steal gemstones. I love
Ooh, I want
the
shiny things.
the Dark Brotherhood ones are way more fun. I feel like. Great. There's literally no way to get through that one. You have to disarm it. Oops. I haven't done one of these in a while, actually. Yeah, I don't know. I always thought these were quite a lot of fun, but they just don't really fit into the flow of the game that well. So I think a lot of people just don't do them. It's certainly not a thing that I feel like doing regularly. I love a good stealth 'em up. How long have I got? I got like 4.5 minutes. 3 more gemstones I need to get.
Swaggy, this is a heist. Thieves Guild heist. Thievesies.
That sucks. I just have to wait for this guy. I did get busted once already, so I give myself limited time.
Astira View, good afternoon, good afternoon.
Hey, welcome on in, and welcome everybody. If you joined us last time we said it, Asterial is here, all is well.
We are all just after 9 a.m. for me. Mind if Kat's been on today's upcoming D&D session? No, go for it. Swagula, Dima never done that. Well, I can't do that. I can't join. It's not boring. I personally don't particularly like them because I suck at them. But that's just my problem. Why did I get a banner ad for sulfuric acid of all things? Okay, that's...
Maybe it's listening to me, the fact that we were talking about phosphoric acid earlier.
Yeah.
In Coca-Cola.
Catabed. I meant Chatterbed. I mean, I assume so, but also Catabed. Like, you know, catty. Meow.
Yeah, we thought you were going to bitch about someone.
Yeah. Oversized watermelon. I'm back. Welcome back.
Hey, welcome back.
Would you like to say, aren't you supposed to one-shot the guards? There are often, like, bonus points for being stealthy, so not killing anyone.
Yeah, you're not supposed to kill any of them.
No.
But yeah, if you get busted, you kind of have to. And we're done with like 2 minutes to spare. Nice.
Well done, boss.
Well
You're
done,
living up to
boss.
your reputation. I'll get these sold in the flick of a tail and have your take at the den once the guild clears it. Don't forget to collect it, or it might grow legs.
Alright, well that's that done.
Good for you. Still, nah, I'm generally happy with my players. They are, without question, agents of chaos. We like that. But they are achieving the goals set for them. So they're fun challenge for me as a DM. As DM.
Got your
Yeah,
linear
he
eye.
sounds like that character in the first prequel. The flying one. Erazith, I'm weird in the fact that my favorite stealth game is one where you can completely beat the stealth mission by violently beating down the enemies and then completing the mission. Okay, that's quite funny. That is so. Whenever I try and stealth, that is sort of what I tend to end up doing. So I don't know what that is, but I just suck at stealthing in game. I've not really tried much stealthing IRL, to be fair. But I don't feel like I would be very good at that either, to be honest. I don't know. They can't spot you if they're all dead. That is very true, handsome stranger. Maybe that is the point. Well, it wasn't stealthy, but technically you were not spotted, so you are safe, my friend. Moose, dishonest stealth. No killing is pretty fun. Right, yeah.
Yeah. Erazith, that's also my favorite kind of stealth game, where you don't need to be stealthy. There's that constant tension.
How's just stealthy, like a cat?
No, but there's that constant tension between... Do I wait? Do I, do I take some pride in doing this with, like...
I wait or do
with
I urinate?
with finesse? or do I just kill everyone? Or do you do that thing where you leave everyone alive and just steal it with nobody seeing you? Or do you kill everyone without being seen? Or do you just kill everyone? And to hell with whether they see you or not. Dishonored was great in that way. It's just, sim. Immersive sim, I guess, is the genre we're talking about.
Mr. Dappermint, hello, hello. Yes, we're doing well. How are you doing?
Hello there.
And Safety Walk, thank you for the hydrate and the handsome stranger. I like to have options, yeah. I get that. I just
Yeah.
tend to not take the stealthy option. Even if I start off by taking it, I usually fail, so I have to do the other one.
Yeah, then there's, do you reload or do you just commit? And I like that. Deus Ex and System Shock, these are like the originals in that regard. Bioshock moved away from that a little bit. You could stealth to a degree, but it wasn't really a big part of the toolkit. It just allowed you to explore places before you started murdering everyone. But it's harder and harder to do these kind of games.
Yeah. Mr.
Cyberpunk
Dappermint,
is...
I'm
Sorry.
doing well. Just finished a delve. Nice. Always love popping into your streams. Oh, thank you. And we love having you come in. And Asterial, so I got contacted by the player of the lone pure fighter in the party, who is somewhat improbably a goblin, generally a race that is seen as irredeemably evil. And his backstory was he was a pit fighter. Ooh, very effective. And truthfully, the player is somewhat of a min-maxer. Ha! But he understood when he joined that I'm not a fan. The handsome stranger gets spotted, pull out a rocket launcher. That is so me. And Erizeth, so I have heavy footsteps, but when I put my shoes on, suddenly I make no noise. Interesting.
Get spotted,
And my old-
pull out a rocket launcher is an amazing summary, of Maya's playstyle.
Yep, that's me. At my old job, a pet store, I scared some coworkers so much going around corners they threatened to put a bell on me. At least I'm guessing you had access to a lot of bells, kitty cats, and collars and harnesses and whatnot. For fun. Oh, that's so. Khan is just chilling with his Vardvarg. Her Vardvarg. Borba's chilling with her Varvag. There we go. I was struggling to put the words there. Ad break ended. Welcome back, everyone. And thank you so much for sitting through the ads. Even though we get peanuts, we still need to eat. So even peanuts are very good. So we really appreciate your patience. Oh, that's so lovely and very romantic. Is the Varva? Oh no, that's not his tongue. I thought that was like a really, really giant tongue. That's... but it is a massive tongue. It's just I was thinking something that's on Borba's leg that was a tongue. But I mean even bigger. Like proper Jar Jar Binks sort of tongue. Mlem. Oh, these are so cute. I'm watching. I'm tonguing. I want my bugzoos. I was going to say, it would be more fun with a friend. There we go. Aww. Borba's getting all romantic.
Nobody's limbs are touching the rock. This is street theater.
We're floating.
Look, Ma, no gravity. What's when the NPC actually turns and looks at you? Who the fuck are you? Wait, it's my rock.
Hey, Duanix Introvert, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in.
This looks like a shot from like the opening credits of Baywatch.
Yeah.
No?
Yeah. Although the Vardvark is somewhat oddly placed. Where were they in Baywatch? Like Florida or something?
California.
Is it California? I haven't seen it since I was a kid, so I don't think a half-naked, not obviously. Babe Watch.
Is it all around Santa Monica?
I
whole
honestly
area?
have no idea. That sounds accurate. I don't know. The rest of the party has reached level 7, but he's been holding off on leveling. Oh, as he is wanting to class into Warlock and wanted me to create an encounter with a being that is offering impact in return for power to gain spellcasting. And so because I'm inherently lazy, I entered my wishes into GPT and got a truly delightful encounter. Oh, that's fun. Hey, Ted Meister. That does sound fun. All right, so where is Borba gonna go now? Explore other parts of the world. We've explored all the cool places to chill out in and literally potentially freeze to death. So not so great, but hey, you know, small, short sort of exposure in this heat. Nice. And the Handsome Series, California, I think. Yeah. I just haven't seen it since I was a kid, so a lot of things were lost on me. Including sort of the location, I guess.
I'm not sure I've ever seen an entire episode of Baywatch.
Oh, I've definitely seen it a few times. A few episodes, for sure. I don't think I ever, like, sat down on a Thursday afternoon to watch it. But I think it was one of those things that was just on, so... Yeah.
I think it may already have been finished. But that was still on, like, reruns were on. And I had a friend's house, and the dad liked putting it on. Let's just put it that way. I had a friend's house, you know what I mean? One of my mates.
I wonder. That's what I mean. A lot of the stuff was just sort of lost on me. In more ways than one.
Yeah, I think I was old enough to think I understood. You know, to see the appeal, but in fact, I only understood like maybe 50% of it. If that makes sense. Like, I was aware that it was funny that Roger, my friend's dad, used to want to watch it. And the wife would sort of roll her eyes. I think that's the only time I ever saw it was at their house. Classy. Was it like any good? Was it actually like decent TV, or was it just terrible
Couldn't tell you.
acting, terrible writing with lots of boobs and swimsuits?
Moose, what the fuck even is the story of Baywatch? Like, legit just following them, rescuing people from drowning over and over? Well, no, I'm pretty sure there was, for starters, David Hasselhoff had a son. And I guess he was a single dad. And there was a lot of love bollocks. You know, this one and that one, and she's doing him, and he's doing her, and all that. But yeah. And there was a shark attack, and somebody does get eaten by a shark.
You get a lot of procedural shows though that work absolutely fine, like crime procedurals, legal, hospital. You know, where basically the same shit happens every week. Oh, somebody got run over. You know, there was a show here in the UK called Casualty for years. I'm pretty sure nothing ever happens except someone gets injured, they go to the hospital. 1 in 10 episodes, somebody dies. But because it's a dramatic procedural, that's the term for it, it sort of works. Anyway, Maya, thank you for vamping for a minute while I was wolfing down some sushi. Really appreciate it. Now I need to just do a quick AFK, and then the lunch is complete. I just need to wash the soy off my fingers.
He soiled his fingers with soy. It's good. The dog's like, what are you doing? Give. Lead. Any Hoodle Poodle, welcome in everyone, welcome in, who's just come, I'm Maya, and there usually is a Khan, well there's always a Khan actually these days, sometimes a Maya, but yeah, together we are Ninja Pulls, we stream Thursday to Sunday, nice long ass streams, it's something we're testing, we were streaming every single day until just a couple of weeks ago, but any Hoodle Pood, we are here to answer any questions you might have. There is an update that drops this coming Monday. Huge? I wouldn't say that. There are some changes, fairly significant, but not that many. But if you do have any questions, you're worried about your build, anything, do ask, please. As I said, it drops on Monday on PC and console on 3rd of September. And if you think of something later when we're not live and think, oh no, I should have asked, well, A, we'll be back tomorrow, but also you can join our Discord. Here we go. And if you do want to watch Khan's lovely summary of what is actually happening with this update, here you go. Here's a link to YouTube.
Nice, thank you, Maya. We did have someone come in. They just came in, first time chatter, and said, hey, saw your video. Nice one. And then they dropped 5 gifted subs.
Fuck yeah.
I know, I love it when that happens. Alright, so look at Asterial trying to pimp me out here. Let me... Do you want Maya to read the first one, I'll read the second? Or
No, he wanted to read you read it.
You wanted me specifically?
Yep. Worked on sushi 2 days in a row, and there's even more sushi for later. Yes, any update with new dungeons is a big one in my book. No, that is true. I meant more just sort of changes to combat. Yeah, there's dungeons.
It's the patch rather than the new content. 2 new dungeons, and let's not forget, the headline here really is 4 dungeons in a single year. First time we've had that in a long time. Very exciting. Anyway, right. So this is an excerpt from, was this ChatGPT generated? Asterial for your D&D campaign. I'm with Ema, by the way. Hello! I've worked in hospitals 24 years. None of that crap happens. Yeah. I mean, I'm not talking about House. I'm talking about, or Grey's Anatomy. I'm talking about the ones where I'm sure it's still not remotely realistic, but it's like, you know, a couple of steps heightened from real accidents that do occur. Like someone, you know, I don't know, there's ominous footage of a tractor being rolled out of the farmyard, and then someone else walking out, a loose thing on the back of the I don't know, the plow or whatever, and then someone gets their leg cut off. And the rest of the episode is about that. Again, not really my kind of TV. Much like Baywatch, I don't really know how much of it I've seen. Not much. But there are a lot of things that revolve around that. You know, lifeguarding doesn't need to be any different from all those legal dramas and other stuff. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Not exactly realism. Anyway, here we go. I'm assuming it's the heavy air, not he heavy. Nice one, ChatGPT. The heavy air of the underground dwarven library hung like a tomb's breath, thick with dust and old, rotting parchment. Stone shelves had collapsed under their own age, spilling rune-scripted tablets and cracked tomes all across the broken floor. A quiet, unsettling hush lingered in the chamber, not peaceful, but anticipatory, as if the library itself waited for something. The small goblin's eyes flicked left and right, alert for danger and valuables. His boots crunched over shards of carved obsidian and dried inkstones. That's when he saw it. A hazy silhouette, hooded and still, seated against a broken dwarf lectern like a shadow given form. No sound of breath, no shifting of cloth, just presence. Only two faintly glowing eyes shimmered from beneath the hood, calm and ember bright. There we go. Cheesy, but dripping with atmosphere. I like it. It's like one of the descriptions from a really old school board game that Maya and I played once years ago. We turned it into a drinking game. It's basically D&D, but made super simple. It's called Quest for the Dragon, and you just there are like dungeon tiles that you put down as you go. Yeah, it's for like 4-year-olds to understand, but it works really well as a drinking game. If you do shots every time you lose a fight with a monster. The goblin lifted his chin. What are you then? Some ghost? I don't know, my dwarf is Cockney, I don't know. Some librarian left to rot. The stranger leaned forward slightly. Under the hood, the eyes blazed with a soft internal fire. Though the body seemed frail, there was an undeniable weight in its presence, a density of ancient power merely coiled beneath ragged cloth. Call me a traveler, and I have watched you for some time. There we go, that's all I'm doing. Without spoiling, how are the two new dungeons? Doing them with my group next week. One of them is extremely mechanic heavy. Black Gem Foundry, Pluvio. Super mechanic-y. In a good way. But like, beyond anything I remember ever seeing before. Like, insane levels of mechanics. Like, the last fight was genuinely just baffling to us. I'll give you one spoiler. The final fight, read the book on the left as you enter this open area where the boss is standing, and it's very obvious this is the big finale in Black Gem Foundry. Look to the left of the door you just came through. There's a book, and it's like a scientific treatise on how the fight works. Genuinely, without it, it was like...
Or avoided, obviously,
yeah,
if you guys want to go in 100% blind.
Yeah, and then you'll just spend an extra hour trying to figure out what the fuck is going on.
Yeah, obviously, depends. So it's sort of a spoiler/warning.
But I would suggest that because it doesn't give the game away. It's not telling you how to do the fight, it's just... I guess they didn't... What the devs normally do is they show you a mechanic in a trash pull. You know? A little bit before, so that you've already seen it. Kind of a tried and true method, but I guess they couldn't figure out a way to do that here. Like the sound of mech heavy. And the other one is more about atmosphere, I would say. We haven't done the hard modes in there, so it may be crazy difficult, I have no idea. But Naj Kaldish, I felt like it was less complicated and much more vibrant, shall we put it that way. Now, the environments are gorgeous. Like, if you stop to look around, you'll keep looking around. You know, like, whoa, whoa. You have a Bill and Ted moment. And that's the one with, like, Argonians and Voxrona Guardians and all that stuff. Voskrona, sorry. All that fun stuff. How was that, Cyril? How did I do? Isn't it great? I love it so much. Yeah. Pretty good for ChatGPT, I've got to say. That right there is why I've never finished The Witcher 3. I just get lost in the environments. I get lost in the characters in that game.
I just get lost, full stop.
Especially the characters that you keep coming back to, like Philippa, Dijkstra. When there's a bit in Novigrad...
Right, I'm afraid I need to head off.
Already? We need to do a giveaway first.
Alright.
Let's do that.
Oh, what do you want to give away?
What have we got?
Everything.
Oh, come on. Help me out.
Let's go with a Torchbug pet.
Oh, we'll do a Torchbug pet and then later maybe 1,000,000 gold?
We'll see, yeah. Could you explain? I'll just set it up quickly.
Alright, so the way this is going to work, this is a pink Torchbug pet, which I think is only available as like a coupon
giveaway,
you can
yes.
get at events, live events, or you can get it like this from streamer giveaways. So very exciting. If you don't have it, the way you win it is by guessing which number the bot has come up with. Maya's going to give you a range. You can guess as many times as you like, so you can just spam chat, and whoever guesses the correct number first will get the Torchbug pet, or at least
and the range...
they'll get the code, and then you can give it to somebody else. Just save it up. The code will be valid for a long time. So if you
all platforms as well.
Yeah, all platforms this works, console and PC.
And the range is between 1 and 69, and the giveaway is live. Just start guessing, start spamming that chat with numbers. Let's go, go, go. Get yourself a pink Torchbug pet. Yes, well done, Moose. Between 1 and 69. Woohoo! Get yourself a pink Torchbug pet. Just Torchbug pet, but I'm pretty sure it's the pink one.
Very sorry to say, Redeemer, it's only Twitch. We should say that every time. We always forget.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, it always feels bad. We should figure out a way to do giveaways on one and then the other platform as well.
All right, Kaylin Q. All right, my friend, are you hearing me? Are you here? Please make sure to send a... There we go, I've got you. I'm going to send you...
Sorry, Maya.
I'm going to send you a whisper on Twitch. Please make sure to respond to that one and let me know which platform you'd like it on. And I can send it either here or Discord if you're not able to, for some reason, respond to me here. There you go. There is our Discord link. And with that, I'm afraid I need to dash off. So I'm going to have to leave you and love you. The other way around. Love you and leave you. Bye.
All right, well, Aaron Tiwari, hello there. And I see that point about Witcher 3 as well. I totally know what you mean. I'm going to have to dash off with Maya, but I will be back in just a few minutes. Give me 5 minutes, literally. No more than that. And, yeah, sorry to leave you again, but I will be right back. Just in a few minutes, and then we'll carry on with today's stream. Take it easy, grab a drink. See you in a few minutes. Thank you for that. And we're back. Sorry about that. All dropped off, all sorted. Now we're back, we can talk a little bit more about, well, whatever we want. And congratulations again, Kaylin Q. Thank you for messaging. Maya will deal with that and get the code sent over to you if she hasn't already. This music is insane. But yeah, I thought maybe because a serial you so kindly put us onto the subject of D&D. I read something that really got my attention the other day. I think it was just PC Gamer, and I've heard something similar before. If you heard that, that was not a beer, that was a sparkling water with a little bit of flavoring. So just getting a message there. There we go. Cooking koalas. Ha! I've come across 2 NPCs with funny names. One I just met was called Fistalime, and the other one was Nerdalon. Sparkling water with that yeast and grain flavoring. Yeah, you're right. Handsome stranger. Man, I wish. I wish. I just said to Maya, hey, you want to go and get some cold ones? I could finish stream a little early, maybe, and go and pick something up. But, I'm not sure she's in the mood. Yum, exactly. In fact, let me just clarify. I'll send her a little message while we're talking. Well, if you change your mind... Happy to go grocery shopping. In quotation marks. Before I pick you up. It's been a long week. Maya's had a pretty big week this week. She's had to like take some colleagues to task, kick some ass, take some names, you know, that kind of thing. Exhausting. Anyway, so what I read the other day, and we talked a little bit about this recently on stream, is that one of the reasons that Warhammer doesn't always make a ton of sense to Americans, and Dungeons and Dragons doesn't always make a ton of sense to Europeans. Obviously, both are very, very successful globally. They're very different games and settings, but they're comparable, shall we say, as a type of product. It's that Warhammer, both the fantasy and the 40k version, are filled with British stereotypes and British cultural references and politics. The orcs are football hooligans. The elves are posh people, politicians. Dark elves are posh people who take drugs. The humans are just... the dwarves are like the working class. Yeah, all very interesting. So it draws upon the European experience of the 2 world wars, particularly the British experience of the 2 world wars, but also medieval references creep into it, obviously. And not just in the fantasy battle one, but in 40k. Whereas Dungeons and Dragons, because it is an American invention, is packed with references to the West. You know, cowboy movies and the Wild West and the frontier and stuff like this. And that is one reason among various others. Also, Warhammer is supposed to be funny. And a lot of Americans don't get that it's like inherently, I'm generalizing, say Americans this, Europeans that, obviously, but generally speaking, it's not apparent to a lot of American fans that what Warhammer is satire, almost above all else. There's some of that in D&D as well. Does that hang with you guys? Have you heard this before? Cooking quality, I buy lots of club soda, since there's 70 cents per 2-liter bottles. Nice. Mixed with ice and a fresh squeezed lemon. Pretty much down a 2-liter bottle in a day if I have it off. Yeah. Yeah, I don't tend to drink sparkling. I'll just have water from the tap. Because there's some parts of the world where you don't drink the tap water. In the UK, it's fine. You're supposed to. But like when we used to go to France, we would never drink the tap water. Nobody did. But yeah, I thought that was really interesting. Is that just me? That the whole, if it's purified and fresh, then yeah, it's all good. I'd never thought of it like that. That although we have so much in common with the US and a lot of our cultural cues and shorthands that we use in storytelling are really, really similar or identical. I thought it was a really fun thing that came out like the 70s and 80s in the two different countries, and that to this day that is a thing which separates them and makes it a little bit less easy to understand for some people. Like, I don't get it. Moose. I've had some absolutely gross tap water in England. Tasted all kinds of chemicals. Really? No, we don't get that where I live. Whereabouts? Hang on, I should check my... Should check which writs I've actually got before I do anything this stupid. I've got like one enchanting writ. Good. Norfolk. Might explain it. Yeah, it might do. Might well do. Alright, let's bank the stupid shit before I regret it.
How can I help you?
Provisioning. Already did all that. I'm not making Psijic Ambrosia, you can fuck off. Excuse my language. Not doing it. Nope. Why is that even in there? There we go. I think we're good. The disparity in terms of gold per writ voucher is absolutely insane, isn't it? Gilly-chan, hello there! Congrats on finishing your painting last night. It looked great. Did you give it to your mum? Or is that coming up? Couldn't remember whether it was today or just soon that you're going to go and see her. Well, welcome on in. You just missed Maya, I'm sorry to say. Thank you, it was today. She loved it. Awesome. I haven't made my mum anything like that in a long time, but she used to go absolutely crazy when I would make, like, or draw or paint something for her. It's kind of sweet. I hope you had fun. Was it just the two of you hanging out, or were there other folks as well, like a party kind of thing? Oh, we need to make... Oh, this bugs me. They have to do this manually. New Moon Acolytes. What style? Ancient Daedric. Ninja left, so we might have to deal with Ninja streaming instead. Yeah. Absolutely right. Where are we looking? Somewhere around here. Where's the ancient... Ancient Daedra. Seriously? Ancient Daedric? God's sake, I need to do it that way, don't I? There it is. Nirnhoned. Nirnhoned, Ancient Daedric, New Moon Acolyte, Quirus. Done. Mum, Dad, and I went to Constance, Germany, ate lunch, and had some ice cream. Man, that sounds civilized. I love it. My sister's coming over from Germany fairly soon and trying to arrange something with her and my mum, and my dad's just staying out of it, like smart man. It's proving to be a fucking nightmare. Because my mum keeps chiming in with, oh no, those times won't work. Your sister's doing this, and then my sister's like, no, I'm not. Alright, enough.
Praise Vivek. You were there to stop Alexandra Cannell from capturing the
Praise
Coral Ark.
Vivek. But what did you miss, Skidder? We've been talking about tanking. We did some PvP. We've been talking a bit more about Update 47. We're talking about games that make you want to be good at them, rather than just games that you love. And people saying that The Witcher 3 was a game where they got too lost in the environment and the world and the setting to really pay much attention to the combat system. And then Aaron Tiwari saying, I regret finishing it too quickly. You can always replay it. I've replayed that game. For what it's worth, Aaron, if you're still there. It's a lot of fun.
The artisan arrives.
I can't be bothered. I should just take I should take a little scroll, shouldn't I? If I'm doing this many master writs, I might as well grab an XP scroll. Just take a cheapo one. Actually, no. Let's take a medium one.
None of us is getting any younger, you know.
Interesting, I can see that. Played a bit of The Witcher 3 too. Sadly, I lost around 20 hours game time because the Steam Cloud didn't sync up. Wow, perfect excuse to play it again. There is a bit in Act 2, I believe, where
If I have
you do some story stuff with
none of
Triss.
us is
And spoiler alert, it's not like the necessary fork in the road that the game makes you think, but Triss is leaving Novigrad. She has to get out
none of us.
because it's not safe. And you can convince her to stay, or you can just, you know, say some nice things and wish her well. But when she left, it didn't help that Maya was on holiday for like 2 weeks. She was traveling around Italy and Switzerland and various other places. But I played that part of the story and I found it really sad. Oh, I didn't actually bank these. What an idiot. Oh, just abandon. I'm not making that, so bye-bye.
The artisan
No.
arrives.
As a reader of the books, Muso, I did not go for Triss. But it made me really sad when she says goodbye. Like, I was really surprised. I don't think I'd been...
None of us.
Like, the emotional needle hadn't really been moved on a game for me since the very end of Half-Life 2, Episode 2. If you've played it, you know. Holy shit, you know how that ends. And that is the last Half-Life game we've had, by the way. So it ends on
If I have
quite a cliffhanger and a very emotional moment. And it just kind of fades to black. It's like, Jesus, that is so heavy. And that was many, many years before. I don't think a game had really... It didn't make me cry or anything. Half-Life made me, like, misty. I was like, whoa, that is rough. But The Witcher, it made me feel really, really sad. It was like I was missing someone. It was very clever. Very effective. And because you've got Dijkstra there chatting shit to you as well, you know? That made it work as well. But there's still other people around saying, "Oh, you let her get away," kind of thing. You're an idiot.
Come to deliver our little private contract. None of us. The longer. None of us is getting any.
That was Red Dead Redemption 2 for me when Arthur dies. See, I was trying to avoid spoilers, Kyle D, but... Nah, it's all good. That's not a new game.
None of us.
Yeah, there we go. That is a 1.8 mil XP. Oh, that's another champion point. Yay, I'll take it.
I'm glad Stormhold is safe.
I love the fact that it's like one champion point for a huge stack of writs like that now. It's insane. Uchimax. Wait, Arthur will die? A friend of mine killed Triss. I forgot you could even do that. Chronodyne and Chrono Trigger. Gilly-chan, right. Or Cooking Koalas first, in fact. I've never finished Half-Life 2 or the expansions. Get to the part where you drive in the hover cart and start to fall asleep. The hover, like the boat? The fan boat? Oh, I love that bit. Gilly-chan, I got to the point where Dandelion's girlfriend gets attacked. That quest hit me really hard because she and Dandelion are friends. They're my friends. Right, I see. I think there is a way for that quest to end reasonably happily. But yeah, getting there in 20 hours sounds like rushing. No. It was 20 hours of progress that Gilly lost, I think. That included that particular bit. So you didn't want to replay that section because it was tough to get through. I'm still impressed when games can do this. You know? The odds are so stacked against them. There's so many layers of technology that come between us and like the emotional reality that the game is trying to convey. So I feel like it's a miniature miracle every time when it actually comes off. I thought Cyberpunk 2077 was exceptionally good at conveying that kind of stuff. Not like big emotional dramatic moments, but just storylines that really stick with you after you've closed the game and you're doing something else and you're still thinking about what happened to Evelyn or whatever. There's I won't say too much. But again, if you know, you know. So we had somebody ask yesterday, Rani Zah, if you can do all that stuff again. Protagonist not supposed to die, what the fuck? There is a particular game where the ending is you dying. I mean, Cyberpunk is not the one I'm talking about. That's obviously a possibility in that game as well. That's kind of what that game is about. And that's really not a spoiler. You become essentially terminally ill in the prologue. Something happens to you which is going to kill you. And it's about, like, you can play through it in a way which V survives, but it's kind of, the clock is always ticking. Would you max 900 hours in Red Dead and still haven't finished it? Thank you for spoiling. Oh, I thought you were kidding. But no. Kyle did post a facepalm emoji, if it helps. Speaking of Kyle, do I need to do all the DLC prologue quests before I start the zone story? Or does it matter? I would do the prologue quest before you start a particular DLC. You know, so before you do Necrom, yeah, do that prologue. It'll just set the scene a little bit more. It'll make a bit more sense. But don't worry if you skip them. They're mostly teasers. They show us a little bit of one of the, like, there's usually an important NPC introduced. The stakes are kind of hinted at, and we see some of the new playset. You know, the new surroundings that are going to be used in the expansion. Cooking Koalas. Witcher 4 looks amazing. I'm going to need a new PC and a 4K TV to connect it to really enjoy it on a big screen. That's true, although that tech demo, remember, it was running on a PS5. So, it's a lot of that tech innovation which is actually great for video games. Making them run more efficiently so they can look prettier, but without breaking the freaking bank. Like, it's already insane how much GPUs cost. Especially NVIDIA GPUs. Like, it's not really defensible. So I'm glad that a lot of the innovation currently is moving in that direction. Who was it that did one of these the other day and said they died on the last... It might have been Gilly? Anyway, I just wanted to, once again, encourage you, update your builds, guys. Especially with subclassing. I'm not doing anything difficult or skillful here. Just doing my rotation. This is when it's going to get tough. I might run out of sustain here. Oh. Now, someone said they opened a Celestial Rift here in Craglorn, and that they couldn't get past the boss. Like, even compared to me doing the same thing last patch, that was ridiculously fast. There's so much damage in the game now. And I don't just mean update your build this patch. Update them regularly. Do it. I promise you, Maya is so reluctant to do this. I totally get it, but you will have more fun, almost certainly. Yeah, most different voice actor for Siri. It's definitely going to bother me for a while. And Cooking Koalas, think of it as people's voice change if they smoke for 20 to 40 years. That's a good one. Gilly-chan, a completionist. I don't rush games like that. Yeah, I do the same. But yeah, I lost 20 hours of my save game. Go back, it's so good. There's so much good stuff in there. The only problem with being a completionist and playing a CD Projekt game like that is that you might end up going back and replaying and trying to figure out like all the different endings to each quest and all the outcomes that you would prefer.
Thank you for saving us.
And it's never that simple. Handsome Stranger. The most recent emotional reaction I had was in ESO's Somerset expansion. Darian's tale made me sad, made me say bad words. Wow. Still haven't done it. Need to get there. One of the better written DLC storylines in my opinion. Yeah. That whole arc, I feel like, Vardenfell, Clockwork City, and Somerset. It's sort of part of one continuous story. It's a very, very good reputation amongst the players. Spectral Fish, welcome on in. Here's the build. No, that's the CMX. It's not really a build. I'm just messing around. It's Overworld. I don't do Overworld builds. I just... because you don't need one. Overworld is unspeakably easy. But, yeah, that's it. You can screenshot that if it helps. But there's nothing original or interesting about it. I'll leave it there for a few more seconds if you want to screenshot it and save it somewhere. But yeah, it's not on the website. Like I said, it's not really a build. It's just a setup that I have saved. Oh, Gilly, you think that was you? A storm mattress squished you? Yeah. Oof. Yeah. Xerath was a great help, not to get overwhelmed as a squishy DPS. Yeah, I cannot stress this enough. Try a setup like this. Please, do yourself the favor, just try it. You don't even need crushing agony. And hey, look, by the way, you can just run Orders Wrath. You can make 2 crafted sets and it'll still work fine. And then just subclass. Even if you don't use this, just something like that. And you won't need a companion. You won't need any tankiness. You will just cruise. And it'll be like, hey man, this game is so much more fun. I don't know. Like I always say, I want to be careful. I'm telling people how to play, but I can't imagine anyone having less fun as a result of trying a setup like this. Oh, did I turn my volume back down? I did. Most, I'll update my 6-year-old PvP build at some point in the next few years here. I know the feeling. I mean, if you don't do a lot of PvP, it's different, isn't it? But if you're running around Cyrodiil all the time, every week, with this super outdated build, and struggling more as a result, yeah, it's like, come on, spend half an hour, 40 minutes, whatever it takes, to make that change, and you're upgrading your gaming time for weeks, months, however long you use it before moving on. Gilly-chan, I prefer good endings. I only do bad endings if there's an achievement. You might struggle with Cyberpunk then. They really flip it around so that many of the sad endings are the good ones. The happy endings are the meh ones. Yeah, they try to foil that kind of approach. Because all of us have it, right? I'm cooking koalas. Ninja Poles, I've been having so much fun on my Nightblade recently. Subclass Templar Spear and Necro Gravelord for defense and soul-sucking for ultimates. Sets Thundercaller and Vanderallens. Didn't expect to do so well. It's made my Nightblade a blast to play. Well, there we go. Cooking koalas speaking exactly my language. I'm by no means saying, this is amazing. It's literally the first thing I tried. But it was so much fun that I just haven't even bothered to mess around with anything else. And because Overworld is like I said, super, super easy. In terms of the freedom it allows us. We have a lot of leeway. And looked. Wish Overland had more challenge to it, so we could have some genuine setups. Yeah. Because there's no Slayer. So it makes it somewhat interesting. Yeah, that's true. The fact that you don't get anything out of Minor Slayer, god damn it, means that it doesn't matter. Like, you notice I'm not running a trial setup. I mean, Sul'Zan would be great, obviously, in Overland, but you don't need the Minor Slayer. It doesn't do anything. So,
Rani Zar was once one of the...
we're not going to do all the story.
honestly.
Be happy to do it, but only if I knew that you guys wanted to hear it.
I carry the guiding flame. Take
Tideborn's
me to the
so worth
braziers
it.
So I may light
I mean,
them.
it works very well with this one. Yeah, it really does. Hey, Ahel, there you are. How's it going, sir? Thank you so much for the sub. Look at that. Absolute hero. I don't think Cyberpunk is for me. Or, I don't know. It's like one of the most human games I've ever played, if that makes sense. Like, the storytelling in it is spectacularly good. And the sandbox is the best by a mile. By an absolute mile. That includes Red Dead 2, which I think has the number 2 spot. And Skyrim might still have the number 3 spot. Skyrim is an amazing sandbox. What the fuck was that? Who is that? Dude, I think you're holding the torch wrong. So those guys in Monty Python have smacked themselves in the head with the Bible. Pie Jesu Domine, poof, Doma eis requiem. Anyone know what I'm talking? Probably not. Freaking love those monks. Alright, there we go. So I'm gonna have to replay in a year or something. Oh, so good. The only thing the other thing that Cyberpunk does is it makes me genuinely sad when I've exhausted all of the story beats in an area, because the place feels so alive, and you buy it. It really makes me feel like a kid playing Morrowind again. The way you're like, wow, you know, I'm really here. The illusion is very, very effective. And then when you finish all the activities in the area, of course there are still ambient things you can do. There are like people getting beaten up in the street and you can like intervene and save them. But they're just like little ambient encounters. It's not the same thing. And there's a genuine sadness, or like, not sadness, but like a low-level melancholy when you're done and the world goes back, the game goes back to being like lifeless by comparison. Does that make sense? I love those heavy attack wind-ups. It's like, they begin the wind-up and suddenly you're on your ass. You need to block super early.
I carry the guiding flame. Take me to the braziers so I may light the way.
I love Skyrim, probably my favorite game. Fair enough. But how you doing, Ahelt? Thank you so much for the support, man, my friend. It's been lovely to have you hanging out with us again. We had another blast from the past this morning. I don't know that you ever overlapped, but there was a Dutch guy called Matt, Utopian Warrior. He also played in the Leo group, and that's where you tanked for us a few times.
The sword disciple must be focused, pure of will, and indomitable of spirit. The flames of the trial
But
of
again,
fire
the group wasn't
represent
called
these
that back
qualities,
then.
burning brightly and intensely on the path to Rani Zar.
Handsome Stranger got a run, always educational and fun here, Khan. Thank you so much, Handsome. Hope to see you all later. Ujimax, I recently finished Phantom Liberty despite having pre-ordered, and it was so much fun to revisit Liberty City and the new zone. Night City, yeah. Liberty City. Is that, that's a GTA reference, isn't it? What Fate Carver morph do you recommend going into update 47? Pragmatic, pragmatic, pragmatic. However, if you are ditching the banner, so you don't have the sustain drop from the banner anymore, you can totally run the other one. You can definitely sustain.
I carry the guiding flame. Take me to the brazier.
Oh, does she have a cooldown? Does she like leave after a while? Weird. Ah, you can pull the gargoyle? I didn't know that. That's fun. Yeah, Ujimax, I just finished Phantom Liberty as well, despite, you know, getting it when it came out. I really took my time. Excuse me? That looks so weird. Is that intentional?
Just as a crucible burns away impurities, so the trial of fire.
Gilly-chan, I think I saw a gif from that before, but I didn't know it was from Monty Python. Yeah.
The last brazier is lit.
Arazith. What Fate Carver morph? Yeah, we already covered that one. Liberty City next year. No way, that's Vice City. Slash hype. So, yeah, thank you for the question on Fate Carver. That is a good one. I would say generally pragmatic, right? The one-word response is that. However, if you're not using the banner at all, you can sustain exhausting Fate Carver, but sustaining pragmatic Fate Carver with the banner isn't much worse than trying to sustain exhausting Fate Carver without the banner. Remember when Arcanist released? Sustain wasn't that good. It was when the banner arrived, it really started to change. Sustain was still good, but they made Flail more expensive and stuff like that. And we didn't really feel that because Banner Bearer was introduced. Oh.
Face me, initiate. Prove your mettle in
I thought it said Keith, the champion.
Bested me and complete the trial of fire. Enter Rani Zar, initiate.
Oh, that's the trial of fire. The way of fire. Firemaster Lana.
Only the most skilled warriors earn the right to study under the sword disciples of Rani Zar. The trial of fire is the test that separates the worthy from the unworthy. With its completion, you begin your first step into our school.
Ujimax, I was already running the non-banner exhausting on my beam melt. So I really... melt cat. So I really enjoyed your video on Arcanist DPS. Props to you. Well, thank you very much. It was, I had to put it together relatively quickly. But I did a lot of DPS tests to try and make sure that it was somewhat, you know, accurate. Comparisons between them. What really interested me, it makes sense, but that the old banner, the class mastery banner, on the dummy, this is just the dummy testing, that the old class mastery banner was better for single target damage without Merciless Resolve, but if you start using Merciless Resolve, then the class mastery banner pulled ahead. So like Cavalier's Charge as the signature script was better if you weren't using Merciless Resolve, but then Class Mastery pulled ahead only slightly. They sort of swapped places, you know, 2k behind one another. Who hasn't done this before? This is a really cool place in Craglorn. I don't know why we decided doing this. Actually, I do know why. It was Sharda's Tear. Someone was talking about it over in Tyrine's stream the other day, and it's inspired me to revisit these old places. Spectral Fish, I see. Alright, thanks. Is there a big difference between perfected and non-perfected? No. The Maelstrom in particular, absolutely no difference. Because that offensive penetration, it's only active when I'm on my back bar. So it just really doesn't matter. It's only there briefly anyway. And pen is not a stat that you want to go up and down. You want it to be constant. So you want to make sure that you have enough penetration at all times, i.e. when you're here on your front bar. I suppose technically I'm losing 1487 when I swapped my back bar and gaining 1190. So in this specific case, actually, it kind of works out. But no, don't worry about it. Most perfected bonuses are worth very, very little. We're talking 2, maybe 3% tops. And that's if it's like a crit chance or pen when you need it. And I did not play Final Fantasy XIV. The whole cat girl thing didn't really endear itself to me. I hear some good things about it. I also heard some very bad things about it recently from people who who've come over here and like, fuck Square Enix and never playing one of their grind fests ever again. Like, whoa. But yeah, it was I used to think of it as a fantastic turnaround story, you know? A little bit like ESO, but more of a quick, complete turnaround, and they completely, well, a Realm Reborn, right? They did that whole thing, whereas ESO evolved out of the one that got mediocre reviews and into what it is today. Does that make sense? But no, why'd you ask? Why'd you ask about Final Fantasy? I'd potentially be interested, just that it's difficult to have more than one MMO. You know? There's such a time sink. Kyle D, when I did my random daily dungeon yesterday, something weird happened. Spawned into a DLC dungeon with just one other player and my companion. We struggled a little bit to complete it. Didn't know that could even happen. It could be that someone disconnected or bailed or there's some sort of error. But that is weird. I've logged in, I've been ported into a dungeon before in a random with someone who was already offline. Like they may have crashed on the loading screen. But if they weren't even in your group, that's pretty weird. Berserk Guts TV. Welcome on in. I love the name. Thank you very much for the follow. Very kind. For some reason I can't get the scene on John Cleese trying to read his dead, but not quite dead, but very soon to be dead father-in-law onto the corpse wagon. I'm not dead. He says he's not dead. Oh yes he is. No he isn't. I can't take him like that. Absolutely amazing. I feel fine. I think I'll go for a walk. You're not fooling anyone, you know. Look, isn't there something you can do? Don't worry, I'll be stone dead in a minute. Oh, there's the most British thing. 2 Danish men laughing about the most British comedy.
Who are you? How have you come to avenge us? You will find few allies here.
Alright, there is actually really fun story here. But I'm not going to make you guys listen to all of that. You're very welcome to come do it anytime. Why do I Major Resolve not cast? Duh. I wonder if all these months as playing as Arcanist has made me slightly better at Templar? Because of the whole positioning and angle of the jabs? Probably not. Because I already had played quite a bit of Templar since way back. Tell you what though, it's quite fun to anticipate how Rushing Agony is going to stack them. And angling yourself so that they're being sucked right into the jabbage. There's always one asshole who doesn't get pulled in, ruining my DPS, making me look bad, man. 3 Danish men, I'm almost crying. think low-key one of my favorite bits is still the Black Knight. When Graham Chapman's character, Arthur, really starts to lose it. Look, you stupid bastard, you've got no arms left. Yes, I have. Look. It's just a flesh wound. You are indeed brave, Sir Knight, but the fight is mine. Oh dear, I need to stop. I'm invincible! You're a loony. Oh, so good. There are quite a lot of references to that in The Witcher 3. Speaking of The Witcher 3 and Monty Python, do you guys see this? If you're riding towards Novigrad, there is a group of bandits that can spawn just outside, I think it's the eastern gate to the city. Oh, it's been a while since I played it. I really want to reinstall it now. And as they run into attack, one of them will yell at you, "Your father smelt of elderberries!" Like that, which is an obvious Monty Python reference. And there's also a cave that you have to go to in, you know, in the swampy shithole in the wasteland, you know, where the witches live. Not quite in the swamp, but in the wildlands just above it. And there's a monster quest that will take you there. And one of the entrances to the cave has like hundreds of human remains, like bones and skulls, strewn everywhere, and just a little white rabbit sitting there, snuffling. Gilly, I should watch that. Oh, you should. It's so good. Yeah. There. What? Behind the rabbit? It is the rabbit. You silly sod. Yeah, too good. Don't, guys. You'll have me quoting Python for like the remainder of the stream today. We can't have that. I don't even remember what you're supposed to do here. That's such a cool idea. Love it when video games do that. No special effects required. Like Portal. You couldn't, like, it would be such a nightmare to do that in any other medium, wouldn't it? Time for a holy hand grenade. The Schnacks, why not? Moose, am I the only one who thinks Life of Brian is even better? I prefer Monty Python and the Holy Grail, but I think you're right. Life of Brian is a better film. Like, definitely. It's cleverer. There's more. It hits harder because it's about organized religion and how dangerous, how beautiful, but also how dangerous it can be. Ooh. Man, I forgot all this stuff was here. For those who don't know what I'm doing, do yourself a favor at some point. Do Rani Zah, School of Warriors. It is a thing you can do once a day. It's super fun. Yeah, the Holy Hand Grenade of Antioch. Tis one of the sacred relics Brother Maynard carries with him. Master Timen.
Abelazar bested the trial of air like it was nothing. Like he had been born a bird and had spent his whole life flying. We should have seen through him then. Yes, these...
Happy, how's it going? Yo! The only part in Life of Brian that's out of place is the alien scene. Oh no, what the fuck? But that's if... Now that we know what Terry Gilliam... Now that we know so much more about him and the kind of movie maker he is, and was even then, that alien scene makes way more sense. Like, who saw Brazil? You know? So I guess we're done. Oh. I'm still walking on the path even though I can't see it. Where did it go? It went like here and then... Oh, that's freaky. Whee! Oh fuck, I fell off. Doesn't matter. Don't even matter. And now can't time to recite all the food they ate in celebration of the Holy Hand Grenade. And the people did feast on... I don't know. Breakfast cereals? I remember that bit, that's about it. Yeah, I remember you can get over there and do something a little bit extra. If you want. I can't remember what that is. It's like a bonus. Very cool. And it expands upon the Yokuden and the Redguard lore as well in a really fun way. This whole area as well. It's not just fun Craglorny stuff. Alright, here we go. Let's read the Valorda thing. First shalt thou take out the holy pin. Then shalt thou count to 3. No more, no less. There's 3 shall be the number thou shalt count, and the number of the counting shall be 3. 4 shalt thou not count, neither count thou 2, excepting that thou then proceed to 3. 5 is right out. That's my dad's favorite line. Once the number 3, being the third number, be reached, then lobbest thou thy holy hand grenade of Antioch towards thy foe, who, being naughty in my sight, shall snuff it. I love it. 1, 2, 4. 3, sir. 3! I don't even where am I going? I'm supposed to go to the arena, right? It's down here somewhere. Everyone just leaves the channel. Who the fuck is this guy with the squeaky voice? Sorry everyone. Welcome on in if you just joined us. We've been going down a Monty Python white rabbit hole. See what I did there? And yeah, I'm particularly weak to this kind of stuff.
The arena is open to challengers. Let the melee begin.
I remember this was quite disappointingly easy, even when it was quite new, I think. Happy you feel like Holy Grail doesn't have any weak scenes like Life of Brian does? Oh, I don't know, the end is a little bit disappointing. But yeah, you're right, it's yeah, it just moves kind of from set piece to set piece, whereas Life of Brian has more of a coherent narrative and point that it's trying to make. Holy Grail is just a piss about, isn't it?
The arena is open to challengers. Let the melee begin.
Speaking of Monty Python, going into the arena. I don't want to go out there. It's dangerous.
You merely need speak to me. You will only... Ready yourselves. The arena is a test of preparation and endurance.
The explanation is just so good. Free cave flock, num num, work done, how's it going? Oh, the way the Dune Ripper moves, the Dune Racer, that's kind of sweet. Gilly-chan, there was a quest in Final Fantasy XIV about a monster where you have to find what killed several caravan merchants. I misread that as craven merchants. Cowardly merchants. In the end, you find a white squirrel. The squirrel looks like a mouse rabbit with a bushy tail. Oh, that's great. I'm not even sure what that was. I was just thinking to myself, I could easily die here. But hang on, what? No. That doesn't seem right. Mr. Dappermint, thank you for the follow. Frosty Tools is like full of AI cheesy puns. Oh shit, can I not do it now? No, I can't. Alright, need to be more careful.
Ready yourselves. The arena is a test of preparation and endurance.
I don't think I ever died here before. Maybe I was a bit more like bringing heals and shit. I haven't really got any of that today. The wave that got me, isn't it? Jesus. Yeah, there's kind of a lot of incoming damage there. Like I said, only have 18.6. Oh, that was the whole thing. Oh, well, that was it. I thought there was like one of the early waves that's supposed to be the final one. Yeah, it's pretty hard, that guy. When you've only got 18.5k HP. So yeah, that... just run the higher health pool for that. There's so many ads that you should be fine with... talked about this yesterday. The ultimate cheat. Blood of Renewal. Plus siphoning spells. And restore resources whenever you kill anything. So good in trash fights like that. Kyle D, if you were Stamina Nightblade, what subclass would you recommend I start? Adric Spear, Storm Calling. Storm Calling probably first. And then Adric Spear. That's exactly what I'm doing. But either of these two, you can level 2 at the same time. You can just populate your bars with 1 skill from each one, then 2, then 3 each, and then move on. And these are the ones to level up. Feel free, again, you can screenshot this if... CMX, go away. Screenshot this if it helps. Oh, I also didn't have Reaving Blows. Well, no wonder I died. Stupid. I mean, I had Crit Surge there, but... Yeah, you want Reaving Blows CP if there's anything remotely difficult. Happy, right, Pokemon Worlds is starting, gotta run. No multitasking for Happy. Struggling dealing with multiple groups of enemies? Well, a Crit Surge, plus Jabs, plus Biting Aura, Master at Arms, and this one here, Reaving Blows, will sort you out. Means that you'll be healing yourself while dealing damage. And then make sure you have Major Resolve as well. In this case from Hurricane. But every class has a Major Resolve skill. It's your armor buff. Find the books of martial knowledge. Yeah, how do I get up there without having the pouch though? Never mind, this started late today because no opening. No worries. Well, Happy you're still with us. Happy. Caldi, perfect, thanks. What should I replace them with from the Nightblade lines? I mean, if you don't have this yet, you can use Drain Power, morphed to Power Extraction, that's the Stamina morph. Sap Essence heals you, but that's the Magicka morph. So you can't afford to hit it that many times on a stamina. But that is like an AoE spammable as well. If you're not worried about Nightblade stuff, you can use Whirling Blades. Whirlwind, morph to Whirling Blades. But yeah, I'm with Lucht. I think this would be so cool. I'd be having so much more fun if I did really have to play a little bit defensively now and then, and like back off and... I don't know, just be a little bit more careful. I just ultied that guy twice in 5 seconds. You see that, right? Hit it with Shooting Star, hit it with Soul Harvest 2 seconds later, because enough ads died. Remember Soul Harvest? Every time you kill an enemy, you gain 10 ultimate. And Shooting Star, you generate 12 ultimate for each enemy hit by the initial blast. I wasn't even expecting that to happen, but that's like a guarantee. That's fun. It's fun when we can do shit like that. Can I use this ladder? Nice. Lexicon Debbie, hey look, the guy who was streaming when I went to bed last night. Did you think of me? Don't answer that. Hope you having a good sleep. How you doing? Happy Saturday, Lexicon. Happy, I'll never forgive them for what they did to Magblade. Never forget. The Magblade is your Alamo. Yeah, it was so cool, and now it's so meh. Kind of with you. Ah, man. It's the only thing. I would gladly take a weaker version of Rush of Agony if it just stacked more enemies from further away, but did no damage. I think I would much rather have that. So good. What about if I used the Scribed Pull? Would that have a longer range? I don't think it would. My dreams will stay mine, sir. Fair enough. Fair enough. Apparently I missed something. Oh, there's a book right there. I walked right past it. Whoops. Describing as shorter range, Zavi. Thank you very much. I didn't think it would be more. For the record, the range on Drake's is... Rush Agony, sorry. They both have Rush in the name, if you want to call it Drake's Rush. It's pretty good. 7 meters is pretty good. But like 10 would be so killer. For some of these rooms where they're really spread out. Just yoink, bonk. Scribing one was quite large. No, I wouldn't want to guess. I mean, let's have a look. 8 meters. So yeah, I could just ditch it and use the scribed one, but it's still only 8 meters. 1 extra meter isn't quite enough, but it would allow me to run a stronger set. So there we go. The Soul Magic one. Yeah. Thank you. Oh, Kyle D, do you have a scribing video on the most popular or best ones to use? I don't think we ever got that far. We did something for healing. Honestly, Banner Bearer, which is generally for Arcanists only, but anything with really good sustain can get away with it. Because there are other things than Class Mastery that are worth putting on there. The problem is it drains your resources Something awful. Trample is used a lot by supports. Ulfsild can be used by anything, pretty much. You can put flame damage on there with Lingering Torment, and I believe that will then change the magic damage to fire damage. Although don't quote me on that one. I've done that on my DK and I want to say that it changes it. And then whatever else is left. Like on a DPS, obviously that works great. Tanks use it all the time for a group damage shield. You and 5 of your allies get this fat damage shield. That's pretty awesome. We do have some scribing videos, but it was over a year ago. I don't remember. Yeah, actually, I think I go through each and every one, except Bannerbearer, which wasn't released, and give you an example of something you could do. So if you want to go to the YouTube and just scroll back to, like, I don't know, around this time last year, I guess, May time last year? Sorry, I don't, it's so long ago, I don't remember. I made so many videos in the meantime. Time to run a Vanisher and shield. Backfire, yeah. Well, that's even shorter range, isn't it? So I don't want that. Moose. What if they added some type of slider to sets and skills that does AoE damage, whatever effect? If you set it to a bigger AoE, the damage becomes weaker? Yeah. Oh my god, my sister just sent me a picture. A photo. She's just brought their new dog home. New puppy. Wow, that's already a big old pup. Oh my god. It's got that thing where the paws are too big for the rest of it. Oh. Sorry, you guys can't see. I'm just like that, like describing, looking at pictures that you guys can't see and reacting to them. It's great content. And Kyle, dear, you're welcome. Vanishrun got the highest range of the 3 options, 12 meters. I'm getting it all twisted in my mind then, aren't I? But it, yeah, I'm not running it though. I mean, that's the point. I ain't doing that. Forget about it. But thank you, Belorda, for setting me straight. I think we had this conversation just a few weeks ago and I've already forgotten. Good stuff. Where did they nerf rushing? The soul skill used to be shorter. Though they did change it. I can't remember if they changed the range of it. I don't know. Good question. Yeah. I love auto mod. Pussy. Yeah. I mean, if you do say that, Happy, it's gonna happen. Can we get the where was the pouch? We can't get it back. So, did I just fuck it up by not going up there before? Or do we just have to hit and hope? Whee! Yeah, it's fine. Okay. The books of martial knowledge shall be mine. Place the books of martial... Man. This is complicated. I think I've done this one time and I was kind of blown away. Thank you, Kuwabara. Or Kuwabara. But Lord, I remember when Automod wouldn't allow to tag a partnered streamer because part of the name can be a racial slur. I like your things you have to do, yeah, the channel points, yeah. Yeah, no, feel free. Spam that shit. Moose has been doing it all week. But earlier today, the blurps weren't working properly, which is a bit weird. Now they're back. They've been suffering from DDoS attacks recently, so... Why can I not place them? What? Oh, there's something here, isn't there? There's something I'm missing. Oh, come on, don't make me do puzzles. Place the trial books to open away and defeat the master, yeah. Alright, it's just bugged because I've done it before, I guess. Oh, what? No, the whole thing is just bugged. Maybe you can only do this bit once. And just no one noticed because no one does this anymore. Classic ESO puzzles, yeah. Kuwabara, also have a maybe serious question. I want PC. I had a casual DPS with, I went PC, sorry. And I had a casual DPS with Tideborn and Deadly on a kind of meta Arcanist. Now I have Null Arca at just 4 body. Is it worth putting it on? No. The 5-piece of Null Arca is what you want. Stick with what you've got until you have the rest of it. But Lord, I used to love puzzles in the Secret World. They were really good. Yeah, puzzles can be really great. Absolutely. I think that's... The Trial of Fire. I think it might be fucked because I've already done it before. I've only placed 1 book, apparently. Kind of annoying. It says read and examine. Already had 120k with Tideborn and Deadly. Sounds good, yeah. Single target Null Arca is really strong. But yeah, 5 pieces. They say I wasted my time, run this stupid trial with randoms. Just to... No, you just need to get more. You like the strongest piece of the set is the 5-piece. You know, if I take off 1 dagger of Tideborn, the whole point of the set is gone. The 5-item bonus. Do you know what I mean? But I'm not, yeah, try not to run it with randoms if you can. I know it's easier said than done, but like if there's any way for you to get a guild, run it with a guild. Do yourself a favor. A massive favor. Or use Group Finder that seems to have some like standards, you know, behind it. Yeah, 4-piece Nalaka is just 2 crit lines and Slayer. Well, we can check. I want to say you're right the first time. Crit, crit, weapon damage, yeah. So 2 crit lines and Slayer. Nalaka works wherever, but it's one of those sets where you can have it on the front bar because the proc will go. Then you can go to your back bar and you're not going to kill the proc. In fact, a lot of people say it's better on the front bar because then it will only fire when you're on your front bar and your stats are strongest. If you look at my critical, for example, my weapon damage goes down. Like it's 5270 here. When I swap to my back bar, it's 5240. My weapon critical, my front bar is 61%. It drops to 37% on my back bar. So, in a lot of ways, yeah, you want to run it on the front bar so that it fires only on the front bar. But it doesn't really matter. It works on the body, it works on the front bar. It's all good. Oh, well, we may have to give this up. It seems like it's bugged. I just never knew. And there's no other way down. Oh, for fuck's sake, there is. But I can't get in. Alright, well, we abandon it. Never mind. But if you haven't done the quest before, I'm guessing you won't have that problem. Are these still going to be in my inventory? No, thank goodness for that. There are no bugs in Warframe. Every set always works on body. Yeah, there's no set that only works on front bar. Seems to be some misconception. But, you know, the argument with Nalaka, that's one of the few where it might actually be better to run it only on the front bar. But generally, you know, it might mean that you get more procs as well if it's on the body, so I wouldn't worry about that too much. But yeah, what Lucht is saying is definitely correct. Every set works on body. Some only work on the body. There are none that only work on the front bar. Hey Tevi, how's it going? Guess what I'm playing? Happy. So you're telling me there are bugs in a Bethesda published game? Inconceivable! You keep using that word. I do not think it means what you think it means. Man, that Inigo was fucking terrible. I need to work on that. Hello. Need to watch there's only one thing for it. We need to watch The Princess Bride again. Hell yeah. When are we gonna have another movie evening with the guild? We watched Your Highness last time. That was fucking amazing. I think we horrified Vezok for life. Poor innocent Vezok. Good afternoon. Just had a wonderful Princess Bride stream. Fine. To the death. No. To the pain. I don't think I'm familiar with that expression. Oh, what a great... I think I was once listening to... Tevi, do you know the Kermode and Mayo film review show? It was on the radio years ago. It was around for a really long time. They had a podcast and everything. I listened to some of that and I remember them having like listeners emailing in like amazing runs. What is the best run that a movie director has ever had? You know, like a banger after banger after banger, not interrupted by any cruddy movies. Like Spielberg, you'd run into trouble because you get like Schindler's List, Jurassic Park, this and that, but there'd be something in there which was just not up to scratch. And I think David Cronenberg was one of the ones that they listed. He's only mostly dead, yeah. But I think Rob Reiner was the guy that won. They didn't actually have a proper contest or anything, but Rob Reiner, the director of Princess Bride, Tommy Wiseau, has only bangers. Just the one, yeah. But unintentionally so. Anyway, guys, so some of you may not know all of these movies, but I guarantee you'll have heard of some of them, even if you've never heard of Rob Reiner. So check it out. This is Spinal Tap, 1984. The Sure Thing, 1985. Stand By Me, 1986. The Princess Fucking Bride, 1987. When Harry Met Sally, 1989. Misery, 1990. A Few Good Men, 1992. And then we get into the movies aren't as good anymore. But that is a hell of a run. Spinal Tap, Stand By Me, Princess Bride, Harry Met Sally. Holy crap. These are all really, really, really great movies. And he made all of them like one after the other. Just knocking them out of the fucking park. Princess Bride, though. What killer. Never seen any of them. You're a fucking tank for being able to stream for like 8 to 12 plus hours a day, by the way. Shit's crazy. The community makes it fun. I don't know what to tell you, man. But I do know what you mean. Like, the moment you lose the direction of like, where am I going to go? What are we going to talk about? It is, it's a special kind of brain exercise that you have to do to like climb over that wall, if that makes sense, or just break through it. Definitely not a roast on Lux's community, but we're lucky we've got like, I don't know, topics of conversation coming up which keep it fresh constantly. It's not down to me, it's you guys doing it. And comments like Lux himself saying, by the way, completely off topic, no one was talking about this. He just has a comment and here we are. We're off. We're on this subject now. Thank you, Lux, by the way. I'll pay you later. Gilly-chan never watched The Princess Bride? Your Highness is amazing. Yeah, absolutely. We should do it again. Princess Bride would be a good one. Gilly-chan, so this is a weird movie. It starts off... the movie kind of challenges you to like it at the beginning. It's a sick kid, a 1980s rich American kid in bed playing his computer games from the 80s. And his granddad comes over, played by Columbo. Peter Falk, is that his name? I think the actor. He comes over to read him a story because he's sick. He's like, this is the story my grandfather used to read to me when I was your age. We didn't have television, was called books. And he starts reading this really corny fairy story. But then it starts to get amazing. It's very, very funny and silly. And all the cheesy bits, they kind of own it. They sort of turn and wink at the camera. And Carrie Elwes is just amazing at it. And if you've ever wondered why Robin Wright Penn was famous, apart from the fact that she married Sean Penn, this movie is pretty much the reason. Yeah. It's got Chris Sarandon in it. Wallace Shawn is in it. Which, if you're a Star Trek fan, you'll know him as... Hello there. You'll know Wallace Shawn as Grand Nagus Zek. Quark! Quark, my boy! Always plays a hobbity character like that. Fucking love that guy. Right, let's get rid of these rewards of the worthy man. What's going on? Get out of my email. Why do I call it email? I can't stop doing that. Mail sent in game is email to me. Anyone else say that, or is it just me being weird? I think Maya says it, but that doesn't really count. We live in a bit of a bubble together, so... I stream 4 hours sometimes and die. Well, we did a 25 and a half hour stream the other day. Honestly, it wasn't that bad. It was when we got to 23 hours and 5 minutes, suddenly my eyes began to glaze. You know, I felt that cold tiredness through my body. But yeah, I wouldn't want to do that every week. Fuck that. I don't know, you get like into you get into a fun energy exchange with chat where they're keeping you going and you're keeping them going, and I don't know, that's the only way it's ever worked out for me. I have some Pillar of Nirn bullshit to decon as soon as I spend some transmutes. Here's an idea, right? I've got a challenge for you, Lucht. What can I print right now that is a surefire? And don't say Nalaka, I already have lots of Nalaka printed. What is like another set that I could print using transmutes to get rid of this freaking balance? I need hundreds of those gone so I can open all these. I have like another 1,000 transmutes just waiting to go across all my characters. So if you could help me out with that. What, guys, not just Lucht necessarily, but like. Also, unironically, Tebby, M. Night Shyamalan had some really long streaks of good movies. I still need to be converted. I think The Sixth Sense is the only Shyamalan movie I've actually liked. Like, really liked. I thought The Devil was okay. Signs was ridiculous. What else have I seen? Only us old farts have seen those older movies. I don't know, man. I watch a lot of old films. And I never saw these when I was a kid. I went back to them years later. I was very late to Spinal Tap. But yeah. Most, yeah, I keep seeing people learning super late in the game that they can even do it. They've wasted loads of mats because they already had gold jewelry they could have just mixed in. Yeah. He has no choice. Maya keeps him chained to the table with a remotely activated shock collar. Jesus. Can you go PvP? Roasting looks community like that, yeah. I escort you. I was in PvP earlier. Yeah, we can go back to PvP, I guess. Have another look at what's going on. Grey Host was kicking off. Look, I've streamed up to 9 hours before, but for me, I really peak in the first 2 hours. The activities I'm doing in stream tend to also be very mentally intensive. Yeah, that's absolutely true. Often, I'm doing something a bit more chill. Like what I've just been doing. Like, that wasn't challenging. Where's my Templar? There she is. That's very true. You're doing, like... You're setting yourself very intense challenges. True. But Lord, it's painting some weird pictures. What Maya will do if he doesn't stream this long. You guys getting paid? No. Absolutely not. You know Columbo, yeah? That's one, Gilly. Well, I was trying to encourage you to check it out. Right, we have plenty of resources. Let's just get going. How's Grey Host looking? Are we full? No. It's looking a bit quiet. That's a bit of a worry. 5 PM on a Saturday, dude. I like my Zero to be busy. Alright, Pokemon time. Happy. Have a great rest of your stream. Have a great rest of your weekend, sir. Take it easy. But Lord, it's just you. Good to know. I'll keep that to myself in future. No, actual usable sets. Sorry, I didn't clarify. Yeah. I'll do the Nirn Dagger Transmute minigame. I could just do that. Unsoul, War Machine, Sixth Sense. War Machine! I only have like 2 set... 1 DPS and probably 2 tank sets of War Machine. You know when I say tank sets. I'm talking like infused... lightning... infused ice or lightning backbar kind of thing. With jewelry. Infused jewelry as opposed to bloodthirsty. Morag Tong. I'm talking about something which all 14 of my DDs can use. And won't already have. Unsoul is a good call. Tebby, that's a good one. Yeah, Sixth Sense Unbreakable. I do hear good things about that. It's actually fair point. Split, Glass, Old. Either Split. I think it was Glass I heard really good things about as well. I should check it out. I like a good twisty genre movie. Whoa. Alright, I may have gone to the wrong fucking place. This is going to be boring. Nothing's happening. Oh, hey, if the yellows, sorry, retake Faragel, then I'm in for a daily. I can go and scout King's Crest while I figure out what the hell is going on here. Let's go. Last time 10 Nern Dagger transmutes, got 9 Nern Crux. Yeah, fuck it, maybe I'll just do that. Fuck it. Mr. Dappermint, yep. Look, if you mean usable sets, I recommend Swift Infused Harmony Jewels for... tank healer. Yeah, so like backup. You're right. Infused and then backup, like Harmony. That's actually a really good idea. I hadn't thought of that. You're absolutely right. That would be cool. Let's see what's going on here. It's already recapped. I don't have my ult. Oh, this person is just chilling.
Hello there.
What are these guys even up to? They just look like it just looks like a barbecue. With like the occasional squabble. This isn't PvP. I still don't have my ult. Well, I made them do an undo. That's always flattering. Yeah, Tebby, I need to do this, TBH. If you don't gear swap often, I'd say gear out all your characters fully. Yeah, that's already done. I gear swap all the time. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Oh, Streak is such a pain in the ass. Spare me. You can't really blame anyone for using it, but oh my god, it's such an obnoxious skill. I basically refuse to use it in PvP. I feel like it accomplishes nothing but troll. Speaking of trolling, alright, let's go somewhere else. Literally nothing happening here. Let's go and do that scout report. At least that's something. Solo, hello there! And Sebi needs to make a Vamp Stage 4 tank for getting some base game leaderboard runs. Oh yeah. Good luck with that. Kuwabara, what is really the difference between PvE and PvP? In PvE, all want to run meta. In PvP, you're cooler if you don't run meta. No, I don't think so. If you bring something... It depends what you mean by meta, right? If you mean meta as in the best, then they're identical. You know, you kind of want to run... But you have more elements in your control. You can control the battlefield and the rules of engagement in a PvP in a way that you can't in PvE. You have to play by the rules of the trial. You know, you can only fight the boss in this place, in this way, at this time. You can't, like, kite them around a tower and then burst them when they're not expecting it. Yeah, so there's some differences like that. But if we're talking about the popular meta, i.e. what people think they need to run, or what people think is the best, or they're just copying what is the current popular stuff, then yeah, you're absolutely right. I think there's a lot of similarity there. But it's still cool when you see someone show up with something which is quote-unquote off-meta. Like a couple of hatches ago, my mate Sin bringing Stamina Warden to trials with nothing but Arcanists and coming top damage. I mean, he shouldn't have been, but he's very, 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 very good and really try-harding and sweating. So if there are... What's going on up here? If some of the Arcanists weren't playing that... If they weren't try-harding equally, gives him the opportunity to overtake. So there's still like, oh, that moment of, hey, kudos. You're bringing something that's not the meta and still performing really well. So there's a similar thing there. Look, I did one Scale Polar Peak run today. I haven't run it in like 3 days because I've spent all my free time on my stats add-on. Yeah, the speedrun add-on. Send a screenshot if you want. Has animations, etc. We're just going to pop by your stream and have a look. That's how that's going to go. And this run I did literally was unbelievably fast. Would have been at 9 minutes... well, around 9:35 if I didn't die in last boss. Oh, that sucks. Solo in PvP, the target moves unpredictably. Gets very salty when you beat it. Yeah, I never once got hate whispered by Barsay. Even on hard mode. You fucking zergling scum. Barsay just whispers you. But Lord, if it was me, the undo would have been just using it on the wrong bar. Yeah. I picked up a few more enemies than I wanted here. I like it on your heal because you don't have any damage skill and to get away fast. Yeah. Hey, Gambitsky Matvey. Hello there. How's it going? Gilly-chan. One, in hindsight, funniest moments in Cyrodiil once I had. I just had finished an NPC daily, went to the teleporter. In that time, the Covenant had taken over the town I was in, and I couldn't port anymore. So, I, on my AD character, sat there when a whole group of enemy players came up. Let's just say I used a lot of the /cover emote. Or cower. Greykirk. Hello there. Hello there. Come here, my little friend. How's it going? Hope you're having a good day. Welcome on in if you just joined us and you're not Greykirk or Gambitsky Matvey and I haven't said hello to you personally. My apologies. Welcome on into Ninja Pulls. Khan here today. We did have Maya with us earlier. We may have her back with us again. Depends whether she wants me to go shopping before I go and pick her up or not. I'm guessing the answer to that question is a big fat yes. But yeah, we have nearly been streaming 9 hours. Whoa. Doesn't feel like it. Oh, that was a dumb deep fisher there. When you turn just before it goes off, so it hits like one target. Good one. Good work. PvP is very noisy, isn't it? Jeez. Alright. Moose, your fixation with Scale Quad has me worried. Nah, nothing to worry about. Yeah, I got it, Kitty, yeah. Sin loves that stamp, he does indeed. Haven't streamed the new version of that add-on yet. No, but I'm saying we should. Like, everyone, if you're wondering what Lucas is talking about, he's talking about speed running, power running, Scalecaller Peak. This is the thing he does all the freaking time. And he's doing a very fun thing in that he's creating one of those speedrunner style add-ons. Wow. That guy got deleted. Apparently I just did 21k DPS to him. That might be why. Whoops. I'm not even running Baylorg. Just Bloodspawn. What the hell was that? Yeah, I'm sorry guys, but with 3 of us, I don't think we're sieging the freaking keep. It ain't happening. They're just standing there like, what now? Just go back to Arius. So yeah, that's what we all need to swing by at Lucht's stream. If you right click on him right now and hit that heart button, you'll see when he's online. You can check it out. It's a really, really fun thing that he's doing. Quite a few people now, it's like a lively scene, I feel like. Soloing dungeons on, not just on normal, but on veteran and then on hard mode. Getting the trifectas solo. Getting the trifectas solo as fast as possible. This is, you know, the level to which ESO players are trying to break the game in new and interesting ways. It's not a thing that I do, but I really support it. I'm glad it's happening. It's a lot of fun to watch. It can be a little bit confusing at first because it goes so fast, like any speedrun, you can't tell what's happening. And Lucht is making an add-on for himself that does that speedrunner thing of counting each segment of the dungeon, timing it, showing what you just did against your personal best, and automating the whole thing. Sounds cool as hell. So make sure you swing by and see that add-on in action. How many of these have we got? Oh, hello. I think this is a... I must be confusing them with someone else. I'm sure I fought that guy yesterday, and he was crazy unkillable. It's probably just a different character. Like one of these just standing there blocking and bunny hopping around while 20 people are like wailing on them trying to take him out. Pretty sure it's the same guy. Must be testing a different setup today. Yeah, the Dragons in Sunspire Schnacks just say it out loud. Begone, vermin. But they don't say it after you beat them. They say it before you even fight them. Insolent trash. That is actually a great hate whisper, isn't it? Insolent trash. If I killed someone and they whispered me that, I'd be like, fair enough. Has it not popped yet? Come on. Come on, guys. And Tevi, out of curiosity, look, how portable do you think your add-on will be to other content? How easy might it be to generalize it? That's a very good question. And Tevi Bar says, such a hater, she would train a bombs to flame you. Yeah, that's true. You just get 9 hate whispers badly spelled in crayon from Abominations. Drawn on like dried bits of skin that they ripped off. Ooh. That's a very disturbing image. But I like it. Yona already taught you before you would say, yeah, exactly, yeah. Imagine Yona sending whispers, dude, went too far away again. Dungeon speedrunning scene, both solo and group, needs some love. I think the devs could do something to embrace that, yeah. I don't know, I'd certainly be interested in seeing them try. Maybe not, that's like quite a few of them there. 3 guys? Ah, fuck it. YOLO, right? And again, I have no ults. Oh, we got 1. Either I got lucky and they just let their buffs run out or something. Now I now have 0 damage because Acuity is on cooldown. Who needs damage when you got 4 other players? That's how it goes in open world PvP, I guess. Looked at a screenshot of my run. Death, obviously not finished, but hey, nice one. Most does looked ever do other dungeons? Yeah. There are videos. There's a YouTube channel, dude. I think I want to say Moonhunter Keep. It's not. It's March of Sacrifices. That run is legendary. Isn't that why they nerfed Plague Break, basically? That and a couple of other similar vids. I don't know. I don't know if anyone's ever told me that, or if you ever claimed credit for it. But in my mind, that was the reason. Yeah, just insolent trash dies. Nice macros, scrub. Yeah, report it. You should be able to see the vision. Only 2 dungeons in the game, SCP and not SCP. I remember his Moonhunter Keep trifecta prog as well. So the Abominations write in crayon and badly spelled. Behemoths are perfectly fluent and write in prose style. Barse writes in Elite Gamers Week. She totally does, yeah. Zalvaka spelt with a bunch of 4s. Oh, I like this. If trial monsters were gamers, what would they be like? Yeah, the dragons are a good one because their whole like the fucking arrogance, the unbelievable arrogance is so baked into their whole deal, their character. For real, they would be the worst PvPers. They would just blame the lag and cheating and macros and everything. That's a really funny idea. Look, I've done solo SCP, Fang Lair, Moonhunter Keep, March of Sacrifices, Unhallowed Grave, and The Cauldron, all world firsts. There we go. Ted Meister, I'm back. What have I missed? Taking a short break from ESO. Want to play again? Had some medical stuff going on? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Hope it's all sorted, or at least in the process of being sorted smoothly and swiftly. Patchy internet, hospital internet is dog. Should be out over the weekend. Well, welcome on in, Ted. Sorry you're dealing with that right now. Like I said, hope it's brief. Yeah, may your recovery be smooth and swift. And spectral fish. I keep doing that, get my shortcuts mixed up. Maybe I've done them weird. Yeah, it's this one. Spectral fish. If you want to screenshot that, I'm actually out of Bear Haunch. I was just using it up. So right now I'm using the Jewels of Misrule, which is, you know, basically the same. Slightly inferior, but much cheaper to make. I'll confess, these are just like typical CPs that I tend to run. I haven't actually tested to see... But, you know, they're about right. It works. And you can swap Bloodspawn for Baylorg if you want better bursts, but fewer. Fewer and further between. Monomyth Reforged, if you don't have Seasons of the Worm Cult, you can just run with Markin or the Saint and the Seducer, something like that. Whatever mythic you like. But it is mechanical acuity and ults dependent, so when you don't have ults and your acuity is on cooldown, you just gotta kite. And yeah. It feels a bit bad when you engage someone, you don't quite burst them down, they recover and they start attacking you and you just have to kite them and move around a bit. And like, you know, break line of sight, run away, run around walls. I hate it when people do that to me, but you kind of have to. Because you're not going to beat them when those two offensive bonuses are down. Yeah, OMG, yes, dragons really would be the worst PvPers. And as a tribute to the players soloing all the content, Khan will do a stream soloing Cloud Rest hard mode. Stream ends when he wins. pretty sure, like we saw this earlier, it's capture a town. Alright, not a resource. I'm wondering, are all these people trying to just get a daily done? A daily endeavor? That seems mean. What do we got? Go and capture Drakelow Farm, man. Let's do it. Aww. No mercy. No mercy whatsoever. Speaking of no mercy. I did go into Cloudrest this morning. We were just messing around, talking about tank setups, how to build them, how to test them, these kind of things. You know, we talk about DPS all the time, but actually a lot of people have questions about supports, and I recommended places like Wild Heart, Skinny Cheeks, obviously our Discord as well, for these kind of questions and discussions. You can get a lot of really, really useful info, sometimes 10 times more detail than you were expecting or requesting. And as part of that, we went into it, we poured it into a bunch of veteran trials and just pulled the first trash back to see what would happen. I was actually really surprised at how easy they all were, except for Cloudrest. The combination of the Baneful from the, I want to say Scorion, but you know, the earlier version of that. Fuck. What are they called, those guys? You know the ones I mean. And the combination of that with the tentacle, the creeper, the nocturnal creeper, putting the snare on you, the razor thorn. Oh my god, that was so irritating. Way too annoying. But actually, just going into a vet trial, pulling the first trash, like, it doesn't mean you're a good tank if you can do it, but it kind of stretches the bit. It's like a stress test for the build, I guess, and for you and your tendency to overblock or whatever. Yeah, it was actually kind of fun. So we did go into VCR, and I began to solo it, but it didn't go so well. Was the point of that story. Dragons are all COD lobby teenagers, Lexi. So true. Alright, look, I could port the add-on to be widely usable, but this would be much less advanced. Because each dungeon, trial arena has different considerations. Counter split each time I exit combat. If I did damage during the combat, I'd have to make this optional with bosses only as a default to make it widely usable. Yeah, right, so we'd have to have limited functionality. Man, I'm getting turned around by all these cliffs. Count Swagula, could you please play a round of Tales? I couldn't, I'm afraid. I literally don't have Tales of Tribute on any of my characters. I've never done the training, never played 1 second of that game. And honestly, I find it very difficult. If you gave me a magnifying glass right now, I do not think I would be able to locate my interest in Tales of Tribute. One day, when I've run out, when I have every other achievement in the game, I'm sure I will fire it up. And I hear mostly good things about it. You're like, oh, it's well designed, it works, the artwork is cool, the rewards are good. Sorry, Swagula. So, I'd have to go and do the tutorial and everything, and that wouldn't be fun. Watching me going, huh? Trying to figure out how this thing works. Nicely done, Dappermint. What was that? What did I do? What did I do? Oh, come on. Oh, you just can't break free. The old stress test used to be the first pull in Sanctum. Oh, we didn't try that one. That's a good idea, though. Yeah, we did Hoff, we did Sunspire. What else? Imagine the first one in Lucent would be horrible with the ads. I think there's one in the first trash. Definitely in the second. You know, the dark ads that can put a bleed on you. What are you gonna do? Bleed on me? Oh no, we're back here again. Get Tales of Tribute its content. Okay. Look, same bro, I'm just never bothered with it. I genuinely have nothing against it. Actually, I made some jokes when it came out. It's like, you know, that silly thing that gamers do when they're like, stop working on this and fix that instead. Like, the teams that work on Tales of Tribute are the same people that could be balancing combat. You know? It just doesn't work like that. None of it works like that. But yeah, I definitely made those jokes. I joined in that slight mockery of the idea of a card game. But no, I've heard almost nothing but good things. The only thing I guess I've heard that is bad is that there are a lot of players like me who just aren't interested. And there are a lot more players who played it and then stopped. Like, we did an impromptu survey of the Ninja Pulse Discord. This is a while ago. I think we only had like 1,600 people on the Discord, and only a few hundred people actually responded. But we did a survey, and yeah, and the type of people that would join our Discord obviously is not a cross-section of the entire player base either. So take it all with a pinch of salt. However, it was something like 10% of people actually played it regularly. 30% had played it a bunch of times but sort of stopped. You know, didn't play it regularly. A further 30% had played it literally once. They did the tutorial and then stopped. And a further 30% had never touched it. So it was like 30, 30, 30, 10. It wasn't quite that even, that tidy, but you know what I mean. Man, the sound of the mammoth falling. Am I stuck here now? No, thank God for that. But yeah, Count Swagula, one day. Maybe Maya and I can both do it. As like a... We can have it there as a streamer goal. Yeah, mostly good things, but boy, I have a screenshot of someone angry with me for beating them. He said about anything, though. Yeah, those tank tests are kind of bullshit. I was at pains to say that over and over again. This is not in any way an accurate replication of what you're expected to do in content. But as a way to make sure you haven't built it completely wrong, maybe. That was the idea. Also, it was just plain old curiosity. Like, how can I actually kill the entire of the ad pull in VHRC? And if had I really been more sensible, I probably would have concluded, well, yeah, obviously. Like, it wasn't even difficult. So yeah, you're right. These are not a real good way, but there aren't many alternatives that don't involve getting into a group. Ultimately, if you've got your friends who are happy to like go with you into a dungeon, then it doesn't matter. But for someone who's just, I don't know, they want to prove that the setup actually can function, that they can sustain, they know how to use it. I don't know. But yeah, you're absolutely right. It's just a bit of fun. Solo, I couldn't be bothered with Tales of Tribute either. Honestly, already sitting on my ass playing. Don't want to be sitting on my ass in game as well. It's a bit like me with survival games. Why would I want a game which simulates me doing the washing up and chopping wood and all of that stuff? Like, ESO has bits of that. But, yeah. Ultimately, it's the psychology of in-game rewards, isn't it? And the gamification of anything. Gonna be honest, the only reason I want to play Tales of Tribute is so I can get Bragas as a house guest and Captain Kayleen, yeah. Good points. But Lord, I've played it a lot, but I don't like to play against other players. I'm too impatient when I play, it takes too long. Yeah, apparently it's a big problem at the moment. People taking forever. They will take their entire turn. And how long is it? Like 40 seconds? 45? Like I said, never played it, so I don't know. But it's a long time that you get to take your turn. And they will decide what to do and then run out the clock to try and make you forfeit the game so they win. Big problem. exactly, yeah. Look, indeed it does require a level of confidence to go and try tanking if you're new. People in ESO 10, I feel, tend to feel very scared to fail. Wonder why that is. I think that's very accurate. It's what holds us back from PvP, and I say us, because it definitely was true of me as well. Right, where else can we go? Let's see what's going on up at the anus of Sedge. Eggbirds, welcome back. This one welcomes you back. How's it going? What did you get up to? 2 minutes. Oh, that's lame as hell. 2 freaking minutes. That's really long. I thought it was like 1 minute would be crazy. People are extremely scared of dying, failing, expectations in general, despite the fact that this game is extremely friendly. Yeah, dying is OP. Right, death is OP is like a common gag around here. Wish they made like speed chess. You each get 5 minutes in total. Ready, set, go. Yeah, good point. Love a good idea. I love Billy Boyd. Yeah, Billy Boyd's the man, right? Although, that one bit. Through the edge of night. You know, that one bit in Return of the King. Ugh. It's not Backstreet Hobbits. Come on, Billy. Rein it in. Sorry, I moved really far away from the mic to do that. I hope that wasn't too horrible. That scoop in there, it just... I don't know why. Singing hasn't changed that much. But, yeah. Backstreet Hobbits. Is that the first time you've heard that? I feel like so many of my friends made a joke a bit like that when they first saw that scene. When they released Fenarian as a house guest, I immediately got him on both servers. Yeah. They've already been rezzed. What else is going on? Assuming you're actually trying, I would say the more deaths you have, the better you tend to be. That's probably true. Kubara, I never died in ESO. I played since 2010. Was only do group content? You literally, so you've been playing ESO hardcore, or are you just kidding? Was that? Are you serious? Because I'm gonna say I think what Lux is saying is probably there's some truth to it. The burned hand teaches best. A death recap is a hell of a teacher. Both the in-game one and the one in your head. Sure you never died? Just a teensy-weensy bit? Yeah. That would be a very cool achievement, though. Just having never died. And you do quite a bit of PvP by the sound of it. Yeah, Eggbirds, you agree. Alright, that one. So can't I should be an absolute pro? I mean, honestly, Pluvio, you're... I don't feel... I think we made a joke out of it because of... It was a specific thing that you died to, right? Was it Barsay curses? I can't remember. But it's not like a general thing. Whereas Sin, despite him being... He's an awesome, awesome player. In fact, partly because he's very, very hyper-focused on DPS, he did tend to die... more than he should. Let's put it that way. Especially in dungeons, where I guess he knew it was safe. And Danyo, Maya, and I would just res. There's no drama, there's no problem. So he would just go all out, squish, 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 and just go for max damage in every moment. Endeavors need to be done. I only die if I never log in again to make devs proud of me. Man, everywhere I go, the fight is just ending. This sucks. Alright, let me message Maya, see what's up. But yeah. Look, it'd be extremely impressive even if you are exclusively doing Overland. Chance of dying at least once is extremely high, yeah? I think so too, right? I've died from bugs mounting up, just died from 50k fall damage out of nowhere, crashing mid-fight. Yeah, DC's happen, that's true as well. Especially in a trial. That's just, it's only a matter of time before you die to something like that. If dying makes you a better player, should have been a literal god after Wrothgar came out. So much fall damage in one zone, it was just cruel, yeah. But Lorda, I got a real good reason not to jump off cliffs. Gaming sickness. Do you get that if you jump off cliffs in games? I get a funny feeling in my knees, legs sometimes. If the game does a really good job of conveying the sense of that drop. Doesn't happen in every game. Like in Doom Eternal, for example, it never happens at all. In Cyberpunk, oh, big time. Horrible, horrible. If you fall off a skyscraper in that game. In the game Mirror's Edge Catalyst. That's another game on my list that really made me want to be good at it. Hardly anyone played it. It had a bit of a goofy story. But man, the flow, that's the parkour. It's the sequel to that parkour game that, I think it's just an EA thing. I guess we're going Bleakers. I don't get it much in ESO, maybe a little bit, but yeah, some games really do that. Like, that horrible sinking feeling when you're taking a big drop suddenly. Mirror's Edge was amazing at that. And the way that the character... I don't think there were any save games either. They were just checkpoints. So you couldn't realize you had fallen and hit quick load. You just had to let it happen. And the character would start breathing fast. Her hands would start waving in front of the screen. And she'd go, like that. And it was really horrible, really stressful every time. Yeah, if you ever see if you like games that try something different, if you'd played Assassin's Creed and thought, I wish the parkour in this game was much better and in first person, yeah, give Mirror's Edge Catalyst a go. I really enjoyed that. It was a lot of fun. Pluvio, even without the Barse deaths or whatever else, kind of been known to die a lot. Okay. Don't feel like that's your rep with me, is all I'm saying. Got 3 achievements to jump off cliffs. You need to close your eyes. Oh. Well, I guess what I'm saying is I can kind of understand. Nice. Yeah, you're afraid of heights in real life? And in your dungeon group, yeah, that's where the silly ones happen, fair enough. Feliciousness, good evening. What's your favorite pure PvP class without subclassing? Nightblade. Next question. In fact, for the first few weeks of Update 46, when I would hop into PvP just to do some stuff with friends, I was bringing a pure Nightblade. I hadn't subclassed it yet. But this is obviously a Magicka Templar subclassed with Warden and Sork. Templars are OP. Leilani Dixon, yeah, man. Yeah. I mean, Warden is kind of the most OP. That one Animal Companion skill line right now. Absolutely ridiculous. There's so much in there. So much goodness crammed into that one skill line. But yeah, you combine it with like Storm Calling, Assassination, or Adric Spear like I've done here. Why can't we port? Hey, Gilly-chan, I'm afraid of heights in real life. Don't mind jumping off cliffs in ESO. Look, it's extremely efficient jumping off cliffs because it lets you respawn at a way shrine. Dying in general, yeah. When I make new characters, I collect all Sky Shard's public dungeon skill points. Psijic Major skill, but I do the same. I would say dying from jumping off cliffs or dying in delves after getting the Sky Shard saved like 20% of the total time it would have otherwise taken. Agreed. Yeah, I die all the time to stuff like this. Often I'm lucky I can do it with Maya as well, so we can port to one another. That saves you a lot of time, but dying is even quicker if you are squishy or you can find a cliff. The fuck? Someone just spamming shards? Okay. Yeah. Each fall makes me sick in dungeons like Grave and Deep. I have to change camera view. Just look. Just hum a little tune to yourself while looking at your character. Sorry, I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing with you. I totally get it. I don't have a problem, but I do get a bit of a thrill mixed with a cold feeling of something when falling in games sometimes, like I said. Now we can port. Let's see if we can demonstrate the dying thing. No, I fucked it. And this is CP Cyrodiil. Without CP, I definitely would have died. Yeah, beam me up also works, that's true. But the places that you need to get to, like often, what Lucas is talking about, I can't show you because I'm not in a delve, but if you die in a delve, you can respawn at the entrance, exit the delve, and then you are right there, near, and just a short hop away from the next Sky Shard. So it's often that you want to get to the entrance to that delve, specifically. Beam me up or porting to another player is never going to get you there. So there are times. Definitely. I don't know, man. It feels a little bit like the blues are just cruising around, whacking the blues and the reds and yellows on the head when they get too close. Eggbirds, how is Maya? Says I miss her on stream today. Yeah, she's good. Leg is recovering. Pretty much recovered, I think, past tense. Yeah, it's going well. It's going well. We've had a good few weeks here on Twitch. We just need Zos to, like, promote their Twitch category a little bit more. I don't think they'll mind me saying that. I've said it to them. Gina says she 100% agrees, and that's exactly what she's trying to convince them to do more of. But yeah, I mean, you guys have seen when we had some drops on recently, like unique drops. There are so many people who are willing to watch Twitch, they just need a bit of a nudge to get here. Or they'll watch another category or whatever. But the truth is, ESO has got a really lovely vibe in a lot of its streams. There's all kinds of stuff represented. It ain't perfect. And I'll be honest, some people on the stream team barely seem to play the game. But they're the ones who've been on there for years and years and years. All the newer folks do. So yeah, I think they've got a real feather in their cap with their category, their Twitch category. I think they could do more with it. But obviously I'm biased, you know, it helps me enormously. It helps us to get more eyeballs on the Twitch and, you know, more subs and support and more refers to the YouTube and all of that good stuff when things are popping. But yeah, it's been decent. Gilly trying to get motion sick in first-person games. Mirror's Edge did that to you as well. I see. Yeah, the head wobble when you run. Accessibility options are getting better and better, aren't they? You can turn more and more of these things off. This looks like an organized gang. How many? Just 3? I don't have an ult though. Yeah, I know these guys. They were here the other day, being very, very difficult to kill. I guess we have more numbers today. Did you just pour it out to IC? Oh no, he's still there. He's just zipping around. Nice one. For some reason I like the idea of Balorda not liking heights in the game. Being an avid skydiver IRL, I know it's unlikely, but I prefer the mental image. I thought you were saying you were an avid skydiver. I was about to say that's cool as fuck. Tell me somewhere cool where I can go and do that in Denmark. It's one of those things that I always assumed I would do, but I haven't done it yet. What the hell was that? It was just a posse hanging out, waiting for us to attack them before they did anything. So we might actually get a real fight here. That could be cool. Redbeard, this is EU. This is a Grey Host on the EU server. How's it going? Welcome on in. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to stay in this fight, I don't think. I've got to go soon. Thank you, Break Free. I think that's just one guy who's AFK and they're all hanging around just trying to heal him. Which, if that's true, that's pretty funny. But now he's dead, they're gonna move on. Anyway, that's perfect. So I can respawn at Keep. Soloma Pla main, but yeah, DK in PvP is fun. That's true, that's very true. Yeah, I didn't mean to say, like, case closed. This is my favorite. It's Nightblade, like, hands down. DK would probably be my second choice. Templar maybe third. I don't like Sork in PvP. I don't know, I feel dirty playing Sork in PvP. Even though I'm using Stormcalling on this character right now. Yeah. Haunting Curse, Frags, and Streak. Yuck. But yeah, that's just me. I'm not saying anyone else should feel that way. Bluebio, I'm still kind of proud of the death I had in the Splint run doing VSC first boss. Oh, give me a moment. I'm getting a call. It's Maya herself. Wait a moment. Sorry. Oh, wow. Okay, well, Maya left something here which she needs to lock up after her cookery school session today. So I actually need to leave, like, right away and bring that over to her. So sorry, guys. I'm not even going to be able to catch up on the comments there. But yeah, I saw the thing, Pluvio. Wamasu charged, failed to dodge, got sent flying through firebombs, through most of the group, ended up killing about half the group. Like it was a live Molotov or something. That was worth repeating. The Khajiit on the left corner of the screen. Yeah, thank you, Feliciousness. That's our little kitty, our Ted. Alright, folks. Eggbirds, thank you for the cheer. And guys, we're at 891. Any chance there are 9 follows just waiting there to bring us up to 5.9? No worries, we'll get there tomorrow. But that would be a terrific one to say to Maya. Hey, look what we did today. Gilly-chan greets to Maya. Thank you. Solo, thank you for the meow. Ahel, give her a hug from us. I absolutely will. And guys, thank you so much for the stream today. Fantastic. Thank you for hanging out. Let me raid off real quick. Zedric, Clegane, farewell, and Eggbirds, thank you, thank you. Yeah, it's been a really fun day. Like I said, 9 hours, and you guys made it go by like a cool breeze. Nothing at all. Nothing to it. Wonderful company, as always. Who is online? Who can we raid? Make sure I'm looking at people in ESO. We don't want to raid anyone not playing ESO. Hey, we got Sainira. Yeah, let's go and say hi to Say. Just since I'm in a rush, I don't have time to go through the whole list. But yeah. Sainira does a lot of PvP. She's excellent, both in the streaming and the PvP sense. And yeah, her community is a lot of fun. Very much part of the trend which I mentioned before. So yeah, go and say hi to her. Make a lot of noise when you come in. Sadly, somebody please tell her that I had to raid and run. But yeah, I gotta go. You guys have been amazing. We'll be back tomorrow, 11 a.m. in the morning, UK time. Hopefully, we'll see you then. Have a wonderful Saturday evening. Stay cool. Take it easy. Bye.